minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
When I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Look, pocket rocket in my pocket, please don't make me pop it. All these boys just wanna copy the style, tell them stop it, whoa, whoa. It's my destiny, feeling like Latoya, like it found me my Beyonce, and she shotgun in the cockpit. Grinding with the team, making C-notes. In my pocket still full of green, call it CeeLo. Alligator watch on me, Tim Tebow. And these haters love to watch me like Tebow.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat.
Where's it for Mythix?
Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east.
Here comes a breakaway for Tempen,
Way up,
potentially.
I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what,
Funny
this is
score,
my lifestyle.
Ekki! Hello, friends, and welcome to our coverage of the ECL Elite Division Finals right here at twitch.tv/Reactio Media. My name is Brandon Bigsby, aka B Major, and joining me in the booth once again here today, Lottie Instrom, aka Sopley, the cover gamer for this year's ECL season. Sopley, how are you doing, my friend? We've been waiting weeks and months to get to this point, and we are finally here. We will crown a champion today.
Yeah, I'm doing fine, and obviously the biggest day of the season. We've played through a couple of months of the Elite Division here once again, and now it's finally time to see who's going to be crowned champion, and I mean, obviously, super exciting times.
We will crown a champion today. We will be going through the entirety of our best of 7 series today, and we have a lot to get to, a lot to cover, and we'll also hear a word from both sides. So let's get into things, shall we? Starting out with our tournament bracket, we'll show you how these two teams got to this point. Last Dance, the #1 seed, dominant in the regular season, just as dominant in the postseason. Started out with a 4-1 series victory over Totorit in the quarterfinals. Totorit, arguably one of the more interesting 8 seeds we've seen in a while, were the #2 seed a season ago, made it to the semifinals. Last Dance tested, but were able to make quick work of them in 5, and then facing off against an Exon team, the #4 seed that was arguably the hottest team in the division coming into the playoffs, were able to sweep them as we saw last week. While for Mythix, 2 very interesting matchups for them in this playoff run. They faced off against a tough SSK Esports team, a Cinderella story that a lot of people were surprised made it in the playoffs, were pushed quite a bit. 3 of those games went into overtime, but Mythix were able to win that game in a gentleman's sweep. And then the big one that we saw last week, they match up against the defending champions in Parasite, and they end up knocking them out in 6 games. I mean, Sopley, very 2 different runs between these 2 teams, but had to go up against some very high-end names nevertheless.
Yeah, absolutely, and something that does pop out to me from this graphic, you see every single series so far has been won by the higher seeded team, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they haven't had to go against some really, really tough opponents. You see, obviously, there, the 4-2 series win in the semifinals for Mythix. They take down the defending champions, as you said, in Parasite. So, 2 very different paths into the finals for these 2, and now they're gonna have to the last challenge of the season, and whoever is able to come home with the win tonight is going to be grand champion.
As we now transition over to the head-to-head matchup between these 2 teams to show you how they have done to get to this point in the finals. And as you can kind of see, some similarities, some differences. And Mythix defensively have continued to be absolutely stellar, just 20 goals against despite playing a few more games than what we saw Last Dance play so far in this postseason. Also a bit of a reason that you see Last Dance with more goals. You kind of look at the averages and they end up being close to the same. But Mythic's a team, Sopally, that a lot of people feel are arguably the best defensive team in the league. We'll hear a little bit on that from both sides when we get to our interview portion. But something else that really stands out to me, I think, the special teams. The power play for Mythix, much lower than what we saw in the regular season. That was 51.11% for them in the regular season, now down to 11.11. A Last Dance just continuing to roll on both the power play and the penalty kill.
Yeah, absolutely. But obviously, the playoffs, it is a shorter period of time, a little bit of a smaller sample size. So you can't make too many conclusions just based on the numbers. Obviously, the special teams on paper heavily in favor of Last Dance here, but you got to remember both of these teams have made it to the finals and have been really consistent throughout this whole season from the get-go. So definitely you want to remember the fact that Mythix had a ridiculously effective power play during the regular season. So neither of these teams really, like, you can't say they're bad on the power play, even when the percentages show that.
Their power play percentage was the highest in the history of the Elite Division, so do not be fooled by that number. Mythix, when they have that man advantage, can definitely capitalize. Last Dance, by the way, third highest scoring team in Elite Division history, tied with Tunnel Vision, the only teams higher than them, Linköping in ECL 10, and Parasite a season ago. Now, to meet the starting lineups for both of these two teams, starting out with Mythix, the number 2 seed, the group over on the left side of your screen. It'll be the same 6 that we have seen from this Mythix group all season long. Tempen at left wing, who we'll hear from a little bit later. Their captain, Mike, is lining up at the center spot in the middle. And then Sokolo, the transfer for this Mythix group, starting at that right wing spot. Well, back on defense, arguably the best defensive pairing in the division this season, Akunku at left defense and Vedux at right defense. And then in between the pipes, a goaltender that has really emerged and broken out this season in Takedown. Sopally, what stands out to you about this 6?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's one of those teams that has kind of taken their next step into this elite division just this season, as just a couple of months ago they were able to win the Finnish championship as well. So I mean, definitely they've made a name for themselves in the division, and that's why they're here. And I mean, obviously, all 6 of those guys, like, top 5 on their positions in this division. And to me, it just seems like this team doesn't really have too many weaknesses.
You move over to the other side, the number 1 seed, Last Dance. Again, the same lineup that we've seen from this group all season long. The forward trio, Puanzo at left wing, Ekki, the center, his last ECL season. Can he leave on top? We'll hear from him in just a matter of moments. And then over to his right, Nicky Dangles, the star transfer, the leader in the division in points, both in the regular season and in the playoffs. He'll be one to look out for today. Well, back on defense, the longtime defensive duo, their first ever final, Landström at left defense and Yamal at right D. And in between the pipes, the legendary goaltender, Hanselinho, and just really so many notable names. Really, you can't just pick one. All of these guys with so much great history in this division and so much success as well.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the story of the season, Last Dance. Probably the last season, at least for a little bit, for a lot of these guys in the elite division. So obviously, the captain Ekki, it's been a pretty long time since he has led his team into the championship in the elite division. So it's just super exciting to see if he's going to be able to come out on top today.
ECL 11, the last time he was able to hoist a trophy over his head in the ECL. That's all the way back in 2021. For Puanzo and Hanselinho, you got to go back a season further, ECL 10. Now, let's take it position by position, starting out with the centers. And, you know, this is going to be a really fun matchup. 2 centers that have really stepped up, but in different ways. both the captains for their respective team as well. Mythix on the side of Mythix, maybe not going to blow you away in terms of the stats and the points, but a very steady two-way center that always seems to step up. And obviously, we've mentioned the story with Ekki, one of the more just highly regarded players, not just on the European scene, but really throughout the world as well. I mean, you think EU esports, Ekki, one of the first names that comes to mind for most people.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, the career he has had in the NHL esports space is just something nobody else has really done. So this is his last time to show on the Sixes side that he's able to bring his team into the finals and hopefully win the championships. On the other side, Mythix, one of those guys that's just always there for his team. I mean, obviously, a center, he impacts the game on offense and defense, and obviously a huge part of their game.
Ekki, a multi-time champion both on the 1v1 and 6v6 side. I actually got to sit down with Ekki earlier this week and talk to him about what he's looking at heading into this final. Let's hear what he had to say here. All right, I am now joined by Last Dance captain Ekki. Ekki, first of all, thank you for taking the time to join me today, and congratulations for making it into the finals.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man, always a pleasure to get to talk to you. And I'll go ahead and get the obvious question out of the way now. I'm sure you knew this was coming right before the playoffs. You announced on social media that this will be your final season, at least for the time being, playing 6v6 competitively. You know, you've done so much. You're still right in the prime of your career. You're putting up great numbers. You're winning games. Why does now feel like the right time for you to step away from playing competitively in your career?
Multiple things. First of all, the biggest thing is that there's, in the whole competitive scene in NHL esports right now, there's not really big enough tournaments for me to put this much hours into the game that I do. Now I have a family. I spend all of my days making content, and then during the evenings, I play real hockey now as well. On top of that, if I play ECL, like all of my evenings go to something else, and then I work during the day, so I have no time to spend with my family basically. So it's just a time decision to go off, or like, I guess, retire from now for like in sixes. But if the tournaments, how would I say it, get a boost or like get some hype going, I might be back. So who knows?
Well, hey, man, you know you always have an open chair in the booth with me if you ever want to step in while you take some time away from playing. We won't make this all about you and your retirement, though. Obviously, so many other things to talk about with your team this season. Such a dominant campaign that you guys have had. One of the best offenses we've ever seen in this division statistically. You've gotten great defense and goaltending from Hanselinho. To really pair with that, what do you feel like has been the key to Last Dance's success so far this season?
Nikka Dangles. he's been the key. I don't want to throw too many compliments like to his way, but he's the Connor McDavid of the Sixers community. Like, honestly, I think he turned our whole team around. Obviously, a lot of changes from last year. The first time in 7 years I'm playing without Patslav. There's no Flyer Kungen. Puanzo is back. We have a brand new defensive core. Like, it's an all new team basically, but honestly, it all started from Nikka Dangles. He kind of, I don't want to say teach us how to play, but taught us a lot of tips, and he's a good hype man, and he really wants to win a trophy without the Parasite team. So we've had a good thing going here, and we were just talking after the semis. This is honestly, the way we're playing right now, it's honestly might be the best team I played at, which is crazy to say, but yeah.
So there's some truth to the whole no dangles, no party thing that goes around in the community?
I guess so. Well, like, just look at the results. Parasite lost, 2-3 games last season. Now, yeah, they're not in the finals. So.
Yeah, you know, you said something interesting there, just kind of talking about this team and comparing it with some of the groups you've played with. The first thing I've noticed about your group isn't even just the skill, but just how much fun you guys seem to have playing together. You see the party chat on Twitter, you guys laughing and joking. Obviously, during the semifinals, you were dancing on the face cams and everything. How special is it to be able to play in an environment like that, especially with this being your final season?
It's massive for me. I honestly, I would have quit years ago if it wasn't for our atmosphere. I think our team, no matter who we've had, we've always had great atmosphere. And now with a lot of new guys as well, everybody kind of knew each other beforehand. So I don't know. We've always had a good thing going. And me personally, I think it really affects your gameplay as well. Like if things are going badly or if things are going well, you need to stay positive. I think it's a big factor in sixes that everybody has a good mood, and yeah, it affects their gameplay as well.
Let's talk a little bit about your opponent now in this final. You've seen so many new teams burst into the scene over the years. You saw H-Reds kind of surge. You've seen Tunnel Vision surge. It was the cool to last season. And now Mythix kind of being that new team on the block, making it into this final. What to you stands out about them in their group?
It's the weirdest team I've seen at the top of Elite, because every single player other than Bedux has played for years, and like being a low tier elite player, mid tier elite player for years, and all of a sudden you put this kind of a weird mix together and something just clicks. I guess their chemistry just works together. Individually, honestly, I don't think they're the highest level of talent compared to the other teams, but they play great as a team. They're the best defensive team. They just won the Finnish championships before ECL. Now they knocked off Parasite, which is not an easy thing to do. And yeah, all props to them. They for sure deserve to be in the final.
Yeah, and you kind of mentioned it a little bit with that group. So many different pieces that kind of came together. They've been around for a while, other than one or two of them, but this is the first time that they've ever been on this big stage or playing in the ECL final. Well, for you guys, 13 of the 19 championship teams, one of you guys have been a part of those teams. Outside of Lonstorm Yamal, all of you guys have played in multiple finals. Do you feel like some of that experience being on this big stage before will be an advantage for you guys in this series?
Of course, for me, I wouldn't say experience is everything, but experience is one of the biggest factors, especially if the games are close, especially when the series gets forward. Like people, like I remember playing in my first finals. It's a bit more nerve-wracking than playing in your whatever, like 10th finals. Like it's a completely different thing. Obviously, you still want to win, but with experience comes like you learn how to deal with adversity. You learn how to deal with different things. It's just experience, like adapting to different stuff that's happening inside the game. So I would say it's an advantage for sure.
Ekki, just a couple of more questions for you. We kind of talked about this with being your last season, but this is the first time in a while that for not just you, but for Puanzo and Hatsalino, that you guys really feel like you are potentially the favorite to win this championship. Yeah. You've matched up with Tunnel Vision in the past. You've matched up with H-Reds. You've been so close, a couple of Game 7 losses there as well. Does this championship, if you are to win it, does this one mean a little bit more, knowing some of that history, and also knowing that this could be truly the final time that you're able to lift that trophy over your head?
Of course, I can only speak about me personally, but I really want to win this. Like, if this is my final season, I want to go out on top, and I want to do everything in my power. So I wouldn't necessarily mean more, but obviously it would mean a lot. There's been a lot of final losses, semi-final losses, 4 years in a row, 3 years in a row. Last time I won was ECL 11, the first ECL in NHL 21. It's been a long time. And like you said, probably since since the next ACL we lost in 12.
Yeah,
in 21 we haven't been the favorites. So I think we've been close to winning, but this is the first time in a long time. Like you said, I feel like we're in the driver's seat, but that doesn't mean anything. Like the series starts from scratch. Doesn't matter what you've done before this season. So we just need to perform.
Ekki, one final question for you. You know, not just for you guys, but just as a whole, what do you feel like will be some of the biggest keys to winning this series and clinching that championship? Whether that's things that you guys have to do or have to watch out for.
Me personally, I just feel like we need to keep doing what we're doing. We played really attacking, really fresh sixes hockey, which I've loved. We play really offensive, completely different to what I'm used to. Really up and down forecheck. I've been loving it. So we don't want to change anything. We don't want to drop back, be too passive. We want to do what makes us good. And then we need to figure out how to score against Mythix because they've been shutting everybody down. They shut Parasite down. So yeah, it's an interesting team, and yeah, that's it.
Well, hey, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? You guys have been absolutely phenomenal. A joy to cover this season. Ekki, thank you again so much for taking the time. Best of luck to you guys this series, and congratulations as well on what has been such an amazing career. Hopefully, I do see you in the broadcast booth with me one of these days. Thank you again, my friend. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you to Ekki for taking the time to chat. Some interesting comments there from him, Lee, even saying this might be the best team that he's played on with the way they're playing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And the team aspect is a huge thing. One of those things that he mentioned is the atmosphere they have been able to build with this team and the team spirit that they have had for years. I mean, a lot of these guys are good friends in real life, which he said it, and I'll say it too, that definitely does give a team a little bit of an edge.
Gives them a little bit of an edge, and you want to know what else gives you an edge? Having the Connor McDavid of esports, as Ekki called him, on your team. Nicky Dangles over on that right side for Last Dance. 26 points so far in this playoff run. He led the regular season in points as well with 87, and you have Puanza right next to him. 16 points, 11 of them being goals. Such a key piece to what this Last Dance team likes to do. And then you look at the other side, you see Sokolo with 16 points. He was phenomenal in the regular season, transferring over from Roots Gaming, his first ever playoff appearance in what is his 12th season in the ECL Elite Division, and he has stepped up admirably. And then you have Tempen to his left, right up there with Nicky Dangles, 25 points, 11 games played, and 15 goals. We actually got to sit down and talk with Tempen a little bit about his success and how Mythix has been able to rise to make it to the finals. All right, I am now joined by Mythix forward Tempen. Tempen, first of all, thank you so much for taking the time to join me here today, and congratulations on making it to the Elite Division Finals.
Yeah, thanks, man, and thanks for having me.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Always great to get to chat with you. And, you know, this is your first time making it to the finals on the 6v6 stage. Obviously, you're a former champion on the 1v1 side, but how does it feel to be able to be competing for an Elite Division championship here this weekend?
It feels amazing, and yeah, like you said, it's my first final in 6v6, so I'm pretty excited and can't wait to go on the ice and see what happens.
Yeah, man, we can't wait to see it as well. And, you know, kind of talking about yourself a little bit individually, you have had what has been a career best season in your first season with this new team in Mythix, career high in points, career high in goals, and you've somehow managed to play even better so far in this postseason run. What do you feel like has been the keys to your individual success this season?
I think our team is pretty good all around, and yeah, I can carry puck a lot in this team, so it helps my gameplay a lot, and yeah, I think I'm at my best when it really matters and when the playoff starts. So yeah, I really like those serious games.
Well, hey, man, you've been stepping up in them so far. Obviously, the game's getting even more serious here later on today. Kind of talking a little bit more about your team as a whole, though. Coming into this season, Mythix was obviously viewed as a legitimate playoff team. They've made it each of the last two seasons. But I feel like there's a lot of people that maybe didn't expect you guys to go on the run that you have over the last 3 months. You won the Finnish championship back in April, defeating Parasite, and now you make it into the ECL Elite Division finals. What do you feel like has really clicked for this group to go on such an outstanding run over these last few months?
Yeah, I think one of our biggest strengths is our mentality, and I think we all think that defense is like number one thing for us, and that's like our home base where it's like great to build our game. And yeah, one big thing is that all of our guys really want to win for the team, not just for themselves, but for the logo especially. So yeah, we are really great team. Yeah.
Well, hey, man, it's easy to tell how together you guys are just kind of watching the face cams and stuff during your semifinal series. You're having fun. You're kind of joking around and stuff on Twitter. It's always a good time to see teams like that have success. You know, kind of going back to the offseason, you made the move to this Mythix team along with Sokolo and Akunku. You've played on multiple playoff teams in the past, including a team that you're about to be playing against here in this finals. But what is it about this Mythix group that stood out to you and made you want to be a part of this team?
I think I saw the potential of these guys, and yeah, I just wanted something new for my career. So yeah, joining Mythix was like pretty easy choice for me. And yeah, it hopefully pays off in the finals.
Well, turning the attention over to your opponent, as we kind of previewed a little bit there in that last question, you'll be going up against the #1 seed in Last Dance. They've been the top team in the division all season. Obviously, you're very familiar with this group, having spent multiple seasons playing alongside Ekki and Puanso before transferring over to Mythix this season. What is it about this team that stands out to you?
Of course, I think they are pretty skillful guys, and yeah, we have to make sure that our defense is in good mood in this series. And yeah, they are pretty skillful, especially in offensive zone. So yeah, we have to defense well, and I think we just have to capitalize our own chances. And yeah, if we don't concede any goals, I think we are pretty good for win here.
Going back to the regular season matchup between you guys, Last Dance was the only team that swept Mythix during the regular season, a 4-2 win and a 4-3 win for them back in April. What do you feel like you guys can learn from those games to help ensure a better result here in this final series?
I think we just have to defense better, and yeah, do our own thing, and keep the puck more. If I remember right, those games were pretty defensive games for us. So yeah, I think we have to slow game a bit, and yeah, just capitalize our own chances, and yeah, focus especially in counter attacks.
Tempen, just a couple of more questions for you. Don't want to take up too much of your time. It feels like during this run, Mythix haven't necessarily been totally doubted, but you've been the underdogs at a couple of different points during this series. And some would maybe say going up against Last Dance, being the #1 seed, having a wealth of experience in the finals for you guys. This is your first finals experience, that you guys maybe would be considered as the underdog, and Last Dance would maybe be seen as the favorite coming into this matchup. Do you feel like some of that outside doubt and that underdog mentality has been an advantage for you guys in any way this season? And could it be an advantage for you here in this finals?
Yeah, I hope so. I think it's a pretty good position for us to be underdog here. And yeah, we want to maybe surprise a bit. And yeah, of course, I think it's pretty good position for us.
Final question here for you, Tempen. This Mythix team has accomplished so much over the last few months. We mentioned the FCL championship, earning that number 2 seed, winning your first playoff series as a group, and then now making it on to the finals. Why do you believe that Mythix can win the ECL Elite Division title, and what do you believe will be the key to doing so?
I think we are the best defensive team in this whole league, so maybe that's the number one key here. And yeah, we just trust our own process, and yeah, we're just going to have fun on the ice, and hopefully we came out with the trophy.
Well, hey, man, you guys have had a phenomenal season so far. Can't wait to watch you guys go toe-to-toe against Last Dance. Tempen, thank you again so much for taking a few moments. Best of luck to you guys here in the finals.
Yeah, thanks, man.
All right, a big thank you to Tempen taking a few minutes to chat with me. And so hopefully you heard he mentioned it. Defense going to be the biggest key, he thought, to Mythix being able to win this series. You see Akunku and Vedux on the left side for Mythix, Landstrom and Yamal on the right side for Last Dance. You talk about the 4 best defensive pairings in all of Europe. These 2 pairings are without any question within that 4.
Yeah, definitely. And for Mythix, as Tempen said, defense. It's been the way they've been able to win games in regular season, and they don't want to change any of that in these playoffs and in these finals.
Gonna be a lot of fun. Neither pairing has ever played in the finals before, so that's gonna be something else interesting to look out for as well. Last but not least, the starting goaltenders for each of these 2 teams. How about the story to Takedown has been? You see his numbers in the playoffs, absolutely phenomenal, was stellar against Parasite, was stellar in the regular season. This is his first season as a full-time Elite Division starter, and here he is in the finals going up against arguably the most lauded goaltender in the history of the ECL at Hanselino, a multi-time champion, both on the 1v1 and the 6s side. This goaltending matchup, we've seen goalies really make a name for themselves over the last few years in finals like this. You think of guys like Unique, you think of guys like Vincere, could take down Hanselino, another guy that's done the same thing, could take down, potentially add himself to that list here today.
Yeah, it's absolutely a big chance for him to prove himself as a championship-winning goaltender, and obviously Hansu has been in this scene, in this space for such a long time. And I mean, just looking at the numbers, just unbelievable performance in these playoffs for both of these guys.
Both goalies, nothing short of spectacular this season and this postseason. It'll be fun to watch them go head-to-head here today. We are just a few minutes away from getting game number 1 started. Before we do, though, let's give you guys a look at what these 2 teams will be playing for the prize pool. For our broadcast and our finals here today, our winner, 5,000 euros, will be going home to whoever claims the championship. Here today, the team that is the runner-up will end up taking 2,000 euros home. Our other 2 semifinalists, so Parasite and Exen, each earning themselves 1,000 euros. And the teams that made it into the quarterfinals were not able to move on with 400 euros apiece. Something that is always so fun to see what these teams end up coming home with. Obviously, you want that 5,000 euro prize, but something a little bit more that I know these teams are fighting for outside of just the money.
Yeah, absolutely. It's more than money. It's about the pride and the ability to call yourself the champion in the ECL, but obviously still the 5,000 goes a long way, and obviously the loser goes home with 2,000, so it's a big gap, and the winner is going to take home 3,000 more than the second place team.
Yeah, more than double from what that second place team will be getting. As we get things set up, we'll just be starting in a few minutes here as we wait for the teams to get everything together. But kind of looking at these 2 sides, and you know, the big story coming into this is the history between each of these 2 teams. Very different. You talk about a Mythix team, a group that's a little bit newer in the scene. Only 112 games played all time. A great record in that time, 81, 26, and 6. Their 3rd Elite Division season. They've made the playoffs in each season, but this is the first time that they've been able to make a deep finals appearance. 0 career finals games across their roster, and they've become the 11th different ECL Elite champion in league history. This team and this organization has just had such a rise over the last 3 months, from winning the FCL championship to now making it to the ECL finals. So impressive what Mythix have been able to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And one more thing to say about interview with Tempen, and he said that the mentality of the team, everyone is kind of on the same page. They know how they want to win games. They have a shared goal, and obviously all of them want to win. So that's definitely one of the reasons they've been able to come out as one of these contending teams for this title.
Absolutely. You kind of look at what they've been able to do this season. The number 2 seed earning 67 points, led the division in goals allowed per game, only 1.77. The only team in Elite to allow under 2 goals per game. We mentioned that amazing power play they had, the highest in the Elite division history at over 51%. They also led the division in penalty kill percentage as well at 87.8. And 4 of their 5 skaters set Elite division career highs in points. I mean, just absolutely amazing production across the lineup. And not only are they doing it on the 6-on-6 side, but when they are shorthanded as well, or when they do have that man advantage, they've been able to step up. Special teams, such a critical part, and Mythix have seemed to really master that part of the game.
Yeah, and in the playoffs, in the finals, those special teams do play a huge role in whoever is going to be able to win, because the margins are just going to be so small. Just a couple of power play goals against or for can really change the direction of the whole series.
Transition over to their opponents in Last Dance. We talked about with Mythix, a story with them, the new kids on the block, the newer team trying to etch their name into ECL history. Last Dance, however, the complete other side of the spectrum, 959 games played all time, a record of 749, 145, and 69. They have been known as so many other names: Philadelphia, Linköping, Frölunda, Strikers, and Voitimatone. They're 3-time Elite Division champions. This is their 10th ever Elite Finals appearance, 3-time Finnish champions as well. They are just riddled with all sorts of talent throughout the lineup. 13 of the 19 previous ECL 6v6 championship teams, one of the players in their lineup were a part of that team. They earned the number 1 seed, and with the history and the pedigree of this group, Sopoli, it is no surprise to see them right where they are here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you bring up these statistics, 10 times in the finals in Elite, that is just a crazy number if you think about it. But they've only been able to win it 3 times. So, I mean, the percentage is only at 30 right now, and they definitely want to get that 4th one right now.
Yeah, you've seen them go up against some tough matchups. Hafu Gaming back in the day, and then obviously the amazing dynasty that H-Reds were able to create, and then more recently against Tunnel Vision. You kind of focus more on this season. Highest scoring team in the division, averaging 4 goals per game during the regular season. 3rd highest in the history of the Elite Division. Only Parasite last season and Linköping and ECL 10 were higher. Funny enough, Ekki was on Linköping, Nicky Dangles was on Parasite, so they still have some pieces of those 2 teams. Speaking of Nicky Dangles, led the division in points during the regular season, currently leads in the playoffs as well. Ekki and Nicky Dangles tied for 1st in the division in assists with 53. Puanso led the division in goals with 46. They've only lost 2 games this season by more than 1 goal, that is including the playoffs. It is not often that you see a team with that much dominance, especially on the offensive end. It's no surprise to see why Last Dance are widely seen as the favorites when you just look at some of the things that they've been able to accomplish, not just individually, but as a collective group too.
Yeah, absolutely. And the offense, we've talked about it a lot. I mean, the production coming from Nicky Dangles and obviously Puansa and Ekki as well. Great production in the point totals, and they've been able to keep that pace up going into the playoffs, which is not easy to do, because maybe in the regular season you have a couple of games where you score a little bit more than in those tight ones. But hey, 26 points for Nicky Dangles in just 9 playoff games. He's been able to keep up that 3 points per game pace.
We ready to go in just about 30 seconds here. While we do have some time, however, we do want to make sure to remind you guys, our friends over at WellNet have a nice offer for the community. If you go to health.sportsgamer.gg and use the code SportsGamer1, WellNet will be giving you a 1-month free trial, totally risk-free. They have all sorts of amazing exercises, even some that are specifically curtailed to us as gamers. So make sure you go to health.sportsgamer.gg, use that code SportsGamer1, and WellNet will be giving you a 1-month free trial, totally risk-free, and they have a lot of amazing things going on over there. A big thank you to WellNet for their amazing support of the ECL and SportsGamer. And we also have a deal going on over at Game Changer. If you go to Game Changer Official Fi and put in the code SportsGamer10 at checkout. Game Changer will give you a discount code on your final purchase. They have multiple supplements for performance, focus, memory, and even sleep. It's the ease of 2 capsules a day, and it has great benefits for your health as well. So make sure to go to GameChangerOfficial.fi, put in that code SportsGamer10 at checkout, and Game Changer will be giving you 10 euros off of your final purchase. So thank you to both WellNet and Game Changer for their support. Great sponsors for us all season long. As folks, the moment has finally arrived. Game number 1 of the ECL Elite Division Finals. We will be watching from the perspective of Mythix in their all-white road uniforms. Last Dance in their home blacks as we are underway and rolling. A champion will be crowned today as Last Dance have it in the offensive zone and are working it around. This is Lonsman at the point, shot on, blocked in front, trying to get it over to Palazzo on the one-timer, but that one was disrupted. We talked about the defense, Mythix. That's going to be a huge key for them, and you're seeing it here early, Sokolu.
Yeah, absolutely. And the offense for Last Dance, they're coming out of the gates, trying to get those shots on net, trying to get something going, just not being able to get one quite on net just yet in that first shift. But yeah, I mean, that's going to be the key for both of these teams. Offense for Last Dance, defense for Mythix, and how they're going to be able to shut them down.
Heard both Ekki and Tempen talk about that during their interview earlier. As Last Dance in the offensive end. Lundstrom trying to get a shot on, but hits the side of the cage. Puck battled for behind the net and found by Mythix. Sokolo moving it over aside to Tempen. Tempen controlling it, trying to feed Sokolo in the slot, but it's picked off. And here comes Last Dance down the other end. Yamal controlling it. It's on a move, stops, and is looking for space. One-time shot from Lundstrom, blocked in front by Vedux.
And there we see once again the defense of Mythix. They haven't been they haven't let Last Dance even get their first shot on net just yet. But from the offensive perspective for Last Dance, I'm seeing their defenders also step up to the play, which is, at least in my books, a good sign that they're able to keep playing the way they have been all season.
Yeah, that's a great point. You've seen both Yamal and Lundstrom step up into the offensive play. Mythix, however, in the offensive zone now, pushing as Tempen trying to force a pass across, but it's picked off as Ekki will pick this up, and we'll give it back over to Yamal to set up the breakout. Still looking for our first shot of the day. Halfway through this first period, a very tight defensive battle to start this final so far. This is Tempen over at the left boards, battling with Ekki, and Ekki picks it up and will move this forward for Last Dance. Turned over, and it looks like it's going to be picked up here by Yamal, able to get back to that one before Sokolo could get to that.
And there we saw once again the rotation from Last Dance. Ekki was playing defense there for a couple of moments, and it's been working out for them, and they don't want to change things up in this finals.
You feel like the way this game is flowing right now, it plays into the hands of Mythix. You heard Ekki say earlier, they want to play fast, they want to capitalize on their offense. You feel like to counter that, Mythix going to want to slow the game down and utilize that great defense that they have.
Yeah, absolutely. And then on the counterattacks, Mythix wants to be very aggressive.
As here comes Akunku controlling it for Mythix, trying to get a shot off, nothing doing, however. And now here comes Last Dance down the other end, controlling it with Lundstrom over at the left board. Gives it back over to Ekki at the point, and now back to Lundstrom at the corner. Lundstrom bumped from behind, that puck going to be played into the neutral zone, and Yamal will have to reset things for Last Dance. 4.5 to play here in the opening period. Still no shots on net for either team. As the puck turned over, here's Ekki, poke checked off his stick. A great defensive play there from Mythix.
Yeah, and what looked like was going to be the first really good chance of the game right there is just going to be stopped by that great poke check.
And that's what we see from Mythix, always able to be right on time defensively to stop that clean chance. As Mythix trying to work it into the neutral zone, but it's picked up by Lundstrom, and now I'll give Last Dance the opportunity to try to break it in. Lundstrom in control, but poked off his stick. 90 seconds to play here in the first period. Puck found by Mythix, now in the offensive zone. Controlled by Sokolo. Puck loose, found by Tempen. Shot on from Sokolo, saved by Hanselino. Your first shot of the game with 50 seconds to go in the first period. Mythix still pushing. Mike's over to Sokolo behind the net. One-time shot from Tempen goes out of play after it was blocked in front.
And there we also see the cameras of the players as Last Dance, I'm pretty sure they are playing from the same place, if I'm correct.
And that is the first stoppage that we have seen all game long. That is the first whistle that we've gotten. It came with 8 seconds left, and the last whistle will be the second whistle of the game to end the first period. No score so far, but man, oh man, an intriguing matchup, and you get a quick look at those face cams that you mentioned, Soaply. How about Last Dance? They are all together in a LAN setting, playing at the ENCE headquarters. So cool to see the team come together, and so far, kind of interesting to see the contrast in styles between these two teams, not necessarily showing out as much as we thought. It's been more of a tight, stalemate, defensive-based game that, like we mentioned, goes over to the advantage of the men that you see over on the bottom left of your screen, Mythix.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very interesting period. Not at all the way I was expecting this series to go, but I mean, obviously it's just the first period of the first game. There's a lot of hockey left to be played by both of these teams, and I mean, from my perspective, this is actually a really cool little thing that Last Dance have actually gathered to play at the same place.
That you really get to see the teams do that unless it is a scheduled LAN event, but pretty cool to see Last Dance get the whole group together to play in the same setting. We are underway for period number 2 of game 1. We do want to make sure we shout out our sponsors once again. COVID on Occupancy, Game Changer, and WellNet, amazing supporters of the ECL all season long. Make sure you show them the love that they show us. This Mythix control it in the neutral zone, and Mikes gets it in past the blue line. Over at the high point and gives it to Akunku. Akunku slides with the Tempen and back to Akunku at the point. Akunku with some space, holding on, trying to give it over to Tempen. That pass a little bit off and finds Sokol in the corner, but it's turned over, and here comes Nicky Dangles with speed. One-on-one for Akunku, puts on a move, but Akunku staying steady, not allowing him to beat him.
Yeah, great defense, just tracks Nikke's moves perfectly and is able to get that puck off of him.
Dance in the offensive zone, shot on, stopped by takedown, first shot on net, another shot, another save from takedown, and he'll hold on and freeze it, but Last Dance, after being blanked in the first period, get 2 shots on net back-to-back.
Yeah, and they definitely wanted to get going here finally in the second period, as in the first there wasn't a lot of action going in the way of the Mythix zone.
First offensive zone draw of the day for Last Dance, and they win it, and they have full pressure activated. Yamal at the point, controlling it and looking for an option to pass or shoot. Gives it to Ekki. Over the right face-off circle, shot on from Lundstrom, saved by takedown. Lundstrom gets it back to the point, moves forward, gives it over to Yamal, blocked on the shot from Tempen. Here comes Mythix down the other end, but turned over in the neutral zone, and Last Dance back on the attack. Shot saved there by takedown. 4 already now for Last Dance in this game. Oh, how the tides have turned. The late penalty going to be called here against Last Dance as well.
A tough penalty there, and interestingly they killed off a couple of seconds there off the clock before taking the puck, but yeah, a little bit of pressure there in the defensive end of Mythix, but they're able to turn it around, and now they are on the power play.
First power play that we have seen so far, it's Puanso heading to the box for Last Dance. And as we mentioned, Mythix, the best power play in Elite Division history during the regular season, 51.1%. They have it in the offensive zone now, controlling it with Akunku at the high point. Moving forward, gives it over to Tempen. Back to Vaydux. Vaydux looking over to Sokolo, his shot, stopped in front. Puck loose behind the net and found by Tempen, and moves up to the point to Akunku. Akunku at the corner, it's intercepted, and here's Ekki on a breakaway! One-on-one takedown, backhand shot, he stopped! What a save by takedown!
Wow, what a save on that short-handed breakaway where Ekki had the chance to put his team up early on, but no.
Back to even strength as Puanso now out of the box, but the play of the game so far, that breakaway save from takedown, denying Ekki of the first goal of this series. It's a shot in front, stopped by takedown, and he's going to freeze it. He has been quite busy in contrast to what happened in the first period.
Yeah, absolutely, and not a great power play to show for Mythix. To start, they got a shot on net, but after that, a tough giveaway, which led to a breakaway against.
The spinning shot in front, saved by takedown once again. That's another shot, that one off the right pad, another shot, another save by takedown. We said it during the opening, Stopely. Goaltenders have made their name in the finals. Takedown so far, so good early on. It looks like it's going to be a timeout called by Mythix trying to get off some of that full pressure that Last Dance has built.
Yeah, and a good call to take that timeout at this point. It's the second full pressure for Last Dance in this period. And I mean, the game just really has turned around from the first to the second period.
Mythix was just 2 shots on net. Last Dance with 9. No goals yet to show for it. Can they finally break through? Takedown has been a brick wall so far in this game. There's a shot from Lundstrom, tipped in front. Doesn't find the net as Mythix now take over possession and move it up with speed. Tempen in controlling it. Said he loves to carry the puck. Talked to him earlier about that. He moves up to the point, tipped in front again. Sokolo had it. Doesn't find the net, however, and Lundstrom takes over possession for Last Dance. Up to Ekki. Passes the blue line, holds it over at the left board. Moves it down low, trying to get it to Nicky Dangles, but that pass intercepted. 6 minutes to play here in period 2. Still looking for our opening goal of this final. Shot in front there, off the stick of Hansalino. Mythix still pushing another shot, another save. Puck behind the net, picked up by Sokolo, and he moves it up to Vedus. Vedus at the right corner, pass in front, denied by Last Dance once again. They go on the counterattack. Nicky Dangles controlling it at the high point, and it finds Yamal. Puck loose. Nice turnover created there by Mythix, and they're now in the offensive zone. Vedus controlling it, pass in front. Sokolo couldn't get the shot off cleanly, and now Last Dance take possession, but turn it over. Nicky Dangles able to get it back for them. 3 minutes to go here in period 2, and Nicky Dangles going to go back and reset.
I'm gonna slow things down for a little moment, as this isn't what we have seen too much in this game.
That's a potential 2-on-1 for Mythix. Shot on, denied by Hansalino. The goaltending has been phenomenal here in this game 1. Last Dance now on the attack. This is Palazzo with it at the left corner. Holding on to it. Over behind the net. Gives it over to Nicky Dangles. Back over to Yamal. Now to Nicky again. Trying to find Puanzo, but couldn't get him cleanly. 8 seconds to play, and Mythix on the prowl. Tempen in. Pass across there. Intercepted. Puck loose in front. Found by Hansalino in the scrum. And 2 periods down. No goals, however, found. We are still tied at 0. But how about the goaltending from Hansalino and takedown so far?
Yeah, what a period. A lot of action in both ends. We saw a breakaway on both ends as well, just denied by the goaltenders. And yeah, so far in this game 1, goaltending has really been the story of the day.
And you can't help but to go back to a couple of critical points. You could argue missed opportunities for both sides. The big breakaway there from Ekki that was denied by takedown, while on the Mythix side, they had a power play, weren't really able to get even a shot off during it. And you just feel like the defense and goaltending, with the way this series is going right now, could end up being what is going to be the decisive factor of this series.
Yeah, absolutely. As there we saw another chance that was right there at the very end of the period, but just off the skate, off the defender. And here's that big save by Hansalino. And yeah, still deadlocked at 0 going into the third.
Yeah, partial breakaway there from Sokolo that was denied. As we are underway now for period number 3, still looking for our first goal of the finals, but these 2 teams have been deadlocked. We got a fun series coming up, folks. You are not going to want to miss it. We'll be covering the entirety of this best of 7 right here on our broadcast today. We'll be crowning a champion, the winner, 500 euros richer, and the ECL Spring 25 champs. His Last Dance have it in the offensive zone or working it around. Nicky Dangles controls it and gives it up to Yamal at the point. Yamal, one-time shot over from Puanzo is blocked. Mythix now working down the other end, and they have numbers, a 3-on-2. Hooked off of the stick of Sokolo and picked up by Last Dance. Yamal in the neutral zone. Dishes it over to Nicky Dangles. Nicky Dangles back to Yamal. Over to Lundstrom. Shot tipped in front by Ekki, but goes wide. Picked up by Nicky, but intercepted on the pass behind the net. And now Mythix looking to start the counterattack. Sokolo over to Mikes. Picked off there. Now here comes Nicky Dangles up the right boards. Drops it back to Ekki. Pass in front there. Stopped by takedown. Last Dance still pushing. Yamal with a shot on. Blockered away by takedown once again. Puanzo with it. Trying to give it up to Lundstrom behind them, but it's intercepted. Mythix now in the offensive end. Mikes at the left boards. Gives it to Tempen and pass in front there. Disrupted by Puanzo for Last Dance. Ekki giving it over It's intercepted there. That pass from Yamal couldn't find a home. Mythix now in the offensive end. Sokolo bumped from behind at the right boards and picked off by Last Dance, but they get it back. Akunku over to Tempen. Tempen dumps it down low. Puck given chase and found first by Landstrom. 11 minutes to play. Still tied at 0. Last Dance in the offensive zone. Nicky Dangles controlling it and dishing it over to Yamal. Gets it back. Poked off his stick, but found by Ekki. Ekki at the right corner. Back to the point. One-time shot from Landstrom. Blocked. Picked up by Mythix, and here they come. They have some speed, and they may have a 3-on-2. Mike's with it. Poked off his stick. Nice defensive effort there. Nicky Dangles giving it back to Landstrom. Couldn't find anything. As Last Dance trying to work to find that first opportunity, but Mythix denying them defensively here. As is given over to Tempen at the left corner. Held at the left face-off circle and up to Akunku. Looking for a play, centering pass in front, puck loose, but couldn't get the shot off. Gets it back, however, behind the net. And it's picked up by Yamal for Last Dance, 6.5 to play. Aki now with it, drops it back to Landstrom, trying to find Yamal, and here's a breakaway for Tempen, potentially one-on-one with Hansu. Forehand shot, and he scores! Tempen breaks it open for Mythix late in the third period.
And how about that goal? I mean, it took us 55 minutes almost into the game for us to get an answer, but here it is, the first of the game, the first of the series, Tempen on the board.
It took over 54 minutes, but Mythix find the first goal of the game, a 1-0 score, just their 6th shot on net, and it beats Hanselino on the breakaway. And they're pushing again in the offensive zone, trying to find Mike's on the cross crease, but could not hit him. And here comes Last Dance. Ekki with speed, couldn't split the two defenders. And Mythix now just trying to hold on. Their defense is their strength, so if you want a team to have a 1-goal lead, Mythix is probably the one that you'd want to see if you're a betting man. They have it in the offensive zone now. As a shot on, they score! Vedux doubles the lead to 2!
What a pass to the front of the net right there. The vision to be able to see Vedux cutting to the front of the net, picks it up and just puts it in. And Mythix looking like they're gonna walk into a 1-0 series lead here. As Last Dance, it's felt like they've never really gotten their offense going in this game. We haven't really seen too much in this third period.
And if you go back to the stats there in the second period, they had 9 shots on net. Only 2 since then, so none in the first, 9 in the second, and then 2 so far in this third period. So Mythix defensively has been able to find something that has worked for them, and they have just 1 more minute to hold on as that shot was denied by takedown. Last Dance having the pressure here. Ekki, one-time shot from Nicky Dangles, and he scores! Hold on now! Last Dance cut the lead down to 1.
And we have a game once again, as it might be a little bit too late, but they are now within just 1 goal and they have a little bit over a minute left to try and tie this one up.
The 2 leading point getters for each of these 2 teams are the ones to get the first goal. Tempen for Mythix, Nicky Dangles for Last Dance. 47 seconds to play, and Last Dance have trimmed the lead to 1. They have possession in the offensive zone. Pass from behind the net, finds Landstrom at the point. Moves it forward. One-time attempt to Nicky Dangles, intercepted. And here comes Mythix, a 2-on-1. Tempen controlling it and holding on wisely, but poke checked off of his stick. Last Dance on the attack. 27 seconds to go. Nicky Dangles gives it to Ekki. Centering pass there, disrupted. And Tempen gonna lose it in the neutral zone. 18 seconds to play. Picked up by Vedux. Found, however, by Yamal, but found again by Vedux. Now Landstrom with a shot to the front. Alonso ties it for Last Dance!
What a game. It took us until the last 6 minutes of the game for us to see a single goal in this game, and now after being down 2-0, Last Dance is able to climb back and they've tied it up. And oh boy, it looks like we're going to an OT possibly here.
54 minutes with no goals. The final 6 minutes, we get 4. 10 seconds to go, and Mythix trying to find something here to get their lead back. 5 seconds now, turned over in the offensive end, and could not find anything. A 2-on-1 for Last Dance, but nothing doing. That will do it. And we're going to go to overtime to kick off this finals. No better way to start this off than, Soaply, I don't think anyone can be surprised, however, either.
Yeah, what a way to start this series between the number 1 and number 2 seed in this division. And, talk about a little bit of a meltdown there. Defensively for Mythix, they were able to shut down Last Dance for almost 60 minutes, but right there towards the end, on the last minute, they give up 2, and Last Dance is able to send this game all the way to overtime.
And how about for Mythix on the other side? They were up 2-0 with, just a little bit under a minute to play. Thought they had this game under wraps, and then Last Dance, in typical Last Dance fashion, turn up the heat when it matters most. Nikki Dangles gets the goal to cut it to 1, and then Puanso gets the goal to tie it late.
Yeah, and it was honestly, I was thinking that when Mythix scored that 2-0 goal, that all right, the game 1 is over, but no, Last Dance just not giving up. And now we have OT action going to come up next.
As it looks like we're going to get a pause on the Last Dance side of things. You kind of look at things from just an overall perspective, and it looks like, unfortunately, we may have had a disconnect here. So we are going to get a chance to kind of catch our breath a little bit and get ready for this overtime. We'll bring you into the booth here. Brandon B. Major Bigsby alongside my partner, Soaply, Lardy Enstrom. Soaply, I didn't think we were going to be at this point. Mythix took that 2-0 lead late in the game. Thought they were going to have game number 1 in their back pocket. And then Last Dance, a furious comeback there to end things off in the last 60 seconds. Now, it all comes down to an overtime. What do you feel like are going to be the keys here between these two? And do we keep this scoring pace up, knowing that this game is now on the line?
Yeah, what an interesting game 1 this has been, where for the longest time we didn't really see anything going on. We had a really slow start to the game, nothing much happening in that first period. Then in second period, Last Dance was able to get some things going, but no goals to report. And then Mythix able to get that 2-0 lead. It was looking like they're gonna coast their way into a 1-0 series lead, but Last Dance was able to just start their offensive engines in that last minute and score 2. And it's going to be interesting to see what kind of an approach Last Dance is going to take in this overtime, as they've been really aggressive all game, which had not been working for them until that very last minute of the game.
And now you also get this break in the action to kind of throw one more variable into the mix. Who do you feel like this maybe plays in the advantage of? You could argue that for Last Dance, they would have loved to have kept that momentum going, considering they just got 2 goals. Mythix now getting the chance to kind of collect their breath a little bit, but both teams getting a chance to game plan. You feel like this can be maybe an advantage for one side, or you think it kind of just plays evenly and these 2 teams just pick up where they left off?
Yeah, I think it does play into the hands of Mythix a little bit, because Last Dance did have that momentum right there, as they were able to score 2 back-to-back goals right before going into overtime. But at the same time, both teams now get a little bit of a breather. They're able to settle down just a little bit. Last Dance no longer needs to be super, super aggressive and look to tie up the game anymore, because it is in overtime. So it's going to be interesting to see if they kind of take the approach of what we typically see in very close games that head to overtime, where both teams just kind of do everything in their power to not let in a goal, and we might see a pretty long stretch of gameplay without a goal here.
You look at the overtime records for these 2 teams in the regular season. Mythix went 4-2. Last Dance went 2-1. We mentioned earlier, Last Dance, they've been dominant all season. They've not really seen themselves in this overtime situation very often. Even in the playoffs, just 2 overtime games, a 1-1 record, while Mythix, on the other hand, they have seen plenty of overtimes. This is going to be their 7th overtime game of the playoffs, and they have been nothing short of dominant, a 4-2 record in overtime games so far during this postseason. So Mythix very familiar with this situation. Last Dance have not been pushed to this point very often. They had to kind of scratch and claw to get there in the first place.
Yeah, a very interesting statistic where Mythix has, is it like over half of their games have gone to overtime, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, they've been here before, and they have a pretty good win rate in these situations. But at the same time, every single game is a new opportunity for both teams to take that win in this overtime. And in the chat, a couple of people I saw asking what the situation is, and we are headed into the overtime of game 1 right now.
Yes, we are getting that overtime underway. You see the live cameras for each team on your screen. Mythix being on the left, Last Dance being on the right, all of them being together in the same room, playing from the ENTS headquarters in Finland. And again, for those that are not maybe familiar with how things are going to work with this overtime, they're going to just start this game, play the first period as if it were overtime. The first goal that we get, that will be your game winner. So things is going to pick up normally, and we'll go until we get that goal that breaks things apiece. Soapily, I know there's not a crystal ball next to you, so I won't ask you to predict who is going to be able to get the game winner. But for each side, who is one player do you think fans that are listening or watching should be looking out for to potentially make that play happen?
I think for Last Dance, the way they have been playing, and I don't think they're going to change it up, I think their defenders are a big threat in their offensive gameplay. So both of their defenders, Landstrom as well as Jamal the Man, they like to step up on the play. They like to shoot from the point. And in overtime, I feel like, especially in that last minute, Mythix was already trying to defend a little bit too passively, which may have led to those goals. And a similar situation could lead for chances from the point as well. So a point shot, maybe a tip in front could be the key for Last Dance. And then for Mythix, honestly, you can't really name one player. It's really difficult to say who would be the one to score, but let's say Sokkala, if I had to pick one guy.
Hey, Sokkala, a good pick. Finished top 5 in the division in points during the regular season. Was one of the leading goal scorers as well in the Elite Division. So, hey, not a bad pick. We'll see if some of those end up being right. And for those that are watching in the chat, let us know who you think might be able to get the game winner for either side. As you see, both teams are in the lobby and getting things ready to go. Again, Last Dance from down 2-0 with less than a minute to go, scoring 2 unanswered goals and pushing this into overtime. Game number 1 of our ECL Elite Division Finals. We've got a long ride ahead of us, and these two teams, Soapily, already making things interesting.
Yeah, and first game heads to overtime. That just tells you how close these two teams are. And as mentioned before, Mythix has seen so many overtimes in their playoff run already. And they're such a good defensive teams that it wouldn't be surprising to see multiple overtimes here tonight, as we might see pretty low scoring games in general.
This is Mythic's 12th playoff game of their postseason run. This is the 7th one to head into an overtime period. They've also had multiple go beyond one overtime. Can they find a victory and seal the deal, or a Last Dance pull off the comeback? As again, we are watching from the perspective of Mythix wearing their road whites, Last Dance in their home black uniforms. First goal is going to be the winner. As we start overtime, we want to make sure to shout out our sponsors, Corvin Locketed, Game Changer, as well Net, for their support of SportsGamer and the ECL. Last Dance start out with possession. Osman tried to move it over to Nicky Dangles, but could not find him. Now give Mythix a chance to work it, but they lose it in their own end. Ekki finds Nicky Dangles, but picked off on that pass by Akunku. Veduk slides it over to Mikes. And now Sokolo giving it over to Veduk at the right boards. Puck in front, loose, found, however, by Yamal. It'll be interesting to see if these two teams slow things down and tighten up in overtime. Typically see that in these games, neither side wanting to make a mistake. It's picked up by Akunku, is still trying to move it up with speed. Finds Tempen at the left boards, now slides it over to Mikes. Back to Tempen. Trying to pass in front, finds Sokolo. Pass across and they score! Tempen wins it in overtime for Mythix!
And there you go, the winner in overtime, Tempen, the left winger, the guy we had for the interview before this series, is gonna score the deciding goal, and Mythix, the number 2 seed, is going to go ahead, and they're up 1-0 in the series.
The same man that kicked off the scoring is the same man that ends it. Tempen who you mentioned that interview, Sopley, said he loves those moments. He loves being able to play in these big playoff games when the things are tight and the series is serious. He said he loves those moments. He loves playing in those situations. You see why right there. He has been phenomenal all playoffs long. I mean, absolutely stellar what he's been able to do this postseason. And he shows up in a big moment and gets the overtime game-winning goal to give Mythix a 1-0 series lead.
Yeah, and what an assist as well from Sokkelo. Is able to find the wide open man on the back post as there's three last dance defenders trying to stop it, but no one can. And Tempen is right there to put it in past Hansu. And I mean, at least in my papers, this is pretty much the best kind of a start for a series like this we can have, where we have an overtime game and maybe the slight underdog in the series takes it, and now it's going to be last dance, going to be trailing in the series, going to be trying to climb back from it.
Took just 4 minutes and 8 seconds for Mythix to find the game winner. Tempen with his second goal of the game, his 17th of the playoffs, gives Mythix a 3-2 victory in game 1 and a 1-0 series lead. The two transfers, Sokkelo connecting with Tempen to get that game winner. As we bring you back into the booth, B Major alongside Sopley. You mentioned it there, Sopley, a stellar performance for Mythix and about the best game I think you could have asked for to kick off this series.
Yeah, absolutely. A fantastic game, or should I say a fantastic last 10 minutes of a game where obviously it took us a long time to get any goals going, but when the goals started coming in, I mean, the action was just non-stop and a crazy comeback from last dance to push the game into overtime, but just not able to push through to get that win ultimately.
Mythix get the first punch, a 3-2 overtime victory to start out this series. While the two teams get set up for game number 2, we're also going to take a short break, but when we do come back, we'll have a lot more. We've got some awards to start handing out. We have a lot of things that we're going to be getting to in our broadcast here today, so do not go anywhere, my friends. Game number 1 in the hands of Mythix. We'll be right back in just a few moments.
Welcome to the SportsGamer Health and Performance Program. Nice to have you here. Here you have a large amount of different workouts from Wellnet, but also material just exclusive for you gamers. In your sessions, we focus mostly on neck and shoulder mobility, back health, and concentration. So give it a try and let us know what you think about it.
Couldn't hold on to it. Blackbird's now on the counterattack. Spin move there from Sopley, trying to work his way.
minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
All right, we are back. Thank you for sticking with us. B Major alongside Soaply. And as we mentioned, Soaply, we're going to have some awards that we are going to be handing out for the ECL 25 spring season. Always one of the really fun parts of this finals broadcast, not just to get to represent these two teams that have made it to this point, but to also get to highlight some of the starring high-end players throughout the European community as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Always an exciting thing to see happen where some players are going to be picked as forward of the season, defenseman of the season, and so on. And I mean, I personally have no clue who was even picked, so I guess I'll find out.
Oh, we've got 6 total awards that we're going to be giving out here today, starting out with Transfer of the Season. This award had to be one of the most stacked ones in terms of nominees. You see a lot of familiar faces that we are calling here on our broadcast today in the finals. Puanso and Nikki Dangles both transferring over to Last Dance. Sokolo from Mythix coming from Roots Gaming, a team that was relegated a season ago, no longer playing, has been phenomenal for this Mythix team. Krike for Exton, technically transferred twice, but came over to this Exton team after week number 2. And in King of Apes, the defenseman for Haimo, a big reason why they were able to make their first playoff appearance in the last 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, a stacked group of players right here, as we also have 3 guys that are right now playing in these finals. And I mean, you just look at the names, and there's really no way to go wrong with any of these picks. But my educated guess would be it has to be someone that's made his way to the finals here today.
You mentioned it can't really go wrong with any of these picks, all deserving, but there can only be one winner, and that winner for the spring 25 season, Sokolo for Mythix. I mean, we mentioned it with Sokolo. What a phenomenal story he has been this season. Has always been a really quality winger, maybe one of the more underrated forwards in the division. I mean, he finished top 10 in the division in goals despite playing for a team that was relegated. I mean, you could argue it could be Nikki Dangles. You could argue it could have been Krike. I mean, I'll be honest, man, you couldn't really go wrong with either of those 3, but at the end of the day, could only be one winner. Hard to debate that Sokolo is at least deserving if you had to only pick one.
Yeah, he's definitely up there in the conversation, and obviously now he has been selected as the transfer of the season, which obviously, I mean, it's a huge thing to be able to make the playoffs on a new team like that, and now be playing in the finals as well.
And not only that, but his first career playoff appearance in the Elite Division as well. I figured that was going to be one of the more highly debated ones, just considering some of the names that we had. Obviously, Nikki Dangles, who led the division in points. No doubt he'll probably be in the running for forward of the season as well. You had Puanso, who led the league in goals. You had King of Apes, who had 50-plus points as a defenseman. And then, obviously, Krike, who came over to Exit and put up a 30-plus goal season in just 20-plus games played. So, really, each of these men had a case. I think this might be the most stacked nominees list that we've seen for transfer of the season. Had to only be one person. Sokolo ends up taking that honor. A big congratulations to him as we get set for game number 2 in just a matter of moments. The 2 teams are searching and getting things ready to go. But while we do have a few moments here, I mean, Soaply, what are you expecting here? Coming into this game 2, Mythix able to steal game 1, 3-2, almost let it slip through their fingers there late, but were able to clinch it. What do you feel like the response is going to be from Last Dance looking to tie this up 1-1?
Well, I think in a lot of ways, Last Dance was able to play the way they want to play against this Mythix team. They were utilizing all 5 of their players to create some offense, but Mythix just so good defensively until the last minute of that game. They were able to completely shut down the offense from Last Dance. And Last Dance, they just really need to figure out some ways to beat this defensive setup by Mythix.
Yeah, and you heard Ekki say that during his interview that that was going to be the key for this Last Dance team. Mythix, they've shut down pretty much everyone that has been in front of them. You heard Tempen say the same thing. They want to be better defensively than what they were when they saw this team in the regular season. Last Dance won both regular season meetings 4-2 and 4-3, so 8 total goals allowed in 2 games for a team that averages just 1.7 goals allowed during the regular season. Whatever Mythix has done to seemingly adjust their defensive strategy worked really well for them that game one, outside of that last minute, obviously.
Yeah, and I mean, just really impressive stuff when it's one of the best offensive teams that you're playing against. To be able to shut them down like that for the first part of the game, and I mean, they look to do that again here in game 2.
We're getting ready for game number 2. As you can see, the players on each face cam. Again, Mythix over on the left side playing remotely. Last Dance together at the Ents headquarters. So cool to see them playing in a LAN setting. Always fun when the teams actually can physically gather to play together. We are again watching from the viewpoint of Mythix. They're the home side this time in the all-navy uniforms. Last Dance in their road whites. As we're underway for game number 2. And Mythix have control of it in the neutral zone. Kunku trying to dish that over to Mikes, but couldn't find them. Ekki giving it over to Puanzo now on the counterattack. A shot on there, hits the side of the net. Mythix takes over possession and moves it over to Mikes. Now the Tempen got the overtime winning goal in game 1. He also got the opening goal of the game. As an icing going to be called as Last Dance dumped it in, and Mythix going to get an offensive zone draw here coming up.
Gonna be interesting to see how long it's gonna take us this time to get the first shot of the game.
Face off to the right side of Hanselino. Tied up, won by Yamal and given up to Nicky Dangles, who finds Ekki. Slides it over to Puanzo. Now back to Ekki. Ekki holding it at the left corner and gives it back to Lostrom at the point. Lostrom pushing forward, goes back to Ekki. Back to Lostrom again. Lostrom searching for play. Transitions over to the right side, dumps it down low opposite side boards, and goes to Puanzo. Now Nicky Dangles pass in front, picked off by Mikes, and now Mythix looking to operate quickly down the other end. Stepped it there on Sokolo's pass, and Last Dance now working in the offensive zone themselves. Nicky Dangles finds Yamal, puck loose in front, found by Yamal again at the right faceoff circle, pass across, shot on, they score! Puanzo kicks off the scoring for Last Dance.
That's exactly what they want in this second game of the series, where in game 1 it took them so long to get any sort of offense going, but now they get one early on. Jamal the man stepping up on offense once again, as we've seen him do so many times, and just a beautiful, beautiful pass across the ice.
You get a look at the replay there. We mentioned Puanzo led the division in goals during the regular season, scored 46 times in his 30 games played. Shows off that goal-scoring prowess right there. And Last Dance draws first blood, a 1-0 lead on their first shot of the game. And they're looking to maybe not be done. They have it in the offensive zone right now as Ekki controls it, got bumped off that puck, poke checked away, battled for, and found by Mikes in the neutral zone. Moves up to Vedus. Dumps it in as an offside warning, gonna force Mythix to give up on that possession.
An interesting thing to look out for here is that now Last Dance for the first time has a lead in a game in this series. At what point will Mythix start to get a little bit more aggressive from their super defensive style gameplay?
Lostrom with it over at the left boards, brings it around the boards, and it's found first by Akunku. Does the same thing, but it's found this time by Puanzo. Pass over to Lostrom. Ends up being turned over, and now Tempen up the left boards with pace. Turned over as he tried to drop it back, and now Last Dance controlled in the neutral zone, and Puanzo will give it back to Lostrom to set the offense up. Halfway through this first period. Puanzo controlling it, shot on, blocked in front, puck loose, found by Lostrom at the point, another shot deflected in front, another shot, and they score! Nicky Dangles puts it in from the front of the net, and Last Dance have found their touch, a 2-0 lead here early on in this game.
Second goal of the game, and here it is once again. They just throw a puck on net. Nicky in front is there in perfect position to pick it up and just slides that one under the pad of takedown. And obviously for this Last Dance team, it's a really good thing if they're able to get these multi-goal leads. A
2-0 lead for Last Dance, and Nicky Dangles does it again. His second goal of this finals. He has been nothing short of spectacular. You heard Ekki say it during his interview earlier, compared him to the Connor McDavid of European esports. He has shown why so far, as Mythix trying to coordinate a response. Their shot right there was blocked in front. Now I'll give Last Dance possession. Awesome slaps it off the boards in a potential breakaway. This is Nicky Dangles. Pass across there. Could not find Puanso cleanly. Puanso gets it back over the left boards, however. So Last Dance still pressuring. Nicky Dangles now controls it. Gives it up to Yamal. Back to Nicky. Over to Puanso. Hits the post with the shot. Last Dance still in possession. Rostrom with it at the point. Shot on there from Yamal was blocked. And here comes Sokolo. One-on-one. Your transfer to season. Spin move. Backhand shot denied by Hanselinho.
What a move, but an even better save.
And here comes Nicky Dangles, breakaway, backhand, and he scores! Back-to-back goals for Nicky Dangles! And Last Dance running away, a 3-0 lead in the first period.
Yeah, what a different start to a game compared to game one, as Last Dance is just dominating going into this game too, and they're up 3-0 already, and it's gonna be interesting to see if Mythix is gonna be able to climb back from such a deep deficit, as they're more known for their defense, but now they have to find a way to get 3 goals to make this one tied.
And it's not often that you see this Mythix team give up 3 goals. They've only done so one other time so far in this playoff run. That was a 5-4 overtime loss in game number 5 against Parasite. I mean, you even go all the way back to the regular season. They gave up 5 goals against SSK Esports, gave up 3 against Onse, 4 twice against Last Dance. That is the only time that they have given up more than 2 goals this season. So this is not something that Mythix is accustomed to. And as you mentioned, Sopely, now they're going to have to rely on their offense to try to get them back in this game. Mikes controls it and gives it over to Akunku. Back to Mikes, but turned over. Ekki now with some speed in the neutral zone, dishes it over to Puanso. Turned over as his poke checked away by Akunku. He's going to slow things down a little bit here in the neutral zone. As Mikes gets it and will just reset and reverse course. Veduz controls it, gives it over to Sokolo. Back to Veduz. Veduz pass in front, puck loose in the blue paint, but found by Hanselinho. 11.2 seconds to go, and he'll freeze it. Get another look there, a big hit there taken by Sokolo. Now it's Puanso who laid the lumber on that one. Something to look out for there if he took an injury.
Yeah, looks like he did, as he did that crouch block animation right there after the play, and yeah, looks like an injury right there around the play, which will remain going into the second period of this game.
Yeah, something to look out for. The right winger, one of the speedier options on this Mythix lineup. Offensive zone draw for Mythix, tied up. Found by Last Dance in the defensive zone. Yamal controlling it, slap shot it away, but found by Tempen in 1 second. Slap shot on, doesn't find net, and that will do it for the opening frame of game number 2. And Last Dance, they're hitting every step correctly right now. A 3-0 lead. Nicky Dangles with 2 of the goals, 1 right there on that breakaway to beat takedown.
And not a very typical period in terms of how Mythix played, as they gave up a couple of these breakaway situations for Last Dance, which we obviously, from a defensive team like them, we rarely see. And as you mentioned, some of those stats that this Mythix team has put up during this entire season, it's rare for them to let in 3 goals a game, let alone in just 1 period like they did right now.
Absolutely. And, you know, again, this is a Mythix team known for their defense. Now they're going to have to find the offensive punch. What do you feel like needs to be done for them to just try to get some momentum back on their side as you take another look at the opening goal there scored by Puanso?
I think they definitely have to be really aggressive going for those counterattacks, because we know that Last Dance is one of those teams that likes to play using all of their players in the offensive zone. That might lead to some counterattacking opportunities where you might get a little bit of a 2-on-1, a little bit of a 3-on-2, maybe even a 3-on-1 in some situations, and you just really have to move it quickly in those situations to just try to get a scoring chance.
We're underway for period 2. We want to shout out our amazing sponsors, Covenant Legacy, Game Changer, and WellNet for their support of the ECL and SportsGamer. GG as Mythix had it in the neutral zone, but it was turned over. Nice defensive play made by Ekki as Mythix do end up getting it back. Moved forward to Kunku and gives it over to Sokolo to his right. Sokolo at the right boards, holding on at the corner and looking for a play. Gives it over to Mike, shot on, goes wide there from Sokolo. Picked up by Mike at the right side. Holding on to it and looking for an option. Gives it back over to Sokolo. One-time shot from Kunku, blocked in front. Picked up by Vedux and now to Mike's again. Mike's up to the high wall, but intercepted nearly and found by Vedux. And now Last Dance finally get it and get out of their own end. Picked up by Nicky Dangles and gives it back over to Lundstrom. Back to Nicky at the left corner. Up loose in front, but picked up by Mike's. Mythix looking to find anything they can to get some momentum on their side. Kunku controlling it, tried to find Tempen, but disrupted. And now Last Dance working down the other end. Ekki at the high slot. Give it over to Lundstrom. Pass in front, puck loose. Fouled, however, by Yamal. Checked from behind, and Mythix create the turnover. They have numbers here. Potential 3-on-2. Mike's with a shot on. Blocked by Lundstrom. Puck loose in front. Scrum for and picked up by Ekki for Last Dance. And now here comes Last Dance up the boards with speed. Nicky Dangles drop back to Yamal. Now to Ekki at the left point. Ekki giving it to Nicky Dangles. Turned over there on that pass attempt across. And Tempen dishes it over to Sokolo and finds Mike's. Nice defensive play there made by Nicky. And Last Dance now on the attack down the other way. Ekki at the left corner. Goes down low, holding on to it. Big bump from behind there from Vedux. Puck still being scrambled for and found by Last Dance. As Yamal gives it over to Nicky Dangles and draws a penalty. So Last Dance, for the first time today, will head to the power play. Tempen going to the box for a tripping penalty.
Not a great penalty to take necessarily. Well, Last Dance did have a long stretch of puck possession time in the offensive zone right there, but Mythix just, they don't have time for this. They can't give up 2 minutes on the clock by taking a penalty, and now they're also giving Last Dance the chance to strike on the man advantage.
Just the second time that Tempen has found himself in the penalty box this postseason. As you mentioned, Sopley, it comes at a critical point with his team down by 3, and Last Dance now on the power play. They work it around in the offensive zone. It's controlled by Yamal. Passes it over to the left corner board, and it's found by Puanzo. Lundstrom at the point now. Bring it over in front. Shot on from Ekki. Saved by Takedown. Will hold on for stoppage. Having gotten to call Takedown's name too often. Just his second save of the game.
Yeah, and I think on this power play, Last Dance might start throwing a little bit more pucks on net, as you mentioned, only the second shot of the game so far.
Puanzo has control of it over to left boards. One-time shot denied by Takedown. Now it's Nicky Dangles who blasted that from the point. And Mythic's able to clear this out 35 seconds ago on the man advantage. Lundstrom crosses the blue line and gives it over to Puanzo. Back to Lundstrom at the point. Over to Yamal. Yamal holding it and gives it back to Lundstrom. A shot on, gloved in by Takedown. And he'll hold on to it once again. Just 3 seconds left to go on the power play. So Tempen nearly out of the box here to get it back to even strength for Mythix.
And a huge face-off right here with the pressure meter as well, and Tempen coming out of the box.
It's tied up, found first by Ekki. Pass in front there, not able to connect. A chance there again for for Last Dance, but not able to do much. There's a shot on there, saved there by Takedown. Last Dance still pressuring here, full pressure activated and trying to work something here, looking for a 4th goal. Control it with Yamal, could not get that pass across, so it's picked off by Sokolo. And Mythix is trying to slow things down, and Last Dance applying the pressure. Mythix still struggling to get out of their own end, and are not able to. A shot on from Lundstrom, blocked in front by Sokolo. Dangles feeds it back to Yamal at the point. Holding it at the right point and gives it over to Ekki. Didn't find much, and it's picked up by Nicky Dangles at the right corner. Tied up, scrummed for, and found first by Ekki. Given back to the point to Yamal. Yamal moving forward at the slot, trying to give it over to Nicky Dangles, but could not connect on the pass. Gets it back, gives it over to Ekki. Shot in front, saved by Takedown, and picked up by Mike's. Mike's moving with speed, but bumped from behind, and found by Tempen. Over to Kunku, but turned over on the pass attempt. And now Last Dance are on the attack once again here. Turned over by Nicky Dangles as he moves it up to Vedux. Not able to do anything there, however. Last Dance, I think, defensively deserves a lot of credit as well. They have completely stifled the Mythix offense there as that shot was blocked in front by Nicky Dangles. 6 seconds to play. Last push here for Last Dance. Yamal putting on a move, gets past the defender, shot on, saved by Takedown, and that will do it for the second period. Another strong push for Last Dance. They hold on to their 3-goal lead heading into the final frame.
Yeah, and if we want to go back to the penalty that Mythix took, where Tempen tripped up Nicky Dangles in their defensive zone, and that sent Last Dance on the power play. I believe that was just about at the halfway point of this period number 2. But after that, really, Last Dance was able to activate the full pressure meter a couple of times, and honestly, they just didn't really give Mythix any chances with the puck towards the end of that period at all.
You got a quick look at the stats there, and Last Dance, they have been in full control of this game on all 3 ends of the ice. As you see the breakaway there for Nicky Dangles beating Takedown. And you just feel like for Mythix, they just have not been able to generate much of anything. When you're already down by 3, hard to make anything happen on a comeback when you are hemmed in your own zone like that.
Yeah, exactly, and it's obviously Last Dance probably at this point that's gonna be their game plan. Just have the puck, play in the offensive zone as much as you can, and if they can keep it up, it's pretty much looking like they're gonna just coast their way to a victory here.
As we're underway for period number 3, Last Dance with that 3-goal advantage, 11 shots on net compared to just 3 for Mythix. So everything going in their way. Can they hold on, however? We've seen comebacks before, especially in this elite division, even in these playoffs. Mythix were up by 3 in Game 5 against Parasite, eventually lost 5-4 in overtime. As Last Dance control it right now, Yamal setting up the breakout, moves it forward, finds Puanto, nice little move, puck in front, found by Takedown. Last Dance, little pressuring shot loose in front there, picked up by Akunku. Last Dance not taking their foot off the throttle. They are continuing to push for more goals. And that's something that you have to balance when you have a lead like this, is you don't want to get overly conservative, but you don't want to get too aggressive and force an unneeded mistake.
Yeah, absolutely, and from my perspective, it's looking like Last Dance is they're playing just like they're just having fun out there. They're playing, they're doing some digs, they're passing it around, and honestly, I think that's a really good sign about their team.
A penalty going to be called against Mythix. Vedux will be heading to the box for boarding. So another power play coming up for Last Dance. They weren't able to score on their first, but had plenty of chances and plenty of pressure to show for it.
Yeah, and another power play, and this is just a little bit too much for Mythix right now, because they really would like to get on the offensive side of things, and now they give up the 4-0 goal.
And it's Ekki that puts it in the back of the net for Last Dance. They capitalize on the power play, and you said it just feels like a little bit too much for Mythix to overcome. But how about the response from Last Dance after a game 1 that they surely would have loved to have had back? They have responded with an absolute gut punch here in game 2, dominating every phase of the game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. A strong start to the game, and after they got that 3-0 lead, they just haven't given Mythix anything in this game, and obviously still 15 minutes to be played, but a 4-0 lead, it's gonna be a tough task to climb back from for Mythix.
You're doing something right when you've matched the amount of goals for your own team that the other team has. 4 shots for Mythix, and they're in the offensive zone right now again, as Akunku does get possession, but is being pressured heavily, lost it, and it's found by Vedux at the right corner and given back over to Akunku. Moved forward to Mikaes, and now goes up to Tempen. Turned over, however, nice defensive play made by Yamal, but Tempen gets it back in the neutral zone. Big hip check there from Puanto. And again, Last Dance have just been able to stifle Mythix in the neutral zone. Mythix finally able to break past the blue line. They have it now in the offensive zone. That pass is errant and will force a reset for Mythix. It's just been one of those games for them.
Yeah, one of those games, just really tough offensively. 4 shots on net only throughout this game, as here's the chance, but they just cannot convert, and it's just been like that all game for them.
Even a register shot on net there as Last Dance have it in the offensive zone, but it's turned over, and now Mythix working it down the other end quickly. Tempen at the left boards, gives it back over to Mythix. Mythix over to Stokolo, trying to get a pass in front, puck scrambled for, and found by Puanzo. Gives it up to Nicky Dangles, up the right side with speed, drops it back to Lonster. Nice little toe drag deep, but the shot goes wide. We're seeing the skill of Last Dance really start to show itself right now. You mentioned that they're having fun, it's free-flowing, and that is the most dangerous version of this Last Dance team when they're feeling confident and their game is firing on all cylinders. As a shot in front from Mythix is stopped by Hanselino. And here comes Last Dance down the other end, a 3-on-1. As a shot on, he scores! A one-time blast from Nicky Dangles, a hat trick! And Last Dance are up now by 5.
What a statement this game has been, and you saw it there in the cameras. The boys are having fun. They are up 5-0 in the third in this game 2 of the final series, and obviously I don't think it's too dangerous at this point to say that they're going to be winning this game 2. I mean, you never know, the jinx might be a thing, but I mean, just 6 minutes left in the game. I don't think Mythix is gonna do it, and I mean, what a statement going into game 3, but remember, the series is gonna be tied after this game, so still a lot of hockey to be played. It's gonna be a best of 5 after this, basically.
How about this as well, Soaply? This is the second time all season that Mythix have allowed 5 goals. They've played over 40 games, so it goes to show you that even the best defensive teams can be broken through when you execute, you have enough skill. Last Dance have executed to perfection, and we have a roster that is, I mean, just across the board, all-star talents in the European scene. You know Last Dance are capable of this, and they're showing it right now in full force.
Yeah, second time giving up 5 goals. That is just an insane statistic, considering how many games they've played and what kind of opponents they've had to be facing. But yeah, what a performance by Last Dance in this game. That just goes to show how good this team is offensively.
That one game, by the way, that was against SSK Esports all the way back in May, so just kind of goes to show you how good this team has been throughout this season. But not a great result for them here in game 2, as there's less than a minute to play. There's a shot on there on the side of the net from Tempen and stopped by Hanselino. There's another chance there, saved in the glove of Hanselino, who's going to risk it and play this out. 2-on-1 here for Last Dance, controlled by Ekki, gives it over to Puanzo, but disrupted by Vedus. Kicked over behind the net to Ekki as a spin move and a shot. Stopped by takedown. The late penalty going to be called against Last Dance. A power play upcoming here for Mythix, barring a goal. As a shot in front was blocked, and Mythix going to go on the power play with 25.9 seconds to play. They're looking to at least get one on the board here before this game ends.
Yeah, maybe get that little bit of momentum going into that game 3, but honestly, if I'm Mythix in this position, but I think at this point it's been a while. It's been a while that you have known that you're probably going to lose this game, and maybe start planning for game 3 going into the next game, as obviously it's the wins that matter, not the goals in a series like this. As what a pass for a breakaway that is.
This is Puanzo! What a spin move and what a goal! Puanzo adding to the highlight reel! And you see the little celebration there on the face cam as well. How about this move? Look at that, putting a cuckoo on spin cycle there.
What a play. I mean, just one more time here on the replay. The spinorama, just a perfectly executed play, and I mean, a beautiful finish as well on the backhand. Obviously, it is the 6-0 goal in this game too, but still, you gotta put that one on the highlights.
The most goals that Mythix have allowed in a game all season. And Last Dance, they've done it in every way. They've done it on the power play. They've done it in even strength. And now they find a way to score shorthanded. 8 seconds to go. That puck going to go out of play. And a breakaway here. This time it's Nicky Dangles. What a save by takedown. as that will do it. A dominant response for the #1 seed. Last Dance, a 6-0 victory, ties this series up at 1 apiece. And a shutout as well for Hanselinho to boot.
Yeah, I mean, just the perfect game too for this Last Dance roster. The guys can really be proud of themselves for that one, but obviously the series, it is 1-1 now, as Mythix was able to take that first game in overtime, and now Last Dance with a dominant 6-0 win in game 2, but the series turns into a best of 5 now, and it's gonna be interesting to see how these teams adapt and go into that game 3.
Second shutout of the postseason for Hanselinho. He had 2 in the regular season as well. And man, if you're Last Dance, you have got to be feeling good. Obviously, I'm sure Mythix were flying high after being able to get an overtime victory. But, I mean, you win a game in that dominant of fashion, that feels like that gives you even more confidence than what that game 1 victory would have given Mythix, because not only did they win, they did it by pretty much just pouncing Mythix, not allowing them to do anything offensively, and doing something that no team has really been able to do all season, which was make their stellar defense look rather weak during that game. I mean, Last Dance scored in just about every way possible. They did it on breakaways, they did it on the cycle, they did it on odd man rushes, they did it even strength, they did it on the power play, they did it shorthanded. Last Dance just about did everything you possibly could do to score, and he did it against the best defense and the best goalie arguably this season in the entire Elite Division.
Yeah, impressive stuff, but I think at the same time, a loss like this might actually go into the... Like, this might play into the hands of Mythix a little bit, where maybe Last Dance gets a little bit too much confidence from that, and as you saw there towards the end of the game, a lot of the Last Dance gameplay started revolving around doing a little bit of deking, trying to do some big things with the puck, but obviously you can't really afford to do that in close games too much. Obviously it's a good thing to have the confidence to try different things on the ice, but at the same time, you're up by 5, you can play a little bit more careless compared to what you have to do in that game 3.
Get one final look at the stats there. Last Dance more than doubling Mythix in shots on net, nearly doubled them in time on attack as well, as we bring you back into the booth. Last Dance, a 6-0 victory in game number 2. The series now tied at 1 apiece, and it turns into a best of 5. We'll have game number 3 and our next award coming up in just a few minutes, but before we get all to that, we're going to take a short break, hear a word from our sponsors, and when we come back, we'll announce our next award for the season, as well as get game number 3 underway. Last Dance tied the series at 1 apiece, a 6-0 shutout victory over Mythix. Do not go away. We'll be right back in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome to the SportsGamer Health and Performance Program. Nice to have you here. Here you have a large amount of different workouts from Wellnet, but also material just exclusive for you gamers. In your sessions, we focus mostly on neck and shoulder mobility, back health, and concentration. So give it a try and let us know what you think about it.
Here comes Nicky Dangles, breakaway, backhand, and he scores! Back-to-back goals for Nicky Dangles! And let Passes it over to the left corner board. It's found by Bronson. Ostrom at the point now. Giving it over in front. Shot on from Ekki. Saved by takedown. We'll hold on.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
When I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Look, pocket rocket in my pocket, please don't make me pop it. All these boys just wanna copy the style, tell them stop it, whoa, whoa. It's my destiny, feeling like Latoya, like it found me my Beyonce, and she shotgun in the cockpit. Grinding with the team, making C notes. In my pocket still full of green, call it CeeLo. Alligator watch on me, Tim Tebow. And these haters love to watch me like Tebow.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat.
Wins it for Mythix!
Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east.
Here comes a breakaway for Tempen,
Way up, I might
potentially.
never come down, cause the
Shot
coast racking
on,
up
he
the flight miles.
scores!
So high, I might never come down, so what,
Funny
this is my
score!
lifestyle.
Ekki! All right, we are back and getting set for game number 3 between these two teams. The series tied at 1 apiece. B Major alongside Soapily. And as you mentioned, we'll be giving out some awards for the season throughout today. For our next award being Rookie of the Season. And convincingly enough, one of our candidates with me on the broadcast today. A lot of Blackbirds and SSK Esports representation. Kerhead, the left wing for SSK Esports, alongside Adam at lefty and Broken Rice, the goaltender, while the Blackbirds representatives, Soapily, my broadcast partner, right winger and captain, the cover gamer for this season for Blackbirds, and then the goaltender, Lakritsi Bipu. I mean, Soapily, you kind of give me some of your thoughts here, not just being on yourself, but all of the candidates here, as I know you're familiar with all of these guys.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised we don't see our Blackbirds winger duo in this graphic. Our left wing could have been easily there as well, but yeah, obviously this SSK team, they made the playoffs in their first ECL season, so obviously huge props to the whole team as a whole for SSK, and very deserved spots for all of these guys, Kurt, Adam and Broken Rice, to be in this conversation, as well as our goaltender who transferred mid-season for us. So if I had to guess, just because the SSK team was able to make the playoffs, it's probably going to be one of those guys.
Let's find out is how about this, the Pro Division from last season being well represented there. Each of these teams were in the finals, with your team in Blackbirds taking home that trophy. But the winner of Rookie of the Season, you called it. It is Kerhead, the left winger for SSK Esports. And Kerhead with just an absolutely phenomenal season. 61 points, an Elite Division rookie record, 36 goals. I mean, Soapily, you had a good run, my friend. Congratulations on being a nominee, but I don't think there's going to be too much argumentation seeing Kerhead take this on. One of the best rookie seasons that we've seen in the history of Elite. Very well deserved.
Yeah, I'll take the nominee spot for sure. I'm in the relegation battle. He's in the playoffs. So Kurt, well deserved Rookie of the Season title for you.
Yeah, again, had broken the Elite Division record for most goals by a rookie, finished top 10 in the division in both points and goals. Congratulations to him, and a lot of representation there for SSK. Obviously, Adam, the phenomenal defenseman in his first season, Broken Rice being there, and like you said, I mean, a couple of people that definitely could have been mentioned in there. Your line mate over on that left wing side, Mayo, definitely could have been on that list. You only have 5 nominees, however, you gotta have to make some tough decisions, obviously, not an easy job in doing so, but congratulations to Kerhead getting the Rookie of the Season for Spring 25 as you get set here for this game number 3. We just saw Last Dance take a 6-0 victory. What are you expecting here out of this game, Sopley? We've seen 2 very different games to start the series, a tight game 1, a dominant game 2. What do you think is going to happen here in the 3rd game?
That's a good question. I wish I knew, but I guess we'll find out. I'm really excited to see how Mythix is able to really collect themselves going into this game 3, because I mean game 2, just an absolute catastrophe for them, considering, I mean, they're the best defensive team in the league. They give up 6, and now the series is tied 1-1, and they have to look forward into this best of 5 series that we have remaining now.
Best of 5 series, as you mentioned, these 2 teams tied at 1 apiece. You see them getting ready there on the face cams, and again, we'll be watching from the viewpoint of Mythix in their road whites, Last Dance in their home black uniforms. Last Dance looking to carry over the momentum from that dominant game 2. Mythix looking to pick back up from that game 1 victory that they won 2-3 in overtime, as they have in the neutral zone now, but an offside called just 63 seconds into this game.
And based on the past 2 games, I think Last Dance is definitely gonna look to get really aggressive here right away from the first face-offs.
Mythix do end up winning that face-off from the tie-up, circled around over to the right boards and found by Sokolo. Pass in front there, picked off by Yamal, and now Puanzo working up the neutral zone with speed. Trying to get it back there, but intercepted as Mythix look a little bit more comfortable than what they did to start game number 2. You see them very aggressive, found their offense a little bit. They're cycling it around the offensive end as that shot on, stopped by Hanselino, who's going to play this one out. Puck loose over at the corner and found by Yamal. Yamal moving it towards the middle, finding Puanzo momentarily, but stick lifted by Vedux. And now Mythix working down the opposite end. Sokolo with it, but taken off of his stick and found by Lundstrom. Last Dance trying to work it in the offensive end, but another defensive stop, this time by Akunku. Akunku in the neutral zone, crosses the blue line, dumps it down, puck given chase, and found first by Lundstrom for Last Dance. Moves over to Yamal. Down the middle to Puanzo with some speed, backhand shot denied by takedown. Up to Lundstrom at the point, holding it, shot on, deflected there by Ekki, but saved by takedown once again. Up battled for over at the right boards and found by Akunku. Delayed penalty call against Last Dance. So Mythix will have a power play coming up here, barring a goal. As Mike slides it over to Vedux. Give it over to Tempen as Lundstrom will touch up on that puck, and it will be Nicky Dangles heading to the box for holding. Excuse me, hooking.
Not the best penalty to take there. They go aggressively on the forecheck after getting a couple of back-to-back chances in the offensive zone. Obviously, you want to try to keep the pressure going in the offensive zone if possible, but just a little bit careless with the hook, and now Mythix is going to be on the man advantage.
We mentioned that power play of Mythix over 51% during the regular season, highest power play percentage in the history of Elite. It's been stifled a little bit in the playoffs at just around 11%, but as you mentioned during the pregame, Sopley, less games, tougher competition, can't hold that against them. This is one of the best power plays we've seen in ECL history. They're going to have a chance right here as they work it into the offensive zone. Sokolo at the right boards, pass the cross, puck loose in front, but stopped by Hanselino. Mike's giving it over to Vedux. Vedux holding at the right face-off circle, trying to get a centering pass in front, but finds Akunku at the point instead. Akunku holding it, gives it in front, shot on, was blocked. And Puanzo going to dump this one out.
Couple of great chances created there on the power play for Mythix, but just nothing to show for it.
Vedux at the right boards, gives it to Akunku. As a shot on, deflected in front, but stopped again by Hanselino. Last Dance able to dump that out, and Nicky Dangles out of the box as an offside called. A penalty kill success there for Last Dance. Able to kill off what was a nice surge there from Mythix on a couple of chances.
Yeah, big penalty kill and a couple of good saves as well, and a great block in front of the net for the defenders.
Last Dance win that neutral zone face-off and set up their offense as Yamal gives it over to Landstrom. Turned over, however, as Sokolo was there to pick that off, and Mythix just going to go back and reset things here. 7.5 minutes to play here in the first period. Still looking for our first goal of this Game 3. Champion to be crowned today will be covering the entirety of this series. A shot on there goes wide from Tempen. And as Hanselino finds it, will hold on to it. 6:48 to play here in the first period. An offensive zone face-off coming up for Mythix. To the right side of Hanselino. One back to Vedux as puck loose in front. Shot on from Mikes was stopped by Hanselino. Fourth shot of the game for Mythix. They had 8 in the entirety of Game 2, and they're halfway there, just 15 minutes into this Game 3. Last Dance with possession. Ekki crosses the blue line, stops at the high right point. Gives it up there as the pass in front was denied by Mythix. Akunku gives it over to Vedux. Gives it back to Akunku, and it's turned over as a nice defensive play made by Landstrom. 4 minutes to go. Yamal to Nicky Dangles. Nicky looking, gives it back over to Yamal. Now back to Ekki at the corner. Yamal turned over on that pass attempt to Nicky Dangles as Mythix just going to dump this one out. Puck given chase and found by Landstrom. Approaching a 2-minute mark here as an offside called as Landstrom had that poked off the stick. 2:20 to play here in the opening frame of Game 3.
So far, so good for this Mythix team that took a big loss in Game 2, and they're able to bounce back in this Game 3, and at the very least so far, shots are in their favor, and no goals to report for either team just yet.
And again, you feel like the game being slowed down, the low-scoring effort with not a lot of shots, that goes into the advantage of a team like Mythix that wants to slow you down. They want to stop this Last Dance team from being able to speed their way up and down the ice. They want to be able to hone in that defensive effort and force them into their style of play. So far, so good, as you mentioned. Last Dance have it in the offensive end now. Yamal giving it over to Ekki. He controls at the high face-off zone. Now to Puanzo. Puanzo at the left corner, trying to get a shot on, but it's denied by Vedux. With 30 seconds to go. Stretch pass to Tempen, loses it as Monster now picks up possession and works it up with Yamal. Finds Ekki, past the blue line. Ekki trying to give it over to Nicky Dangles as that shot blocked in front. A shot from the point there from Nicky Dangles is stopped by a takedown, and that will do it for period number 1. A late chance there from Last Dance. Mythix able to keep this in a scoreless draw after 20 minutes.
What a move right there on the point from Landstrom. Was able to slide it across to Nicky Dangles for that last shot of the period. But yeah, once again, save made by takedown, and we are in for a repeat of Game 1 as we're scoreless through the first period.
Yeah, it feels a lot like that first game that we did see, and you know, it's going to be interesting to see how Last Dance respond to that, because in that first game, they didn't score until the last minute of the game, and they ended up finding 2 goals, but their goal scoring came a little bit too late as Mythix ended up winning it in overtime to get another look there on that shot in front from Mikes, nearly able to beat Hanselino in the 5-hole.
Yeah, and here's that little toe drag move right at the end of the period, but a big save, big read by takedown.
If it gets that for period number 2, we want to make sure we shout out our amazing sponsors once again. Over Game Changer, and WellNet. Their amazing support. We would not be able to do what we do without it. Big thank you to them. We're underway for the second period, and Mythix have possession. As Akunku controls it, works it in past the blue line. Turned over, however, on that bank pass off the right boards, and now Last Dance trying to work, but they turn it back over. Sokolo looking to get it over to the left side, but battled for and found by Ekki. Ekki at the high point, gives it back to Landstrom. Giving it over now to Nicky Dangles at the left boards. Back to Ekki at the high slot, now to the point to Yamal. Back to Ekki. Over down low to Nicky Dangles, but picked off by Akunku. And now here comes Mythix working down the other end. Sokolo has in front there. Puck loose. Scrum forward, found by Hanselinho. 16-11 to play, and Mythix with an offensive zone draw coming up. 5 shots on net so far for Mythix, just 3 for Last Dance. This is tied up and found by Nicky Dangles. Trying to stretch past that up to Puanso, but it's intercepted by Akunku. Nike's with it, holding on off the post there on that backhand shot. As Hanselinho had to be careful, sitting on that red line, he's able to find it. Get another offensive zone draw from Mythix, this time to the right side of Hanselinho. As it's found by Sokolo, puck loose and recovered by Last Dance. Lundstrom working it up. Gives it over to Yamal. Yamal up the right boards with some pace there as that shot hits off the bottom post. And takedown able to get to that one. Some really close in tight chances that have almost squeaked their way through. And you feel like both these teams kind of alternating the strategy. This is the first time we've seen either go for it, but back-to-back opportunities there and almost found their way in. As Mythix now have it in the neutral zone, controlled by Sokolo, and gives it up to Mikes. Poked off piss stick by Yamal, loses the puck, doesn't pick it up. The second time around, Lundstrom able to get to it, and he's going to work up with speed. Lundstrom giving it over to Ekki, shot in front there, stopped by takedown. 5th shot of the game for Last Dance. Kunku in the neutral zone gives it up to Mikes. And it looks like Mythic's going to slow things down and reset. Top shot in the offensive zone, puck given chase, found by Sokolo at the right boards. Looking for something, nothing doing for him there. Ekki gets it and moves it up to Nicky Dangles. Checked away in the neutral zone, and now Akunku with it. Has a man with him. Sokolo with it there, but poked from behind, and a delayed penalty going to be called. Nicky Dangles, for the second time in this game, going to head to the box, this time for tripping.
Yeah, and another big opportunity for Mythix to get the first goal off the game. On the man advantages, this game has, honestly, we have seen quite many chances, or like partial chances created by both of these teams, but still, just like in game 1, we're scoreless through the midway point of the game.
Another power play opportunity for Mythix, as they had one earlier on in the first period, were not able to score, but got a few chances. Kunku dishes it over to Vedus. Vedus with some speed, shot on, can't find the net. Hit the side of the cage, and Hanselinho, he slid out a little bit there, looked like it had a shot.
Yeah, looked like the sure goal, but Vedus just a little moment too late to shoot the puck, and I think it just hits off the side of the net.
As it's controlled by Vedus at the high point. Moving forward, looking around, trying to dish it over to Tempen in there, but couldn't hit him. His Last Dance take over possession, 10 seconds to go on the man advantage, and Nicky Dangles will now find his way out of the box. Another penalty kill successful for Last Dance. No shots on that during that power play for Mythix. Tempen had it for a second, but poked off his stick, and Last Dance now working down the other end. Ekki controlling it, gives it over to Yamal, puck in front, loose, found, however, by Sokol, shot on, stopped by takedown. And found by Tempen, who's working it up and tries to dish it backwards to Mikes, but could not connect with him on that pass. Approaching the 5.5 minute mark, still looking for our opening goal of the game. Both teams with 6 shots on net. Last Dance looking to find one here. They have it in the offensive end, and the shot nearly there, but was tripped from behind. A penalty going to be called, and Last Dance going to go on the power play. Vedus will head to the box.
Back and forth they go, and this time it's gonna be Last Dance headed to the power play. Honestly, this game 3, we've seen a lot of chances in both ends, and now Last Dance gonna have their first opportunity on the man advantage.
And I'll ask you the question, you think that was a good penalty? Puanso with a lot of space, the potential to score there.
Yeah, I think it was at the right decision at that point.
Last Dance with a power play opportunity, their first of this game. We saw them capitalize on the man advantage in game number 2, went 1 for 2 in that game. They have it right now in the offensive zone, but the puck picked up by Sokolo, trying to find Tempen on that stretch pass, and he gets to it at the left corner. Behind the net, bumped off, but gets it back. Just killing off time. That's really the essence right now for Mythix. He was able to get about a minute off of that power play. His last dance get it in the offensive zone, but turn it over. As it's dumped out by Mythix, but picked up by Huanso. Huanso at the left corner, gives it up to Lundstrom. Lundstrom to Jamal. Jamal moving forward, pass across, shot on, denied by Takedown. What a save!
What a save. How is Takedown able to get across to make that one? Unbelievable glove save.
Lundstrom. Can anyone take down Takedown? That is the question. Few have done it, and he was undeniable right there as Vayduk's out of the box, and we're back to even strength. And he can thank Takedown for not allowing that goal on the power play. That's Dan still pushing on the offensive end, controlled behind the net, as it's held by Ekki and given to Jamal. Back over to Nicky Dangles at the slot, bumped off of that puck and picked up by Kunku. A minute to go here in the second period. Tempen with Sokolo. Sokolo gets it on that battle for the puck. Moves it down low to Tempen, centering pass and front shot on. Hits the side of the cage. 10 seconds to go. Ekki at the left boards. Poked off of his stick by Mythix, who moves it forward to Sokolo, but intercepted. Ekki past the blue line, poked off, shot on there from Jamal, but not going to reach the net. And just like game number 1, 2 periods, both without a goal. We're still tied at 0. You see both of these teams locked in and dialed in. This game 3, huge for the rest of this series. The winner going to take a 2-1 series lead heading into game 4.
Yeah, and I think especially for Mythix, these sort of really tight games are where you just have to be able to get your wins if you want to win this series. As we saw, Last Dance has the potential of just exploding offensively like they did in game 2. They won that game 6-0. But then we have game 1, game 3, both of them 0-0 after 2 periods. These are the games where Mythix just has to take their chance and get that win into the standings.
And you got another look at that outstanding save from Takedown. How in the world did he get to that? Looked like he was down and out of that play, somehow slid over that left post and got that glove on the puck.
Yeah, just an unreal save. Remember that one if they do end up winning this game.
Not the first time we've said that. Remember, he was a big reason Mythix won game 1 in overtime 3-2. As we're underway for the third period of game 3. Last Dance having in the offensive zone. Nicky Dangles controlling it. That pass across doesn't find a home. It's instead intercepted, but they got it back, and the shot on was blocked away by Takedown. Last Dance, they've gotten a few of those sudden opportunities off of own zone turnovers from Mythix. Something to look out for. He's controlled into the neutral zone by Jamal. He crosses the blue line, but off his stick as Tempen creates a turnover. Sokolo now controlling it. Holding it at the left corner. Held on there and eventually intercepted by Last Dance. Jamal up the middle with speed. Finds Nails pass across shot on was stopped by Takedown again. Takedown with his 9th save of the game, and Mythix going to slow things down. Moves it forward to Vayduk's. To Tempen. Looking for space, can't get a shot on. It's found, however, behind the net. And Last Dance now working it up with speed in the neutral zone. Nicky Dangles trying to feed Ekki, but picked off by Vayduk's once again. Last Dance get possession back over 5 minutes through this third period. Last Dance in the offensive end, looking for the opening goal. Vayduk's feeds Mythix and gives it up to Sokolo. Intercepted on the pass attempt to Kunku, however, and these two teams is kind of going back and forth here with possession. The forward trio of Mythix with a 3-on-2. Tempen with it, poked off the stick by Jamal, but found by Kunku at the point. Kunku moving forward at the left corner. Gives it down low to Mythix. Pressured from behind by Jamal, and it's turned over, and Lundstrom now working up the ice, up the left wall. Poked off his stick by Vayduk's. Tied up on the boards and kicks it to his side and finds a Kunku. Goes back to Vayduk's as Last Dance applying a bit of a forecheck here, but Mythix able to break past it. Sokolo in the neutral zone. Works it into the offensive end, tries to put on a move, but was disrupted by Jamal once again. Jamal has been all over the ice for Last Dance defensively. We talk about their offense, but that defensive duo of Jamal and Lundstrom, longtime teammates, It's been stellar so far. There's a pass across there, disrupted by Vedux, able to get in front of that one. And here he comes down the opposite end with speed, takes a big hit from Lundstrom, and a 2-on-1. Nikki Dangles potentially would have passed, but intercepted by Tempen.
What a defensive play. The back check from Tempen to stop that attacking chance for Last Dance. And I mean, how long once again have we gone without a single whistle in this game?
It was after the 54-minute mark that we found our first goal of Game 1, and it looks like we're going to be there again here for Game 3. No score yet. Mythix looking for the first goal. Puck in front, but found by Yamal. And here comes Last Dance, a 3-on-2. Poked off of the stick of Yamal by Akunku, and that's going to force Last Dance to reset. Less than 5 minutes to play. Lundstrom in the neutral zone, gives it up to Puanso. Puck given chase, found by Nikki Dangles. Now to Lundstrom at the point. Lundstrom shot on, blocked in front by Sokolo. Nikki Dangles picks it up, goes behind the net to Puanso once again. Picked up by Ekki at the right corner, tied up on the boards, and it's found by Mythix. 3 minutes to go in regulation. And now we have quickly approached first goal wins territory. 2.5 to go. Akunku over to Vedux. Trying to find Sokolo, but an offside called with 2:13 to play here in the third period.
And finally, a whistle. I mean, this game has just been end-to-end action. This feels like a very unusual final series in the ECL Elite Division. We're used to seeing a lot of the trap, not too much action, but this is almost just end-to-end action.
Unusual, but entertaining nevertheless. 1 minute to play in regulation as that one-time attempt didn't connect. Mythix now on the counterattack, controlled by Tempen at the left wall, but bumped off his stick and found by Last Dance. Yamal wasn't able to control it for long as Mythix now working it down the other end. Sokolo at the right wall, dumps it down behind the net and finds Tempen. Up to the point to Akunku. Akunku fakes the pass, holding it at the left corner. Gives it up to Mythix. Mythix tied up at the boards and gives it back to Akunku. 30 seconds to play. Held in there by Ekki, and here he comes up the right side with speed and space. Ekki, the captain, centering pass disrupted. Battled for behind the net. Found by Sokolo. 20 seconds to go now. Moves it back over to Vedux, who's just going to take his time and set up the offense. One more rush for Mythix. 12 seconds. Sokolo at the right wall. Gives it up to Mythix. Mythix back to Vedux. Vedux looking, puck loose, found by Ekki. 5 seconds remaining. Goes up to Puanso. One chance for Last Dance. And a shot from the high slot, blocked in front. One more chance there, wouldn't have counted. It was stopped by a takedown. And folks, our first goal of the game is gonna be the game winner. We've got overtime and a 0-0 score in Game 3 coming up.
What a weird series this has been. Like, I don't think I've ever seen such a series where you just never know what kind of scores we're gonna see. Game 1 took us all the way to the end of the third period to see the first goal. The same thing happens here in Game 3, and we actually go into overtime scoreless. But then, in between these two games, we saw a 6-0 scoreline in that game too. But it's almost unbelievable that this game is 0-0 with the way these teams have played. It doesn't seem like the gameplay is like super slow or anything. Both of these teams are creating some chances, but no goals.
You want to know what my favorite part about this is? We can say the word shutout and not jinx anyone. One of these two teams guaranteed a shutout in this game, but they don't care about that. They want the victory. The winner of this game takes a 2-1 series lead, heading into an all-important game 4 as we're underway for overtime, and Last Dance had possession, but it's turned over rather quickly. Mythix won Game 1 in overtime. They're looking to win Game 3 as that shot blockered aside by Hansalino. Controlled by Akunku at the point. Holding it and gives it over to Tempen. Shot on there, saved by Hansalino. Can't get the rebound. Picked up by Vedux, pressured from behind, kicks to the Mythix. One-time shot denied by Hansu once again. Last Dance looking to get out of their own zone, and they do. Ekki trying to find Lundstrom down the middle, but it's turned over. Mythix in the offensive zone now. Tempen over to Mythix. His shot stopped again by Hansalino. And he'll hold on and freeze it.
A little bit of a tricky shot there from almost like zero angle as we take a look at it once again, as that one did look pretty dangerous, but Hansu just reads it well enough and is able to cover.
Last Dance pausing to take the time out as Mythix were approaching full pressure. And remember, Mythix, they won game 1 in overtime 3-2, but this is the 8th game that they have played in an overtime in this season. I mean, just unreal how many times they've gone to these extra frames.
Yeah, it's wild. Still, over half of their playoff games have gone to overtime, and their record is 5-2 now, and they're looking to add the 6th one right now.
8 games in overtime in the postseason. They played 6 in the regular season, so it just goes to show you how tight these playoff games are. Mythix looking at one more OT win. Here's a chance for Nikki Dangles. Backhand shot there. Denied to the shot in front, and they score! Bawansa wins it for Last Dance in overtime!
A huge win. A massive win for this Last Dance team, as we saw right there. Bawansa is able to be the hero of Game 3, and they take it with the score of 1-0 in overtime.
And we mentioned this earlier, Last Dance have not had to play in many of these overtime games, especially in the postseason. 1-1 coming into the finals in the postseason. In overtime, back to the regular season, they didn't play much OT then as well. Just 3 games with a 2-1 record. They lost game 1 in OT, but in game number 3 is the league's leading goal scorer in the regular season, Bawansa, who turns on the clutch gene, and the pass from who else? Nikki Dangle setting him up on that centering pass in front, jams it in through the 5-hole of takedown, and Last Dance, it only took 1 goal for them to do it, a 1-0 overtime win, and they take a 2-1 series lead, a massive victory for them in this series.
Yeah, massive win, as we've seen the way Mythix has been able to turn these tight games in their favor, and to be able to steal at least one of these overtime games. I mean, this might be the game that we look at as one that really shifts the series in Last Dance's favor if they do end up winning this series today.
And not only that, but just how much this can potentially shift within this series. You go up 2-1. Game 4, I mean, you ask many, they might tell you that Game 4 is the most important game, not named Game 6 or Game 7, because it's the difference between turning it into a best-of-3 or one of these teams being 1 win away from clinching a championship. So for Last Dance to be able to take this victory, have a 2-1 lead, and not have the pressure turned up on them as much in game number 4, compared to Mythix, who I think now have to feel like game 4 is a must-win for them. It's not going to be often you see Last Dance lose 3 games in a row. That is a huge result that, like you said, Sopley, could very well change the complexion of the way we view this series from this point forward.
Yeah, absolutely. A massive win to take, and it's a 2-1 series lead for Last Dance, and as you mentioned, now they have a chance to extend that series lead all the way to 3-1, which would obviously start looking like they're gonna be very close to winning that title. And for Mythix, as you mentioned, almost a must-win situation coming up.
We'll see if they can get it done, but Last Dance, a 1-0 overtime victory. Bawansa, the hero, to get them that 2-1 series lead. We're going to take a short break, hear a word from our sponsors, but when we come back, we'll have the puck drop for game number 4, and we will also have our Comeback Player of the Season award. Do not go away. So much fun action going on. Share it with a friend. Grab a drink, grab a snack, do what you got to do, because you're not going to miss any of the action coming up. B-Mage and Sopley with you on the call. We'll be right back in just a few moments.
Welcome to the SportsGamer Health and Performance Program. Nice to have you here. Here you have a large amount of different workouts from Wellnet, but also material just exclusive for you gamers. In your sessions, we focus mostly on neck and shoulder mobility, back health, and concentration. So give it a try and let us know what you think about it.
Last Dance still in possession. Rostrom with it at the point. Shot on there from Yamal was blocked. And here comes Sokolo. 1-on-1. Your chance for the season. Spin move. Backhand shot denied by Hatsuli. And here comes Nikki Dangle's breakaway. Backhand and he scores! Back-to-back goals for Nikki Dangles. And Passes it over to the left corner board. It's found by Guanza. Lost him at the point now. Moving over in front. Shot on from Ekki. Saved by takedown. We'll hold on. That's power plays we've seen in ECL history. We're going to have a chance right here as they work it into the offensive zone. So look below at the right burst. Pass the cross puck loose in front. But stopped by Hansalino. Deep 8. Some possession. Works up with Jamal. Finds Ekki. Past the blue line. Ekki trying to give it over to Nicky Dangles. And that shot blocked in front. A shot from the point there from Nicky Dangles is Guanza. So at the left corner gives up to Guanza. Jamal. All moving forward. Pass across. Shot on! Denied by takedown! What a save! Here. Denied to the shot in front. They score! Guanza wins it for last dance in overtime!
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
We are back. Thank you for sticking with us. B Major alongside Sopoli as we just saw Last Dance take a 1-0 overtime victory in Game 3. They have a 2-1 series lead heading into Game 4. You said it, Sopoli. We've seen a little bit of everything, it seems like, in the series. Who knows what we're going to see next year coming up, and what's the biggest game so far in the series would it be in Game 4?
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen so different stories within the games. Game 1, it took us to the end of the game to see any goals, but when they started coming in, we saw so many. We saw two goal comeback by Last Dance to push it into overtime. Mythix taking that one, but after that, Mythix actually hasn't been able to score for the last 2 games, as Last Dance took that second game with the score of 6-0, and then obviously Game 3 going 0-0 into overtime, but Last Dance ultimately being able to take it home.
Yeah, you mentioned they haven't scored since they got that overtime winner in game number 1. But before we get things started for game number 4, we mentioned our awards. Comeback Player of the Season, the next award that we will be handing out for this season. And again, a lot of great and worthy nominees. You see one of our finalists there in Akunku, the left defender for Mythix. A couple more SSK Esports representatives, their captain and centerman in Rubitus alongside with Zupe. Krike, the right winger for Exen. And then you have King of Apes, the right defenseman for Hymo. I mean, a lot of names that I think definitely were the ones that you probably expected to see in this list, and all of them have a pretty good case to win it as well.
Yeah, I think this is a very interesting one, as I honestly don't have a clue which one of these 5 is going to be picked for this title, as I see a good case for any of them.
As let's find out who the winner of Comeback Player of the Season is going to be, as the winner for the Spring 25 season is Krike, the right winger for Exen. And, you know, I think that probably it was the favorites between him and King of Apes. Obviously, King of Apes with a phenomenal season, over 50 points as a defenseman at 15 goals. But you just look at what Krike was able to do for this team this season. Exen started out losing 7 of their first 8 games, and then Krike comes in. I mean, a 68-point season with 42 goals, was second in the entire division. I mean, hard to say that he doesn't deserve it with the impact that he was able to have on this team.
Yeah, absolutely cannot say that he wouldn't deserve it. Well deserved. And I mean, one of the reasons why Exen was able to just absolutely cook towards the end of the regular season and push themselves into the playoffs. I mean, just a really, really great numbers for the team and Krike himself as well.
Krike, one of the star forwards, one of the better goal scorers that you will find in the ECL. Didn't play last season, comes back this season. At first was with Goons as a defenseman and transferred over to Exen right before the transfer window closed. A massive addition for that Exen team. As you mentioned, he is a big reason why they were able to make that push to the semifinals. Congratulations to Krike, well deserved. As we're set for game number 4, Last Dance with a 2-1 series lead, while Mythix, the heat being turned up on them a little bit. What do you feel like both of these teams are going to be looking to do heading into this game 4 now, being rather familiar with each other and playing each other 3 times and 2 of the games going to OT?
Yeah, well, from game 2 going into game 3, Mythix was able to make a little bit of adjustments in their defensive game, but now we're starting to ask the question of maybe they should try and score a goal.
Well, Last Dance took that advice to heart as Puanso wastes no time getting on the scoreboard. The man that got the game winner in game number 3 kicks off the scoring in game 4 just a minute in.
Yeah, and the defense that was getting a little bit better in that game 3 for Mythix. Going into this game 4, they give up the first goal right away, and this is not the start they were looking for, not at all.
And it's something that we talked about earlier on during the pre-show, the difference in experience between these two teams. This is the Last Dance team that has multiple multi-time champions throughout their roster. Nikki Dangles, Ekki, Hanselino, Puanso, while Mythix, not one game of finals experience before today. Considering where this series is and just the way that Last Dance have started, how do you feel like they can settle things down here and make sure that the morale doesn't dip too low?
It is a tough position to be in, but at the same time, they did win the Finnish championships, and they definitely have some chemistry in this roster, so I would think they have been in this sort of situations before, and hopefully they're able to turn this around and make this a series again.
A 1-0 lead for Last Dance. One shot, one goal. That's the exact same way things started in game number 2 as well. So they're going to hope that they have a repeat of history as Puanso has it. Shot in front. Was found by takedown. Wasn't even an official shot on net. But an offensive zone faceoff coming up here for Last Dance.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the Mythix offense just has completely disappeared almost, it seems, after that game 1 that they were able to win. As they're now scoreless for the last, 130 minutes of play, roughly?
Yeah, last time they scored was the overtime winner in game number 1. They were shut out in both games 2 and 3 as a one-timer denied by Hanselino. That was Tempen that let that one rip. Sokolo behind that shot on hits the post on the spinning wrap around the temp. They're pushing, but just still can't find the breakthrough.
And what a save by Hansu on that first shot, as a beautiful passing play for Mythix, as here they come again, but they just can't get the shot on that time.
Poke check from behind from Yamal, stop that breakaway, but Mythix still on the attack. Akunku controls it, holds it up the left corner, gives it to Mike's, Posman front shot, they score! Tempen in, breaks the drought, and ties it at 1 apiece.
And what a huge goal to get for this Mythix team, as I would definitely imagine the morale starting to take a little bit of a hit within the team, as they were unable to score for so long in this series, but now, after conceding the first goal of the game, they're able to get on the board. They tie it up here in the first.
Exactly what the doctor ordered for Mythix. Tempen with his 3rd goal of the finals. I mean, he has been just everywhere for this Mythix team. He's been, arguably one of the best players of the playoffs. You could debate that between him and Nikki Dangles, number 1 and number 2 in points during the postseason. And he steps up when Mythix needed him most, ties this game up at 1. Mythix in the offensive zone. Lost, however, and here comes Last Dance down the other end. Ekki dumps it in, found first, pass in front, shot on, off of the left pad of takedown. Monstrum at the point, feeding it to Ekki, over to Nikki Dangles, but turned over and found by Puanso. Last Dance ramping up the pressure once again, using their speed, using their pace to their advantage. The shot there in front, stopped by takedown as Ekki put it on net. And we'll get an offensive zone draw coming up for Last Dance. Last Dance.
Couple of plays from behind the net right there, back to back for Last Dance, just trying to get those shots on, but takedown, just not having any of it, as stays with the puck throughout the whole play and makes the stop.
Both teams with 3 shots apiece, and a chance for Puanso. Puck loose on the blue paint, but found by takedown. Dangerous seconds there for Mythix, but they're able to avoid it.
And another good cover by the goaltender of Mythix in takedown, and we have another face-off to his left.
One back by Mythix in the defensive zone. Again, this is a 2-1 series in favor of Last Dance. If you're just now joining us, Mythix won game number 1, 3-2 in overtime. Tempen with the game-winning goal. Last Dance with a 6-1 victory in game 2. A whale of a response for them. And as we just saw in game 3, a 1-0 overtime victory with Puanso being the overtime hero. Now, a 1-1 score with Puanso scoring the opening goal for Last Dance just a minute in. And then Tempen responding with the game-tying goal just a few minutes ago. 5:24 to go in the first period, and neutral zone face-off coming up. Mythix and Ekki at the face-off dot. It's tied up, found, however, by Last Dance, and recovered by Mythix on the turnover. Kunku trying to dish it over to Sokolo, but couldn't find him. As Last Dance going to take their time and set up the offense. Lundstrom moving it forward to the middle to Ekki and now to Puanso. Puanso feeds it down low to Nicky Dangles and gets it back. Puanso controlling it, bumped from behind and pressured. Found, however, by his teammate in Ekki, who will move over towards the high slot. Over to Lundstrom, tries to get that pass in front, but picked off, and here comes Mythix down the other way. Turned over on that pass attempt as Ekki trying to feed it to his teammate, but intercepted by Mythix. Vadu's trying to cross the blue line, but couldn't. And that's going to force Mythix to just reset things. A minute and a half to go. Vadu's up to Sokolo. At the right wall, centering pass in front. Found by Vadu's. Over at the right corner. Goes in! The pass across to Mythix! How in the world did he pull that off?
Yeah, how did that pass find its way all the way to Mythix? I think the reactions you see there from the players also kind of indicate that they are kind of wondering the same thing as that pass. I think it just goes through Hansolino somehow, and Mythix is there, tucks it in, and they have the lead in this game 4, which is the first lead they've enjoyed since the very end of that game 1.
Yeah, they held a 2-1 lead in game 1. Last Dance found the tying goal late. This is the first time they've held a lead since that point. And it's the captain of Mythix who gets credited for that goal. A 2-1 score for Mythix in the dying seconds of period 1. Last Dance looking for a response. Nicky Dangles had in the neutral zone, but stick lifted by Sokolo. Finds Puanso at the left wall. Pass in front there, picked off by Akunku. And that will do it for the opening period. A high scoring period. We told you guys we've seen a little bit of everything. High scoring, low scoring, great goaltending, great defense, tons of offense. No offense to speak of at all. It looks like in this first period, we're leading towards the high-scoring ladder of our coverage here today. Mythix with a 2-1 lead after 20 minutes.
As I mentioned in that previous game as well, this has just really been a very unusual final series from the ones that I remember watching in the past. As, like, honestly, there's just no script to any of these games. It just feels like the game is very free-flowing and anything can happen. And now this game, all of the sudden, Mythix is able to get 2 goals back-to-back, and now they are in the lead.
Feels like we're almost just spinning a wheel and just seeing what it lands on in terms of what type of game we're going to get on a game-to-game basis. It makes it fun to watch. It makes it even more fun to cover as you get another look at the 2 goals there for Mythix that got them back into it with that first one from Tempen to tie things up.
Yeah, and both of the goals as well, just potentially a little bit of luck involved as well, as they just put the puck on net and good things are happening for them. And at least from my perspective, definitely does good things to the series as a whole.
Put the puck on net, good things happen. Mythix doing that so far, and they lead by a goal. We are underway for period 2, as Last Dance trying to work it into the offensive zone, but an offside call.
A rare offside call. I swear this series we've just seen almost no stoppages in the play.
Yeah, and that's something that it feels like we have seen as a pattern throughout a lot of our games. You go back to game 1, we didn't see a stoppage in that game until there was 7 seconds to go in the first period. So a shot on one-timer blocked by Akunku. That was Nicky Dangles who let that one rip. It's another rip there from Lundstrom. Blocked it. Here's a chance for Mythix. A 2-on-1. Sokolo to Tempen and tripped up from behind. And it will be a power play coming up for Mythix. Potentially a good penalty there taken by Yamal.
Yeah, I think that's a great penalty to take, as there would have been a passing option backdoor as well for Tempen on that play, and the fact that it does not result in a penalty shot, I think that's a huge win for Last Dance at this point.
I was going to ask you that. You think that could have been a penalty shot? Because it looked like Tempen had a clear one-on-one there to Hankalino.
Yeah, it was looking like he was going to get a breakaway, but I guess from EA's perspective, it wasn't a breakaway just yet, and that's why it's just a 2-minute call.
Officials aren't human, but they make some calls too that can always be in question. Mythix, however, on the power play, they have yet to score on the man advantage so far in this series. They are 0 for 4. They're working it in the offensive zone, but can't get anything going as Puanzo clears that out. And I'll ask you, Stopely, what do you feel like Mythix needs to do to get that power play going so spectacular in the regular season, but just not able to find much so far? And they have it in the offensive zone, and it trickles in! Stokolo!
I guess they just need to pick up the puck and skate towards the net and put it in. It looks pretty simple to me.
As we get another look at it here, Sokolo over at that right post. An award winner for this season, transfer of the season, as we announced earlier in our coverage today, is this will be a closer slow motion look at it here, and he just kind of wraps it in over at that right post past the left pad of Hansalino.
Yeah, and once again, just getting that puck towards the front of the net, and good things are happening for them, and as they finally get that first power play goal, not necessarily the way they plan to score on the power play, but you know, they'll take them any way they can.
Here they come again as the centering pass intercepted by Last Dance, and all of a sudden Last Dance is in a very similar position to where they were in game number 1, down by 2, but a lot more time to try to pull off a comeback than what they had in that game 1, as Mythix trying to work their way into the offensive end again, and they do. Pass to Sokolo, shot on, he scores! Sokolo, back-to-back goals! And it's a 4-1 lead now for Mythix.
What a beautiful snipe right there, as hopefully we're gonna see the replay of that. He just picks the corner over the glove of Hansu, and I mean, what a goal, and what momentum this Mythix team is carrying right now.
He put a top shelf where the kids can't get it, and well, Hansalino, he was right there with the kids. You take another look at it, just picks it perfectly top right, and you know, you could maybe argue Hansalino a little bit deep in his crease, but I mean, not really. Didn't look poorly positioned, just couldn't get that glove high enough to make that save.
Yeah, slightly surprising to me as well, as it wasn't even a close quarter shot from there. So, but I guess sometimes you can beat the goalie clean like that, even without the abilities.
Now remember, we've seen Mythix with a 3-goal lead before. They were up 3-0 in Game 5 against Parasite. Ended up squandering that lead, went to overtime, lost that game 5-4. So Mythix likely going to remember that game in this situation, knowing that a blown lead would be extremely detrimental to their final chances.
Yeah, it's probably not a good idea to blow a 3-goal lead, as you never know what might happen in those overtimes, as we've seen it today with 2 games going to OT, and both teams have gotten an OT win so far.
And there is any team that can score 3 goals in 30 minutes, it would be Last Dance. As we approach the halfway point of this game, Mythix with 4 unanswered goals, and they're hunting for more right now as it's dumped into the offensive zone, but picked up by Yamal and moved over to Lonstrom. Yamal with it again, but turned over as he's bumped off of that puck. And how about the defensive effort of Mythix? We've talked a lot about the offense, but Last Dance was just 3 shots on net so far halfway through this game.
Yeah, pretty unheard of in this series, where it's Mythix that has been getting the majority of the offensive action.
Last Dance half possession, but it's turned over in their own zone. Picked off by Tempen. What a move there! Couldn't get a shot off cleanly, but found again behind the net. Sokolo gets to it in the left corner, is pressured by Ekki, works around the defender and into the back of the net. Or behind the net, rather. Kunku at the point. Holding it at the left wall, gives it to Tempen at the corner. Pass in front there, picked off by Lonstrom. And now Last Dance working down the other end. Turned over right as they cross the blue line, however, and Mythix with another great defensive stance. As an offside called as Akunku was working to cross into the offensive zone.
Every whistle, every second off of the clock just kind of goes for Mythix at this point. As Last Dance, they just can't really seem to get anything going to make this comeback.
The puck goes out of play as I believe Mythix was trying to shoot that one on net. So we get a face off here in the offensive zone of Mythix to the right side of Hanselino. 4:58 to go. Mythix up 4-1, down 2-1 in this series. Mythix controls it at the left face-off circle, poked off his stick by Ekki, and Last Dance now looking to counterattack quickly. Poked off of Yamal's stick, and another turnover for Last Dance in the neutral zone. Mythix brings it around opposite side boards and found by Sokolo. Gives it to Tempen behind the net. Tempen trying to find Mythix. Pressured, finds Tempen. Is a penalty going to be called against Ekki, and a power play coming up once again for Mythix.
The penalty trouble for Last Dance has been tough to see in this game, as there's another one, the captain going to the box this time, but honestly, once again, may have even been a good penalty to take there, because it was looking like Tempen was going to have a chance in front of the net.
Penalties were the few weaknesses that these two teams had in the regular season. Ironically enough, they tied for the fourth most penalty minutes in the regular season with 82, the only teams with more: Hymo, Exon, and Goons. Mythix on the power play, however, and looking to extend their lead even further. It's controlled by Vedux and found by Akunku. Akunku working it back to Vedux. Shot there from Tempen and blocked to the side by Hanselino. Akunku with it again. Gives it back to Vedux to Sokolo now. Back to Akunku at the point. To Tempen and pass in front. Shot on goes wide. Picked up by Yamal. He dumps that out into the neutral zone. Nearly found by Nicky Dangles, but Mythix will get it and will have to reset. Tempen with speed up the left wall. Gives up the Sokolo at the left faceoff circle. Pass across, couldn't find anyone, and it's picked up by Yamal, and he's going to work this up the ice. Past the blue line, shot on, swept aside by takedown, and found by Mythix. Ekki now out of the box, and we're back to even strength. 40 seconds to play. Vedux, the Mythix trying to find Tempen in front of the net, but could not hit him cleanly. Last Dance in the offensive zone. Nicky Dangles back to Ekki. Over to Lundstrom. Shot on. Blockered away by takedown. 2 seconds to go. Guanto puts it on net. Blocked by Sokolo. And that will do it. For the second period of play, Mythix with a 4-1 lead here in game number 4.
We're seeing kind of the same thing that happened in that game too, where Last Dance was up big time in that game. And this time it's Mythix holding on to this 3-goal lead, and it feels like in both of these cases, the team in the lead has been able to keep possession of the puck for long periods of time, force the other team to take some penalties as well, and that's just really tough for the losing team in this position, as it's just very hard for Last Dance right now to get any kind of momentum going.
You see the stats too. Mythix dominating in terms of the time and attack. They have 2 more shots on net, but I mean, in terms of just offensive zone time, sometimes your best defense can be a highly possessive offense, and that has been the case so far for Mythix in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we take a look at some of these goals, I mean, Mythix just been able to score over half of their shots in this game as well, so just goes to show you what kind of percentages these guys are shooting at as well.
Look at the offensive production for Last Dance. Only twice all season have they been held to less than 2 goals. They have not been shut out whatsoever this season, but only 1 goal so far. Trying to change that here, but takedown able to keep that one from crossing the red line. As we get an offensive zone face-off coming up here for Last Dance. As we do apologize for the technical difficulty there, a little bit of a delay, and there we go. To the right side of takedown. Tied up. Found by Last Dance. Shot on. Hits the side of the pad of takedown. Guanso still in control of it. One-time shot from Ekki. Stopped by takedown once again.
Couple of quick shots on net, and now Last Dance starting to get that pressure, starting to get the pressure meter as well, which is gonna be stopped by the timeout of Mythix right now.
And that's the last thing you want to see if you're Mythix is Last Dance. Get some momentum going, get that full pressure, and find a goal. We've seen them have these surges where they get that one, and it's like trying to stop a dam with flowing water. It's just so difficult to stop the bleeding against them. Let's get another look at that save.
Yeah, and it's probably a good call at this point to take the timeout early on in this third period, as you just really don't want Last Dance to even get that first one.
Face off from the right face-off circle, one back by Last Dance, shot there from the point was blocked in front, found by Vaydux, however found again by Nicky Daniels, one-time shot there from Jamal, blocked in front, a lot of traffic in front of takedown, great defensive effort from Mythix, and they're going to have another power play coming up, Jamal heading to the box for slashing.
And that's a tough penalty to take, as he takes it in the offensive zone as well, and all the momentum that Last Dance was perhaps starting to build in there, just gone just like that, and Mythix now has the chance on the power play yet again.
And just a really slight mistake, right? They're battling for that puck, you're trying to get possession, they have that momentum as you mentioned, and just one too many times, flicking that stick lift animation, it bites you all and puts this team shorthanded as Last Dance able to clear it out after the faceoff. Mythix with possession here in the neutral zone. Kunku getting it to Vaydux. Vaydux back to Mythix. Mythix holding in, drops it over to Kunku at the left point. Kunku trying to get a centering pass in front, but it's intercepted by Puanso. And takedown will find it, and we'll start the breakout for Mythix. Vaydux over to Kunku. Down to Mythix. Puck in front, found, however, Tempen gets it. Over to Kunku, one-time attempt there from Vaydux, but disrupted as he gets it back. Walks across, what a save by Hansalino! Shot in front, another glove save from Hansu! Another shot, another stop, and it goes in! Tempen!
That's gonna be the dagger probably for this game, as that's just tough to see from the perspective of Hansalino there. He makes a couple of huge stops, he plays it out, it looks like he gets another save, but somehow it just trickles in, and passing it out costs him that time. But obviously they were down by 3, he just wanted to get all the chances they could possibly get, maybe trying to get a counter-attack going quickly, but now backfires and they're down by 4.
And we've seen Hansalino be willing to play that puck out a lot throughout his career. Rarely does it bite him, but it did right there. And you know that's going to be one that he would have loved to have had back, as he plays it out right there. Got aggressive and joined the play. Shades of Pecorine right there. And a passive crossed over to Nicky Dangles, and they score! Last Dance with a much-needed response. And you said that might be the dagger. Nicky Dangles saying, hold on now. We still have a little life left in us.
Yeah, maybe the game isn't over just yet, as that play now starting from the pass by Hansalino behind the net, playing it out. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't get the assist on that, as he would have been the third guy to touch the puck before the goal scorer. But hey, at the very least, they're on the board in this third period. They're now once again down by 3, and I mean, Last Dance, one of those teams that could maybe pull off a comeback like this.
2-on-1, 2-on-2 now for Mythix, as Mike's shot is blocked in front. Is another chance there. Hansalino able to find that. But going back to that goal, a great point that you made there, Sopoli. Hansalino getting aggressive and going out of his net, knowing that Mythix was likely going to negate the icing call. That was what started out the breakout and gave Last Dance that goal. So not often you see a goaltender kind of be the catalyst to a goal down the other end, other than a big save, but that was exactly what happened on that play.
Yeah, pretty rare to see, as there we also saw that Sokelo once again is injured on the previous play, and maybe another chance for Last Dance to maybe exploit that a little bit and get some offense going.
It's Puanso over on his side, as an icing going to once again be called, as that breakout pass was a little bit off from Last Dance, so we'll go all the way down the other end once again. With 12:35 to play here in period 3. Face-off will be to the right side of Hansalino, left side of our screen. Tied up and found by Tempen. Over to Mike. Mike shot on, stopped by Hansalino. Hansalino with another save, his 6th of the game. And the one-timer from Lundstrom, blockered away and out of play. Another save from takedown.
A big save as well, and the one-timer at this point. The Last Dance, they can't afford to miss too many of their scoring chances, and that one's just going to be turned aside for a takedown.
Tied up and found by Vedus. We've seen the tie-up be successful for both these teams on these face-off attempts. There's an offside going to be called against Mythix. Neutral zone draw coming up. 11 minutes to play here in the third period. Mythix up 5-2 and looking to tie this series at 2 apiece and turn this into a best of 3. Nikes controls it over at the left wall. Holding on to it, turning, and it's poke check from behind. Moving forward and giving it up to Puanso. Puanso poked off his stick and found over at the right side by Vedus. Ekki now in control, has numbers, pass across, nice defensive play by Akunku to break that up. Akunku past the blue line, under duress as Nicky Dangles gets that off of his stick. We saw Nicky Dangles get that second goal to give Last Dance a little bit of life, but an offside called with 7:52 to play.
And every single second that passes from now on is just gonna make it a little bit more difficult for Last Dance to complete this comeback if they wish to do so.
Tied up in the neutral zone, found by Nicky Dangles. Works it in past the blue line and feeds it over to Yamal. Yamal pass in front, swept aside by takedown. Both teams with 11 shots apiece. As here's a chance here. This is Yamal back to Puanso and he scores! And Last Dance is creeping back into this one. They cut the lead down to 2.
Hold on, chat. What is going on? Last Dance, they are now within 2. They are able to score 2 back-to-back, down 5-1. No longer down by more than 2, and they have a chance here towards the end of the game. We saw what happened in that game 1, where they scored 2 goals in the final minute, and now they have more than that to try and do the same.
And how about that drop pass as well there from Yamal to find Puanso, takes advantage of that crowded space that was in front of takedown. He couldn't see that one and couldn't get a glove on it. 6 minutes to play, and Last Dance have cut the lead to 2. They have it at the point with Lundstrom. Poked off his stick, found by Mythix as Sokolo controls it in the neutral zone. Trying to work his way past the defenders and just dumps this in. As the clock, the best friend of Mythix right now, less than 5 minutes to play, and they have a 2-goal lead, but Last Dance have scored each of the last 2 goals in this game. They've made things interesting. We've already seen them come back from down 2 in the last minutes. It's a centering pass found by Mythix, nearly dangerous there. Akunku gets it out of his own end. Trying to feed it over to Sokolo, but turned over. Ekki with it, and now to Puanso. Puanso spinning, gets it back after losing it momentarily. Behind the net, pass shot in front from Nicky Dangles. Puck loose and found by takedown. With 2:22 to play, you feel like Last Dance, a little more pep in their step. They found something, and for Mythix, game 1 has to be replaying a little bit in the back of their minds.
Yeah, for sure. This Last Dance team just never giving up, and they're gonna try to keep applying pressure.
Last Dance still in the offensive zone. Ekki with a shot on, stopped by takedown. And he's not taking any chances, and I can't say I'd blame him. He'll hold on to it.
Yeah, absolutely not. And the way Last Dance is able to keep applying pressure, getting those shots, forechecking, honestly, it must be a little bit terrifying for this Mythix team right now.
Yamal controlling it at the high right face-off circle. Gives it to Nicky Dangles, less than a minute to play. Lundstrom now back to Yamal. Shot on, tipped in front, stopped by takedown. That was Nicky Dangles who had the deflection.
Once again, the pressure meter is almost active if Ekki is able to win this draw.
Now back to Yamal. Shot on, tip. See if they can. Mythix used their timeout earlier, and they do one-time blast from the point, blocked in front. Akunku controls it, turned over nearly, but it can't get it out of their own end. Here's Ekki with it, pass in front, puck loose, found by Last Dance, scrum forward in front and found by Puanso. Over to Lundstrom at the left wall, trying to pass it across to Ekki, but picked off by Akunku. 30 seconds to play, and Mythix just gonna dump this out and kill off that full pressure meter. Hanselino coming out of his net. A chance in front, stopped by takedown! Last Dance still pushing. Mythix, a delayed penalty called, and it's going to be Sokolo heading to the box, 16.2 seconds to go, and a power play upcoming for Last Dance, and a 6-on-4 if they decide to keep Hanselino out of his net.
Yeah, the survival mode of NHL 25 being active right now for Mythix, and great save by Takedown there, and now they have to kill one more penalty, and yes, as you mentioned, it will be a 6-on-4.
Last Dance need 2 goals in 16.2 seconds. Lundstrom at the point, moving forward, nearly turned over, found by Puanzo, puck in front, found the shot, and they score! It was tipped in front by Lundstrom! And just like that, the lead cut down to 1.
Could it be? Could it be once again? Just like in game 1, the final minute of the game, Last Dance down by 2, now only down by 1, but they don't have too much time to score this game time goal.
That's one of the more unique deflections you'll see. Lundstrom, his player wasn't even facing the puck. It hit off the bottom of his stick shaft, and with 10.2 seconds to go, it's a 1-point game. And here comes Last Dance in the offensive zone. Puanzo with a pass in front, shot on stop. Another chance. Puck goes all the way into the neutral zone, and Mythix, by the hairs in her chinny chin chins, hold on to a 5-4 victory. This series is tied at 2.
Wow, what a series we have going on right now, as Mythix once again is able to tie it up now at 2, and we only have a best of 3 remaining at this point. And the way this series is going, it seems like you can just never predict what's gonna happen in the next game, and I definitely wouldn't be surprised to see the series go to all the way to game 7.
Mythix just do not go away, do they? They were up 5-1, and it's a good thing they got that 5th goal. Remember, that was the goal where Hanselino had passed it out, and Tempen was able to find it. You know, obviously,
True.
Hindsight is 20/20, but a veteran goaltender that makes very few mistakes, and give Hanselino his credit. He's the reason that they got that 2nd goal that Nicky Dangles ended up getting. So if you're going to criticize, you got to give him his flowers too, but it just goes to show you the little mistakes that you don't think will catch up to you at the end can always very well be the difference at the end of the game.
Yeah, that's true, and obviously it's easy to say, as there we see the goal that we were just talking about, the 5-1 leading goal for Mythix, Hansi playing it out just before then. But yeah, easy to say afterwards, but yeah, it was the deciding goal, the game winner at the end of the day, and now we're gonna see a 2-2 series instead of a 3-1 lead for Last Dance.
Going to a best of 3 is we'll get a look at all the goals from the 3rd period, as this was the goal we were just referencing there. Hanselino playing it out, and I mean, to be fair, it looked like he made the save, just kind of squeaked in off of his blocker. And Tempen, he probably didn't think that was going to end up being the game-winning goal, but a heck of a charge by Last Dances. Look at that beautiful pass. Ekki feeding it over to Nicky Dangles, able to beat Takedown in between the 5-hole. And you thought, okay, you know, Last Dance making it close. But this goal right here, the one from Puanzo, that was where things got interesting and felt like Last Dance really did have a shot.
Yeah, absolutely. And how about the saucer on that Nikke goal? The 5-2 goal by Ekki to find the stick of Nikke. Those sort of saucer passes very rare to see in NHL 25 from my experience. So honestly, in my books, one of the goals of the tournament so far.
Absolutely, and you saw that last goal that cut the lead down to 1. Nicky Dangles, his shot on, deflecting in off of Lundstrom, and it looked like, but don't forget this as well, because it was chaos at the end. Takedown had a critical save. Nicky Dangles with a good shot on net, tight end, Takedown able to make that save to keep Mythix out in front and to clinch that 5-4 victory. So hopefully, you said it, you wouldn't be shocked if this game and this series went the distance. We do know for certain that we will at least be going to 6. We are tied at 2 apiece. We've got more action coming up with Game 5 on the other side of the break. We will also be handing out more season awards after this as well. So folks, do not go away. We will be right back in just a few minutes.
Welcome to the SportsGamer Health and Performance Program. Nice to have you here. Here you have a large amount of different workouts from Wellnet, but also material just exclusive for you gamers. In your sessions, we focus mostly on neck and shoulder mobility, back health, and concentration. So give it a try and let us know what you think about it.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
All right, thanks for sticking with us. We are back after the break. B Major alongside Sopoli. We just saw Mythix win game number 4, 5-4 to tie this series up at 2 apiece. A best of 3 from this point forward, and now every game almost has to feel like a must-win for both of these two teams.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, what a series it has been so far. We've had, I mean, three games that have been 1-goal games, and then that one game where Last Dance just absolutely dominated, winning 6-0. But yeah, as I've mentioned before, it seems like every single game is a new story, a story of its own. And I mean, super exciting to see where this all goes, as Game 5 is going to be up next.
I'll drop for that Game 5 in just a few minutes, but before we do get into that, we have more awards to hand out. Next up, our Defender of the season, and it feels like we've been saying this for each award, but just such a stacked field this season. The ECL Elite Division, so much parity really throughout the league, not just in the teams, but in each individual position as well. You're seeing a few familiar names and a couple of new names in there as well. Temu, the defending defender of the season for Parasite. You see a newer name in Beastrom for SSK Esports, Yamal the Man, who we're seeing right now for Last Dance. King of Apes for Hymo and his first season back in the Elite Division since a couple of years ago. And then Vedux on the right D side of Mythix. Sopley, what does stand out here for you?
Well, one thing is that they're all right defenders, all the left-handed dudes. Not a single right-handed defenseman, a left defenseman in this selection, but I mean, obviously, a really, really strong group to pick from, and you could definitely make a case for both of the team's players that are right now playing in this finals matchup. So if I had to predict it, it's probably one of those two, possibly.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just such the stacked position group. I mean, I think there's a few others that you probably could have put in that conversation as well. I think Tombo, someone that obviously has been one of the consistently great left defenders, arguably the best left defenseman in the division. Mise from Mustakulta. You could have put Wenger or Domi in there, the two defenders for Exen. But again, you have to cut it down the 5. So you have to make some tough decisions. Only one of these men are going to be able to win it. Let's see who it is as your defender of the season for the Spring 25 campaign. Vedux, the right defenseman for Mythix, and you know, defender of the season, even if you compare it to real life with the Norris, it's always kind of a debate. What do you value in terms of a defender of the season? How much does points play a part of it? How much do you value plus minus? How much does winning account for takeaways and things of that nature? Vedux checked all of those boxes. 58 points in 30 games. He also had 53 hits. He had 17 block shots, 193 interceptions. That was one of the highest numbers of anyone in the division. And 89 takeaways, also one of the higher numbers for all defensemen. You know, there'll be some debate on who it should or shouldn't be and what you should value, but I don't think many people are going to debate that Vedux, the deserving winner here of this award.
Yeah, I think out of the selections we've had so far on this stream, this is probably the one where 90% of the community can probably agree that Vedux definitely deserving of this award. Obviously, a lot of great names there to pick from, but ultimately, the finalist team, Mythix, the right defenseman, Vedux, well deserved in my opinion.
Yeah, and you know, Vedux, someone that has really emerged over the last few seasons. He has been with this Mythix team throughout their entirety, all the way back when they were Bjorklov and Esport. He hasn't been playing for all that long. If you go back to his career, his first season was an ECL 24 winter in the Neo division. So this is a player that, 18 months ago was playing his first ECL competition, and it was at the lowest tier that the ECL has. Now you go all the way back to 2025, and he's the best defenseman in all of Europe for this season. Absolutely amazing. And those are the sorts of stories that the ECL creates, that rise to the top. And Vedux, your defender of the season for the Spring 25 season. Like you mentioned, I don't think anyone going to debate that choice really much at all.
Yeah, from Neo to the Elite Division, and now tonight he's playing in the finals. I mean, this is just one of those stories. One of those stories created in the process of these leagues.
Congratulations to Vedux, well deserved. We'll have 2 more awards to hand out throughout our coverage today. We still have the goaltender of the season and the forward of the season to hand out a little bit later on. That's the second winner, by the way, as well for this Mythix team. Sokolo winning transfer of the season earlier on. Vedux now taking home a little bit of hardware himself. So congratulations to both of them. As we get set here for game number 5 in just a few minutes, the two teams are searching and getting things set up. Sopley, we've seen a little bit of everything, as we've mentioned. Both teams have taken 2 games. What are you expecting to see here in game number 5? That almost kind of feels like an unfair question after I ask it, considering how unpredictable it's been.
Yeah. Once again, if I knew, I would tell you, but the series just feels like every single game is a new story, and so far, one theme that has stuck out to me is the fact that Last Dance seems to be really aggressive at the very start of these games, and they definitely want to try to replicate that once more, as they've scored a couple of early goals in the first periods in these 4 previous games, and Mythix obviously needs to try to not let that happen once again.
You get a look at the live face cams for each of these two sides. A critical game 5. One of these two teams will be 1 win away from hoisting the ECL Elite Division title. We are again watching from the perspective of Mythix, wearing their road whites. Last Dance in their home all blacks, as Last Dance control it in their own end, and they're just going to go ahead and go back and reset to set up the offense. Ostrom in the neutral zone, trying to move that forward up to Puanzo, but it's found by Yamal, and offside going to be called. Neutral zone face-off here coming up between Ekki and Mythix. Stick lift one back to Mythix, and Sokolo gets it in past the blue line. Gonna have to reset those. It was poked off his stick by Puanzo. And another offside going to be called. So we've talked about how many different types of games we've seen. We've gone from games that have had little to no stoppages to a couple of offsides in the first few minutes.
Yeah, a little bit of a slower start to this game 5, and is this the point where we start seeing that more traditional playoff style hockey where both teams just lock down defensively and don't let the others attack? Maybe that's going to be the case, as there's going to be another offside on the play.
Offside called once again there, this time against Last Dance. You wonder if this is going to be another one of those defensive battles. We've seen a couple of those. It was most of game 1 we were scoreless. We took just 1 goal to win game number 3. It's been kind of a back and forth affair between high scoring and low scoring, as this time it's going to be an icing call. So by my count, that's what, 4 stoppages that we've had in the first 4 minutes?
Yeah, a stoppage every minute, and if this keeps on going, it's going to be a long game 5.
The one-time chance from Nicky Dangle is intercepted by Akunku. Gives it up to Tempen, drops it back to Akunku. Akunku at the left wall, goes slot shot on there, blocked in front. Another chance, Sokolo backhand shot, gloved away by Hanselino. Plays that out, and this time gets it cleanly over to Puanzo. Dumps it in, puck given chase, and found first by Kunku for Mythix. Kicks it over to his side, but turned over and found first by Puanzo. Down low behind the net to Nicky Dangles, up to the point, but nobody home, and that's going to force a reset for Last Dance.
How about the forecheck once again, though, from Last Dance? That's one of those things that it's pretty rare to see in a final series like this, where a team gets that aggressive on the forecheck.
Tempen tried to put on the moves, but it's turned over. Yamal controlling it here for Last Dance. Could not find much. Lost and given up to Mythix, as they'll now look to work on the offensive end of things. Mythix up to Sokolo. Dumps it down low behind the net to Tempen, and wraparound shot. Saved by Hanselino. And he'll hold on and freeze it.
He'll also freeze the stream, I guess.
When we say freeze it, we don't mean literally, but hey, Hanselino, he can do many things. Maybe he can do that too.
Yeah, a little bit unnecessary, though. We don't want that kind of a freeze.
As the defensive zone face-off won by Last Dance, they work it into the offensive zone. It's controlled by Lundstrom. Kicked over and found first by Mythix. It's now Mythix looking to work it into the offensive end. Drop pass to Mythix. Pass in front there. Saved on the shot in front from Tempen. Second save of the game for Hanselino. Last Dance still looking for their first shot over halfway through this first period. It feels like Mythix have reorganized themselves defensively after that rough game number 2. Got a little bit out of control again late in game 4, but have really seen them organize themselves and have slowed Last Dance down. Their first shot was right there, but it's off the left pad of takedown. Last Dance in possession, controlled by Nicky Dangle. One-time blast from Lundstrom, stopped by takedown, and he'll hold on to it.
And he didn't freeze it. He just took the face off.
Last Dance in possession, controlled by Nicky Dangle. Take the face off, no one-time blast from Lundstrom. You gotta look there at the replay at the top left corner of your screen. Big thank you to our amazing producer, Chris Ryan, making everything happen behind the scenes. A toe drag move from Puanzo, puck loosed in front, scrum forward, found by Sokolo. Last Dance already up to 3 shots now after being blanked through the first 12 minutes. There's a chance in front. Poked off the stick of Mike. Is a delayed penalty going to be called against Last Dance. Ekki will head to the box for tripping and a power play opportunity coming up for Mythix.
Not necessarily. Yeah, I mean, an interesting penalty call, as it looked like the threat was already over and there wasn't a chance to shoot from such a sharp angle, but Ekki still does end up tripping him and he's going to the box, and Mythix, once again, a power play opportunity. We've seen this quite many times in this series.
Surprising, too, from a player like Ekki that does not take many penalties. Just 12 penalty minutes in his 30 regular season games, just 4 during this playoff run so far coming into the finals. But Mythix have the man advantage and are looking to score as that cross pass doesn't find anyone, but it's picked up by Vedux. Kicks it over to Sokolo and intercepted by Nicky Dangles, who will try to dump this out. It's found by Yamal, and Yamal's going to take this up the ice. Tries to put on a move past Vedux, but will just divert there, and Mythix going to take over possession and cross the blue line. Akunku with it. Tries to pass it to the high slot, but poke checked away by Puanso, and another dump out from Last Dance. 10 seconds to go on the power play. Mythix in the offensive end. Could not find Tempen in there as Ekki now out of the box, and we're back to even strength. Another penalty kill successful for Last Dance. The shot on the side, found by Takedown, and he's going to hold on to that one.
Another dangerous kind of opportunity there, as we've seen it throughout the series for both of the teams, just getting that puck to the front of the net, maybe trying to get a little bit of a backhander on any type of a shot, and we've seen those sneak through, but that time that just won't quite go.
That's his own face-off, won by Last Dance, shot in front, blocked. Looked like actually that was blocked by Ekki, so Lundstrom, a little bit of friendly fire there as Nicky Dangle's able to get it back and cross the blue line, pass across, doesn't find Ekki. Picked up by Vedux, and he moves it up to Sokolo. Turned over, however, as Yamal gets it for Last Dance. At the left corner, one-time blast, goes wide and over the net. And it's going to force a reset for Last Dance. 6 seconds to go. Yamal trying to give it over to Ekki, could not hit him cleanly. As that's going to kill off the remainder of the first period. Scoreless after 20 minutes for the third time today. As these two teams both vying for a 3-2 series lead. Both of them 2 wins away from being crowned the champions of the Elite Division.
Yeah, pretty wild the way these games have turned out, as you mentioned. Third time already where we are scoreless through the first period, and I mean, we've seen a couple of games go 0-0 late in the third period as well, and even that one game headed to overtime at 0, so gonna be interesting to see who's gonna be able to break the score, if anyone's gonna be able to break the score during regulation in this game 5.
We got a quick look at some of the stats. Last Dance with the advantage in both shots and time on attack. As that chance right there from Puanso, that backhand and tight, that was stopped by Takedown, and then this play right off of the offensive zone faceoff.
Beautiful toe drag to get that shot.
Another chance here from Last Dance, a one-time blast from Lundstrom. A Takedown was able to get to, and you feel like Last Dance, their offense has kind of come in surges and at certain peaks at certain points, and to give Mythix their credit, they've been able to slow down Last Dance, at least the Last Dance standard, but another challenge to do it for a full 60 minutes. We'll see if they can as we're underway for period number 2. Mythix working into the offensive zone and finds Sokolo at the right wall. Gives it down low over to Tempen and tied up at the boards. Trying to kick it over to Sokolo, but it's found by Lundstrom. Lundstrom, a 4-on-4 here. Gives it over to Puanso and now to Ekki. Ekki trying to centering pass over to Nicky Dangles, but goes behind the net himself. Give it over to Puanso, turned over and found by Tempen and moves it up quickly to Sokolo. Sokolo at the left wall, holding on to it, trying to get the Mikes, but lost. Yamal up the right side with speed. Turned over there. Nice disruption made by Akunku. As we do apologize for the delay. As Akunku does feed it over to Vedux. Lundstrom gets it on the turnover. The left boards. Back to Puanzo. One-time blast from Yamal. Stopped by Takedown once again. His 5th save. Mythix looking for some offense. Just 2 shots so far in this game, both of them earlier on in the first period. We quickly approach the halfway point. We have yet to have a stoppage so far in this second period with under 14 minutes to go as you see Akunku controlling into the neutral zone and slowing things down. Mythix is trying to get their offense set up, not able to cross it into the blue line there. A nice interception made by Ekki. Gives it to Puanso, now to Nikki Dangles. Nikki back to the point, gets it back at the left face-off circle and goes to Lundstrom. At the high slot, can't get that pass in front, and now Mythix working down the other end with some speed. Sokolo, over to Vaydux. At the left wall, holding on to it, can't get a good pass off as that one goes errant, and will force a reset here for Mythix as they get possession. Approaching the halfway point of this game. Nice little move from from Akunku, but disrupted. Found, however, by Tempen and turned over there as Ekki gets it for last dance. Trying to pass it towards the middle to Yamal, but turned over as Sokolo gets it and works it behind the net to Akunku and now to Tempen. Pass to Akunku once again. Nice defensive play made by Yamal, and here he comes crossing the blue line. Yamal with space, shot on, he scores! Yamal off the post and into the back of the net. Strikes first for last dance.
What a snipe. Jamal the man just stepping up on the play. We talked about how these defenders of Last Dance can really be useful on the offensive side of things as well, and that's exactly why he's just able to walk right in, and a little bit of a surprising shot there. Just beats takedown on the short side post.
Not often you see takedown give up that short side, but Yamal, who was one of the candidates for Defender of the Season, had 6 goals during the regular season with 40 points. And you look at his postseason run so far, coming into the playoffs, 18 points in 9 games with 4 goals. That's his 5th of the postseason, and it draws first blood for Last Dance. A 1-0 lead just past the halfway point. As you mentioned earlier, Sopley, we've seen 1 goal be the decider for Last Dance already. That 1-0 overtime win in Game 3 as Mythix looking to coordinate a response. They have it in the offensive zone now. It's controlled by Akunku, holding and looking for an option. Over at the left faceoff dot. Gives it up over to Vaydux. Vaydux at the left wall, gives it down to Mikes. Mikes centering pass found by Ekki. And now Last Dance working it down the other way. Puanso with it. Puanso puts on a move, goes behind the net. Can't get that post play to work. As he gets it back, centering pass shot blocked in front. Sokolo with it, but turned over and found by Ekki for Last Dance. Yamal past the blue line, but turned over. Approaching the 4-minute mark here in the second period. Last Dance get the game's first goal. Yamal sniping one in past takedown. Make this a 1-0 score as an offside called. As Lundstrom tries to work it in past the blue line. Neutral zone face-off here coming up. One back cleanly by Mikes on the stick lift as that puck going to be dumped in and found first by Yamal. Yamal works his way past Sokolo, finds Ekki, who goes to Puanso, now to Nikki Dangles, back to Puanso, over to Ekki, shot hits the side of the net, and found by Akunku, who will work this up with speed. 2 minutes to go in the second period. Turned over as they cross the blue line. Yamal once again there on the play. He has arguably been the best player on the ice here in this game. 5 as it trickled in nearly off the board and banked off the post. Takedown able to be there for it, however.
We see another game where Mythix's offense not really clicking just yet. They're only 2 shots on goal so far in this game.
And again, both of those earlier on in the first period. So, I mean, they're going about 30-plus minutes since their last shot on net as a big hit there from Lundstrom on Vaydux forces the turnover. And it's going to be a power play coming up as well for Last Dance as Vaydux will be heading to the box for tripping.
And not necessarily the best penalty to take there, right towards the end of the period, as I'm not sure if that was looking like a dangerous chance for Last Dance.
Kind of similar to the penalty that we saw earlier from Ekki, where it looked like danger was averted, and just one too many poke checks led to the tripping call, and now Last Dance on the man advantage. 6.9 seconds to play here in the second period. As a tie-up face-off found by Mythix. Mike is going to be able to clear that out, and that will do it for the second frame. Last Dance, a 1-0 lead The goal from Yamal giving them that advantage as you take a look again at the face cams. All of these guys dialed in. They know what is on the line. They know how critical it is to pick up this game. One win away if you get this one in your bag.
Yeah, you look at the faces, and it seems like it's getting a little serious now. It's game 5 of the finals, and obviously none of these guys want to lose, and they're obviously just trying to figure out the best ways to give themselves the advantage in this series. And Mythix now, they have to come up with something in this third period to tie it up.
That's a great point. I mean, if you go back to what we saw from these two in the semifinals, we had these face cams up for that as well. Last Dance, they were dancing and joking and laughing and having a good time. We saw Mythix, they were doing hand gestures up to the webcam after goals and this, that, and the other. Not today. They know exactly what is on the line. It is full focus. Maybe popped a couple of game changer capsules before they start this series. They are locked in and dialed in, knowing that they are fighting for a championship trophy. We get set for period number 3, game 5, tied at 2 in this series. We want to make sure to shout out our sponsors, COVID I'm Not Going to See, Game Changer, and WellNet for their support of the ECL this season, as well as SportsGamer GG. A big thank you and shout out to them. As Last Dance have it in the offensive zone. Controlled by Lundstrom, some space in the slot, shot on, gloved away by Takedown.
Big glove save as Lundstrom was able to cut to the middle, completely unguarded, takes a shot from a dangerous area, but great glove save there.
Not often you see Mythix give up that much space in a dangerous area. That shot denied by Takedown. And Last Dance approaching full pressure, but turned over on that pass. They do get it back, however, in the neutral zone. Lundstrom finding his man in Yamal. Gets it back. Turned over as Tempen couldn't hold on to that puck. Mythix just not able to find any momentum for themselves offensively. Struggling to break it in, struggling to do anything in the offensive zone when they're there, but they do kill off the penalty as Veiduk's now out of the box. 17:34 to play as Yamal controls it here in the neutral zone. As we do again apologize for some of the freezing, we'll get that cleaned up as soon as we can. An offside call there as Last Dance tried to cross into the offensive end. Face-off upcoming here between Mikes and Ekki in the neutral zone. Tied up and found by Sokolo as, again, Mythix just looking for any resemblance of offense. They haven't had a shot on since the early part of the first period. They're approaching, 40 minutes now, almost, without a register shot on net. They're still trying to cross the blue line. Kunku able to do so, but poke checked off his stick immediately by Yamal. Trying to move that over on the stretch pass, but an offside called as Mythix got the turnover, but couldn't make anything happen in the offensive end.
The trap for Last Dance right now is really starting to work. There we saw another zone entry just denied by the poke check, and Mythix just seems like they can't get anywhere at the moment.
And if you are Mythix, what do you feel like the strategy has to become to just get yourself a little bit of confidence going on the offensive end? You're the team that's known to be the defensive stalemate. Last Dance kind of giving you a taste of your own medicine.
Yeah, exactly, but I guess just the fact that they are only trailing by 1 and there is still a lot of time, they just have to stay consistent and trying to find something.
Defense and goaltending has been there for them. Just a 1-0 game, but the offense just has not been there to match so far for this Mythix team. 13:38 to go here in regulation as Last Dance trying to cross it into the offensive zone. We do again apologize about some of the lagging issues. We're getting that cleaned up as soon as we possibly can, as we work to potentially get a different feed here. So again, we do apologize for some of those issues as it looks like we may have gotten a goal. Yes, we did. As it is a goal for Mythix. Tempen, I believe it was, that scored it.
Yeah,
1-1,
like
now the score.
Wow. So the 1-1 game with 12 minutes on the clock, as hopefully we don't have more of these lagging issues here to get this series concluded.
Well, the assists were from Tempen and Mythix. Not sure who got the goal officially, but we do know that it was Mythix. They've tied this thing at 1 apiece, just their 3rd shot of the game. I'm sure we'll get a replay of it as soon as we can get it when we have an intermission, but nevertheless, now all of a sudden, Last Dance, despite all of the pressure in a tie situation, as Nikki Dangles moving it up to Ekki at the high slot. Ekki trying to work it here with some space. Has a shot in front there, disrupted by Mythix. And we do appreciate you guys being patient, being understanding with us. Working hard behind the scenes to try to get everything cleaned up and get a new feed. As a shot hits the post, it goes! Mythix, the captain, takes the lead for Mythix!
And all of a sudden, the team that was struggling offensively somehow, well, we don't exactly know how they scored that first goal, but somehow they score another one as the pass is made to the front of the net. And honestly, I've got no clue how that puck went into the back of the net, but I'm sure this Mythix team is fine with it.
We don't know how they did it, we just know that they did it, and it just seems like that's been the story for this Mythix team over the last 3 months. No one expected them to win the FCL. They were crowned Finnish champions. No one expected them to be the 2 seed. They were the 2 seed. No one expected them to knock off the defending champions Parasite and make it into the finals, yet they did, and here they are up 2-1 in Game 5 in a tie series 2-2. And here they go down the other end again, but poked off the stick of Sokolo, and you turn the attention to Last Dance. You've been the dominant team all game long, and all of a sudden, you find yourselves down by 1 in the late stages of this 3rd period. What is the mentality for them right now?
I mean, gotta be a weird feeling as the game just completely shifted from the way it was looking like.
As that shot on from Tempen and was denied by Hanselinho, as the puck battled for the neutral zone between Sokolo and Ekki, and it's going to end up leading to an icing and an offensive zone faceoff coming up for Last Dance. 5.5 minutes to play, and all of a sudden, the time the enemy potentially of Last Dance, the more it ticks down. Won by Ekki in the offensive zone. That shot blocked in front. Found by Ekki in the corner. Pass across. Intercepted by Akunku, who gets it out of his own end and into the neutral zone. Delayed penalty called against Last Dance. Things are falling at the seams for the number 1 seed. Nikki Dangles going back to the box again. He's been phenomenal in just about every way, but he's had some penalty trouble so far throughout this series.
And that's gonna be a rough penalty to take as well, where that's gotta be the worst penalty of the series so far. He's bumping a player without the puck, and yeah, this is gonna be a tough task for this Last Dance team to maybe kill off this penalty, and then after that they only have a couple of minutes to try to tie it up.
As Ekki controls in the offensive zone, pass in front there, stopped by takedown as Puanso tried to put that on net. He still has a pass in front again, couldn't connect with Ekki. All of a sudden, Last Dance turning a penalty kill into a power kill here. Controlled by Puanso at the left wall. Holds it at the corner, pass shot in front there from Ekki, goes wide after the rules block. And Mythix are the ones having to relent a lot of pressure here despite having the man advantage. Poke checked off of the stick as, man oh man, Akunku and Mythix finally able to break it past the blue line for Mythix. 10 seconds to go on the power play. Found at the high point by Kunku, moving it forward at the left faceoff circle, fakes the shot, picked up by Ekki, and Nikki Dangles out of the box, but he couldn't find him on that stretch pass. 1:40 to play. Nikkei's pass in front, shot on, stopped by Hanselinho. Back to the point, a delayed penalty called again against Last Dance. And it's gonna be Nikki Dangles once again heading to the box.
Not a great look there as your top point scorer throughout the whole season, during the regular season and in the playoffs. Nikke going to the box yet again, and now with only a minute left, Last Dance must score shorthanded to tie this up.
And you talk about Nikke, I mean, there are very few things that he struggles with, but the penalties have been a big issue for him in this series. I mean, I'm counting 4 or 5 times where he has gotten himself into the box. And I mean, a couple of those rather avoidable, just hits late after the play or against the boards of a player in a dangerous position. And now Last Dance in the final minute down by 1 are going to be on the penalty kill. As you see, they're not able to get anything in the offensive zone. And a 3-on-1 for Mythix. Tempen pass in front, shot on, stopped by Hanselino. Puck potentially still loose in front, found by Tempen, shot stopped again off the stick of Hansu. Lundstrom gets it in the corner, 25 seconds to go. Guanso over to Yamal. Bumped off that puck by Tempen, a 2-on-1 here for Mythix. Lundstrom, the defender with him. Tempen has Sokolo. Holding it. Wisely gonna kill off the time. Doesn't want a turnover. 12 seconds to go. Sokolo at the corner, pressured by 3 defenders, but still holding on to the puck. Tied up at the boards. Last Dance trying to get one more possession, but Sokolo still holding on to it. And Mythix are going to hold on and take game number 5. A 2-1 victory over Last Dance. And Mythix 1 win away from being crowned ECL Elite Division champions.
And oh boy, how did this game turn around? 1-0 for Last Dance. It was looking like Mythix didn't have any sort of offense going for them. But then, in the third period, in the most important moments, somehow, some way, they're able to tie up the game and get the game winner as we take a look at one of these goals. And this one is the game winner of this game as the pass is made to the front of the net. It hits the post, somehow finds its way into the back of the net. And yeah, that's gonna be a tough goal to give up if you're Last Dance.
Tough goal to give up, and I'm interested to see what the game-tying goal was as well, as that was the first goal of the game from Yamal about halfway through. Was able to snipe that in past the short side shoulder of takedown, and looks like this was the goal that tied things up. It was a Cuckoo who scored it, the left defender of Mythix. How about this? Just his second goal of the postseason right there. And he scored 2 goals in the entirety of the regular season. Sometimes it's the most unlikely of characters to step up when you need them most. And his goal helps lead Mythix to a huge Game 5 victory.
Yeah, and I mean, one of those things in the important times when you're struggling offensively, you need to switch things up a little bit, catch your opponent off guard and get your left defenseman up on the play, and Akunku is able to join the rush and is able to slide it 5-hole, and ultimately they end up winning the game after what could be characterized as a little bit of a lucky break for them as the pass to the front of the net hits Hansu's skate and then off the post and hits Hansu once again to go into the net. But hey, they don't ask you how, they ask you how many, and 2 is the answer, and 2 is enough for Mythix in this Game 5.
You know, they say sometimes it's better to be lucky than to be good, but you also have to be good to get a little bit of that luck. At the end of the day, Mythix, they got in the offensive zone, they got that puck in a dangerous position, and they, as you mentioned, caught a fortuitous bounce, but were able to find it into the back of the net. A 2-1 victory. Mythix, a 3-2 series lead, 1 win away from finding their way as Elite Division champions. We're going to take a short break. We're going to collect our breath, get things set up for Game 6. We'll, again, make sure we clean up some of those issues again with the stream. We apologize about some of the lagging. We'll try to get that cleaned up as much as we can here during this break. But do not go away, my friends. Mythix, 1 win away from clinching the title. Last Dance, trying to push their way into a Game 7. The last ride potentially for multiple of these players, looking to end it off with a championship trophy over their heads. So make sure you stick with us. We'll also have our Goaltender of the Season award given out after the break, so do not go away. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the SportsGamer Health and Performance Program. Nice to have you here. Here you have a large amount of different workouts from Wellnet, but also material just exclusive for you gamers. In your sessions, we focus mostly on neck and shoulder mobility, back health, and concentration. So give it a try and let us know what you think about it.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
All right, we are back as we just saw Mythix take game number 5 by a 2-1 score. They now have a 3-2 series lead in the series. My name is Brandon Bigsby, aka B Major. The man over to my right, Lardy Enstrom, better known as Sopali. And Sopali, like you said, we've seen a lot of everything so far in the series. This time, another really tight game. And even though we've seen a little bit of everything, how about this? 4 of our 5 games, all decided by just 1 goal.
Yeah, that just goes to show you how close these two teams are. The number 1 and number 2 seeds throughout the regular season in this elite division. And they are matching so well in this final series as Mythix right now, the underdogs, have a series lead 3-2 going into game 6.
And you heard Tempen, and he said, hey, I think having that underdog mentality kind of can be a benefit to us, or at least he said, I hope it will be. Everyone felt like they thought Last Dance were going to be the favorites. Mythix so far pushing Last Dance to the very brink, 1 win away from clinching the title. But before we get things started for game number 6, we do have 2 more awards to hand out. Our first one, once again, being goaltender of the season. And this award, always so fun to keep track of. So many great goalies, not just in the elite division, but really all the way down in the pro and light and core and neo divisions. It's probably the most stacked division, or the most stacked position, arguably, in the ECL. And you get a look at some of the names there. You see Broken Rice, the rookie goaltender for SSK, being represented there. Kazu, who is just amazing in Exon's playoff run. Take down the goaltender for Mythix being there, as well as his opposition in these finals, and Hanselino there for Last Dance. And then you see Vamu for Haimo, who, I mean, carried Haimo at certain points in that quarterfinal series against Parasite. So hopefully, what kind of stands out to you here? A lot of different names, and I'm sure some names that you probably could have put in there as well that also deserve it.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's a super stacked position, as obviously there's only 16 teams in the elite division, and every team only has that one starting role as a goaltender, so the talent just spread out through the entire division so evenly, it seems like, and there's a lot of great options here. Do you know, does the selection take into consideration the previous playoff rounds as well?
It does, yeah. So for those that aren't aware, this is the whole collection of the season, so both regular season and playoff performance. And, you know, you kind of look at a couple of the names there. I think that might have a little bit of something to do with maybe someone like a Broken Rice or a Vamu being there, both of them really stepping up for their teams in their respective playoff runs despite losing in the quarterfinals. I feel like you might see a little bit of that playoff influence in there for some of these nominees.
Yeah, absolutely, and all 5 of these goaltenders also in the playoffs, 2 also here in the finals. So honestly, it's a tough call. Always when it comes to goalies, a lot of their stats are also team dependent. So these 2 teams that are in the finals maybe give their goaltenders a little bit of an unfair advantage when comparing to the other goaltenders. But obviously, Takedown, Hansu, both just unbelievable playoff performers so far. So if I had to throw out a guess, I would guess maybe one of the finalists.
Let's find out, as the winner of Goalie of the Season for Spring 25 season is Takedown, the goaltender for Mythix. And you called it there, Soaply. And not only was he phenomenal in the regular season, had an 83.5 save percentage, 23-5-2 record, a 1.77 GAA, and he also had 5 shutouts as well, which led the division. But he has carried that over so far into this playoff run. We saw his stats a little bit earlier at 85.3 save percentage in the playoffs. I mean, I don't think many people are going to debate too much. This is more than likely the deserved choice.
Yeah, I think it's a great pick, and obviously one of those teams that not many people maybe saw getting to this point, and a winning goaltender is a huge part of why they have been able to do so and take down a well-deserved selection for the goaltender of the season.
And how about this? The 3rd award that Mythix is taking home. They won the transfer of the season with Sokolo. They won the defender of the season with Vedux. And now they win goaltender of the season with Takedown. So you're talking about 3 out of 6 players in their lineup that found their way into winning an award. And, you still have one more award later on in 4 of the season. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw Sokolo and Tempen, maybe even Mike's in consideration for that, as that is a very stacked competition as well. But we're not going to get to that just yet. We're going to dangle that carrot over your heads just a little bit longer, as we do have Game 6 coming up in just a few minutes. Shout out to Tugi in the chat joining us here today, one of the commentators for the ECL for so many years. I hope you are doing well, my friend. As a congratulations to Takedown. He's joking around saying Takedown's going to retire in 2 or less seasons. This award is cursed. He certainly hopes not, as he is hoping that he can get one more win and help clinch his team their first ever Elite Division trophy. As Soaply, we've talked about this story so much throughout the day. Mythix, they were the underdogs coming into the series. They weren't necessarily an underdog coming into the playoffs because they were the 2 seed, but no one expected them to be the 2 seed to begin with. They were a team that over the last few years, a consistent playoff team, but not necessarily a championship threat. A 5 or a 6 seed that's good enough to get in, but you typically don't feel like can beat one of those top teams like a Parasite, like a Last Dance, like a Mustakulta. And yet here they are, just 1 win away from winning the Elite Division title against the Last Dance team that, quite frankly, has run through just about everyone that they have faced off against and has so much on the line, with obviously Ekki announcing this is his final season, multiple of these players not winning a ECL trophy since all the way back in NHL 21. What does the pressure feel like for each of these 2 sides? It's probably around the same, but both for very different reasons.
Yeah, I mean, the underdog story, Mythix. Also, how about this? It would be the only team to beat a higher seeded team in these playoffs. And I mean, they are just so close to actually pulling it off. It's got to be a little bit of extra stress in there now that they are actually only just 1 win away from taking the title. And for Last Dance, they are now backs against the wall. They cannot lose a single game. They need to win 2 in a row. Potential to be the last game for some of these players playing right now. It's gotta be some sort of extra spice going into this Game 6.
Mythix looking to end it. Last Dance looking to push it to a decisive Game 7. We are watching from the perspective of Last Dance this time around. They are wearing their road white uniforms. Mythix wearing their home navy blues as, again, Mythix looking to be the 11th different team to win the ECL Elite Division title. Last Dance looking for their 4th Elite Division title, obviously winning under the Philadelphia and Linchpin names back in the ECL 9, 11, and 10 days as a shot on there was stopped by takedown. Mythix is working down the other end with speed, but going to just dump this one in, and Last Dance going to start out possession. All giving it up to Ekki, but can't hit him on that pass. Found in the corner by Mythix, but recovered by Puantso. That pass in front intercepted. Battle for him, down by Mythix. Mythix controlling it after a little bit of pressure there from Last Dance. Moves it forward. And was found by Sokolo, but bumped off his stick. Mickey Dangles over to Jamal. Some front shot on. Stopped by takedown as Mickey Dangles got that one from inside and will hold on for the stoppage.
I feel like the different perspective going into this Game 6, also a little bit of a breath of fresh air as we're taking a look at the game from Last Dance's perspective.
As we saw that chance in front there was denied by the defense of Mythix. Here comes Last Dance, a potential 2-on-1. Ekki controlling it, pass the ball, shot on, and he scores! Puantso!
The Last Dance does not want this game to be their last dance. They're coming in hot, and Puantso is going to be the first one to score in this Game 6. And, I mean, they're not going down without a fight.
That's Puantso, as we mentioned, he's one of those players that's itching to lift gold once again. He has not won a championship since ECL 10, all the way back with Havu Gaming. Him and Hanselinho were teammates on that team. They knocked off Ekki's team in Philadelphia. He's hoping to keep this thing going for at least one more game. He kicks off the scoring. But remember, Last Dance, this is the 3rd game in a row where they've had a 1-0 lead. As you saw the last 2 games, they weren't able to hold on to it. They're going to have to this time around. They want to keep their hopes alive. Mythix controlled in the offensive end. Shot in front there, stopped by takedown. A penalty going to be called, and it will be Lundstrom heading to the box for tripping. Penalty issues for Last Dance have really plagued them over the last few games.
Yeah, they've taken way too many penalties in this series. It feels like every single game they take at least one, and once again, now this one may have been a little bit of a better penalty to take as the puck was right there in the slot, but once again, Mythix going on the power play. They haven't been too effective on it just yet in this series, but every chance is always a danger.
In the corner with it right now as Mythix gives it up to Akunku. Got the game-tying goal in that Game 5, and that was really what turned the momentum for Mythix, leading them to that 2-1 win. Alonso controlling it, but Ekki a little bit ahead of him is an offside call. .16 to play here in period 1. Mythix on the man advantage, but so far not able to do too much with it. We're halfway through that power play and get into the offensive end. As, ooh, that pass from Mythix well off, and that was a stealth clear. They're going to have to reset. Mythix with it in the neutral zone. Dishing it over to Akunku. Akunku puts on a move. Shot from the side post. Found by Hanselinho, and he's not going to take any chances with 21 seconds to go, and I wouldn't be shocked if Hansu maybe held on to the puck a little bit more, knowing this is an elimination game now.
Yeah, maybe holding on just a little bit tighter to that puck and freezes it. Oh, is that the banned word? I don't want to say the word freeze. Anyways.
Hanselinho in solidarity with us, avoiding all freezes as Lundstrom out of the box and back to even strength. Last Dance, once again, phenomenal on the penalty kill. Ekki controls it at the right wall, dumps it behind the net, shot in front there from Mickey Dangles, doesn't get all of it, and now here comes Mythix working down the opposite way. Controlled by Mythix and given to Sokolo. Back to Mythix, shot in front, saved there by takedown. That was Tempen who put that on net. He dangles, finds Ekki, partial breakaway, pass across, shot on, denied by takedown. Puanzo was looking for his second goal. As another shot, that one from Ekki, stopped by takedown, but a penalty called against Mythix. Vedux will head to the box, and now Last Dance will get their crack at the power play.
Yeah, and a couple big saves once again. The first one on that beautiful feed from Ekki to Puanzo. Puanzo picks it up, waits for the goalie to move, but just can't pick the corner. Takedown is there to make the glove save, but now power play opportunity.
Tie-up face-off won by Mythix in their own zone. They immediately clear that out. A tight race to the puck, and you see Hanselino, and they put a stop to that one, just goes out and gets it. Looking it up is Yamal, finds Puanzo, shot on, he scores! Puanzo doubles it up for Last Dance!
A massive goal to extend the lead to 2, and Puanzo little L2 backskate move there and cuts to the front of the net and is able to get that forehand shot off. Just a beautiful 5-hole finish.
Puanzo just ever so crafty as he has been for so long in his career. We've mentioned it a few times, led the league in goals during the regular season with 46, and with his team's season on the line, with a few careers on the line, he gets the first 2 goals of this game, a 2-0 lead for Last Dance, and we've seen Mythix come back from down 1-0. 2-0, however, that's a different story as another penalty going to be called. This one against Mythix. Fortunate probably there wasn't a penalty shot there, but Last Dance, after just scoring on the man advantage, will have another power play coming up.
Yeah, and all of the sudden this is starting to turn into game 2 right now, where Mythix is in a lot of trouble, and it seems like Last Dance is taking a little bit of control of this game 6.
And that's also going to put Sokolo at the face-off dot due to Mike's being the center and heading to the box. It's won by Last Dance, and they cycle it around. Yamal with it, holding. Poke checked off his stick there by Akunku. Nostrum to Puanzo. Puanzo holding one-time shot off of the stick of a defender and found by takedown. Look at the face-off percentage for Ekki, one of the best face-off centers that you'll find, 55% during the regular season. He wins another one right there. Jamal controls with the point, goes to Mickey Dangle. Stepping pass shot on from Ekki, stopped by takedown. And Mythix able to clear, and a chance for Tempen, and spin move shot on, denied by Hanselino. 30 seconds to go on the power play for Last Dance. Turned over, and Mythix able to dump this out. 10 seconds now remaining on the man advantage. Last Dance on the break-in. Controlled by Lundstrom. Now the box is Mike. It's a shot on, goes wide. Picked up by Akunku, up to Sokolo, and now to Vedux. Vedux with speed, stops, pass towards the middle, but intercepted and found by Ekki at the left wall. 2.5 to play here in period 1. Last Dance. It's a 2-0 lead, both goals scored by Puanzo. Mythix in the neutral zone, trying to find some space, but ran into a wall and now forced them to reset. As that forced to the right boards, intercepted by Lundstrom, and here comes Ekki, has Mickey Dangles with him, pass across, intercepted there by Akunku. Moves it up to Tempen, but poked off his stick and found by Ekki. Puanzo now in control of it, trying to find Mickey Dangles towards the middle, but found by Mike's instead. 7 seconds to go. Vedux tosses it to Mike's and now over to Akunku. Licked off as Lundstrom gets it and dumps this out of play. That will do it for the first 20 minutes of this Game 6. Last Dance with their championship hopes on the line if they have responded valiantly. A 2-0 lead. Both goals scored by the man that scored so many times for them this season in Puanzo.
Yeah, and I mean, there's one of the best periods Last Dance has really been able to play throughout this whole series, as a little bit of flashes from game 1, or game 2, sorry, where they were able to beat Mythix 6-0, and now they're on the pace to do that exact same thing, but I'm sure Mythix is gonna try to adjust here heading into the second period, down by 2.
As you take a look at the stats, and Last Dance, all the shots on net, only a minute and 1 second difference in terms of time of attack, but Last Dance just able to do so much more with their time and attack than what Mythix have been able to do with theirs.
Yeah, and I mean, the stats just heavily in Last Dance's favor here, and obviously anything is possible, like we've seen throughout this broadcast. I mean, last game, Game 5, it was looking like Last Dance was gonna dominate that one all the way to the end and not give Mythix anything, but somehow Mythix was able to score 2 out of nowhere and come back and win that game, and now they're gonna try to see if they can do that once more.
Follow the cam of Last Dance, the whole team being featured there. They're playing from the ENCE headquarters. There's a delayed penalty going to be called against Last Dance, so Mythix can have a power play opportunity unless they score here. Between the legs, big up, backhand score! Oh, what a move from a cuckoo!
Are you kidding me? Game 6 of the finals and you pull off a move like that. The defenseman joins the rush, the between the legs move, and the finish on the backhand. Are you kidding me?
Disgusting from a cuckoo. We said this earlier. Before Game 5, he had just 1 goal in the entire postseason, scored just 2 goals in the entire regular season. That's 30 games worth of goals. That's 1 goal every 15 games. And he has now scored 2 goals in the last 2 games of this final series. And it cuts the lead down to 1 of Last Dance. That feels like a huge momentum shifting goal in favor of Mythix.
Yeah, that's gotta be something you gain some power from in the lobby, as you're able to get a beautiful goal. As someone said in the chat, it's the first game he's watching off the stream, but he's saying it's the goal of the series. And yes, that is the goal of the series so far.
We've seen a lot of highlight plays, but that one right there tops them as Mythix have it in their own zone after Last Dance turned it over, and this was Veidut setting up the breakout. It's a pass the blue line, but poked off the stick by Lundstrom, and now is controlled by Jamal and given to Mickey Dangles. Mickey Dangles has been held rather in check over the last few periods offensively. The only time we've really called his name is due to some of the penalties he has taken, and that's a key for Mythix. We heard Ekki say it earlier that Mickey Dangles has been the key to their success this season. Shut down a team's best player, the chances of winning more than likely going to skyrocket.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, both of the teams' right wingers haven't been too much getting points for either of them. But obviously, it's a team sport. It doesn't really matter who scores, so it doesn't really matter.
Rip there from Mike, saved by takedown. And you did mention that the right winger from Mythix, Sokolo, we haven't really mentioned him too much either in terms of the goal scoring attribute, but hey, neither of these players care. They want to win a championship. If they score no goals and they get to have that trophy in their possession, they will take that trade any day or night of the week. And Last Dance looking to push this to a Game 7. They're up by 1, but Mythix in the offensive zone. Shot stopped off of the stick of Hansu. Is that puck going to be accidentally cleared out by Mythix? They have it in the neutral zone. Controlled by by Ekki for a second, but then lost. Here's Puanso looking for goal number 3, and he gets it! A hat-trick for Puanso in an elimination game! And just like that, Last Dance are back up by 2 once again.
And how about just breaking that momentum that Mythix may have been able to get from that last goal, as a heartbreaking pass right there by, was it Mike, straight to Puanzo's stick, and he doesn't make a mistake.
As Last Dance take a 3-1 lead, and they're saying, hold on now, don't crown Mythix just yet. We're the number 1 seed for a reason. There's a lot of hockey left to play. And right at around the halfway point, they get their lead back up to 2. It's Mythix in control of possession. It's a Kunku who got that lone goal from Mythix a few minutes ago, dumps it in. It's found, however, by Last Dance as you see Jamal moving this one forward. Gives it over to Puanzo at the left boards. Puanzo by takedown!
The glove of takedown. It has been hot in these playoffs, and it has been hot today. And he just denies that shot by Ekki.
The recently crowned goaltender of the season, showing why. Denying one of the best players that you'll find in the ECL and Nikki Dangles of what would have been a 4th goal for Last Dance. They have it now in the neutral zone, and Lundstrom crosses the blue line and goes over to Toronto. Over to Stokolo. Tempen in, trying to find a path, but nothing doing for him. His Last Dance created another turnover. Toronto with it, trying to force his way forward, holds it backhand, puck moves to the corner and found by Ekki. Brings it all the way to the right point and is given up to Nikki Dangles. Shot on one-timer, he scores! Nikki Dangles puts it in the back of the net! And Last Dance stepping up with their backs against the wall.
And the man we talked about, who has been showing up on the score sheets in terms of penalty minutes, now he gets the goal and a 4-1 lead for his team in this Game 6.
Nikki Dangles, he's just one of those guys where it feels like he's inevitable. You're only going to be able to slow him down for so long. And he gets the goal right there to put Last Dance up by 3. And now for Mythix, things feeling a little bit more dire than what they did a few minutes ago when Okunku got everyone up on their feet, had a beautiful move. The tides, it seemed to turn in their favor. And Last Dance responded with 2 unanswered, and their largest lead of the game, 3 goals. Mythix have possession in their own end. It's dumped in the neutral zone and picked up by Last Dance. This is Toronto controlling it, gives it to Ekki, pass in front there. Couldn't get the shot on cleanly. As it's found by Okunku and give it to Veduts. Veduts past the red line and into the offensive end. Turned over, however, and Mythix just not really able to establish much of a cycle so far in this game in the offensive zone. See, once again, not able to get anything going. Turned over, and Ekki has possession of at the left boards. Pass across. Maul tried to center it, but nobody there to pick it up. There's a Nikki Dangles shot. They score! Who else? Toronto! Again!
Another goal. They extend their lead all the way to 5-1 now, and as you see there, all of a sudden it's not so serious anymore in that lobby.
What did some Batman villain say? The Joker, why so serious? You see Last Dance, they're dancing around, they're having fun, they're up by 4 in this Game 6. Now remember, Mythix up 3-2 in the series, so obviously you can't, have too much fun. They still have not clinched anything, even if they do hold on to win this game, but nevertheless, the vibes are high and the momentum on the side of Last Dance. That centering pass doesn't find anyone. Shot on block from Sokolo. And that'll do it for period number 2. Mythix had a little bit of a moment where they pushed back a highlight reel play from Okunku, cut the lead down to 1, but ever since then, Last Dance with 3 unanswered goals, Puanso with 4 on his own, Nikki Dangles with the other, and Last Dance 1 good period away from pushing this to an all-deciding Game 7.
And the slogan, "This is our last dance." At the very least, this game won't be their last dance, barring something crazy happening in this third period. And oh boy, what an end to a series we're going to have, as it looks like a Game 7 is pretty much inevitable here.
And both teams certainly under pressure, to say the least. As you see the stats, it's been all Last Dance throughout this game. And man, if you're Mythix, you obviously can't get 2 down. You still have that buffer of having a 3-2 lead. They'll get another shot at it at Game 7 if they don't find a way to come back. And, we don't want to rule anything out. We've seen seemingly everything in this series. But a 4-goal deficit coming back and winning this game against a team like Last Dance, I mean, that would take the cake, to say the least.
Yeah, if they manage to pull off a 4-goal comeback in the third period, then I guess we can all agree that they deserve the trophy at that point anyways.
We're underway for period number 3. We want to make sure we shout out our sponsors, Proven Unlockables, Game Changer, and WellNet for their support of the ECL and SportsGamer. As Last Dance working to get it out of their own zone, and they do. The ball crosses the blue line, but an offside called. 18:21 to play. And how about this performance for The Last Dance? We talked about it. Their experience, so valuable with how many games like this they have played. And they have played in probably more elimination games than any team in this division, as Puanzo on the run again, but can't put that move on. A nice defensive shot from Mythix. Like I was saying, just the experience of Last Dance really flexing its muscle right now. You can tell they're a team that's been in this situation plenty of times with their season and their championship hopes on the line.
Yeah, man, these elimination games, I mean, they are kind of what these players play for, and these are what separates the best from the rest.
Remember, this is the first time that Last Dance have played in an elimination game in this postseason. They beat Totori in 5 games and they swept Exton, so they have not been in this position this season. But again, so many experienced players that have made finals, won championships, made deep runs in the playoff. They know what it's like to have that pressure against you. And so far, they have stepped up to the challenge and then some, up by 4 with 13 minutes to play here in regulation. As they have possession, they'll dump that out, and an icing going to be called. So an offensive zone draw coming up here for Mythix.
Once again, just like in that game 2, we see Last Dance has been not only playing super good offensively, they've limited Mythix to only 5 shots on net. They've scored 5, they've only allowed 5 shots. Hell, they could have played without a goaltender and this game would have been tied.
That's a good point. I mean, Anselino, he has stepped up and made 4 saves. His job has been kept to a minimum of what Last Dance have had to ask of him in this game. And that's kind of been the pattern for Mythix. Their offense kind of comes in droves. You even go back to that game 5 that they won, they didn't have many shots on net. They didn't hit double-digit shots in that game either. So for all of the talk of Last Dance being this dominant offensive team, it has been their defense that has stepped up to the plate and really contributed a lot to what their success has been in this series.
Yeah, absolutely, and a part of the defense is also the ability to just keep the puck on with your team for long periods of time, and that's what Last Dance is really good at. That one's going to be choked off.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you there. That was another chance for Puanzo, looking for goal number 5 on the game as an offside called against Mythix. Neutral zone draw coming up, 9:05 to play. Tied up and won by Mythix. Days with possession, trying to center it over to Sokolo, but it's turned over as Ekki dishes it over to Puanzo. Pass in front, shot, and they score! Nicky Dangles! It slides in past the red line.
I guess he didn't like it when we were saying that most of his stats have been penalty minutes in this series now. Just getting some goals in this game 6 now. Starting to heat up for game 7, I guess.
Yeah, and a hot Nicky Dangles is a opposition's nightmare as you see Hanselino getting that one and passes that one out. And you know, now I think we can officially kind of start to look towards a game 7. 6-1 score. Last Dance up by 5 with 6.5 to play, but they have a 2-on-1 potentially brewing as a shot there from Ekki, found by takedown. You know, with Last Dance, obviously you don't want to be down 3-2, but going into a game 7, I feel like you would rather be the team that just won in blowout fashion and have all the momentum in your favor heading into what is a decisive game for a championship trophy. So Last Dance, they've got to be feeling good, while for Mythix, they're going to have to quickly flush this result out and figure out how they can rediscover a little bit of offensive form. You can say what you want about the defense and the goaltending in this game. You're not going to win many games scoring 1 goal. And that's where Mythix has found themselves far too often in this series. As you see, Last Dance was playing around with the puck, feeling themselves offensively.
Yeah, but as we've seen already in this series, after that game 2 devastating 6-0 loss, Mythix was able to bounce back a little better for game 3. They did end up losing that game 1-0, but at the very least, they got themselves back in the game, and I don't doubt that they wouldn't be able to do that once more.
Takedown makes a save. You saw Nicky Dangles getting pretty there, putting on a few moves. Penalty going to be called against Mythix. Going to the box will be Vaydux. All elementary, however, from this point. Last Dance going to push this thing to a Game 7. As you saw that nice toe drag move. It's caught that stick of Vaydux and led to the power play.
Yeah, and this is just a formality at this point. We're just going to play it out in the final minute of this Game 6. And, I mean, obviously, what better way to have a series end but a best of 7 going all the way to that 7 games.
And I felt like many felt this series would be close, more than likely. You figured that with how good these two teams are, two very different teams from one another, two teams that very clearly have plenty of respect for one another. I mean, look at Tempen on the side of Mythix. He played for this Last Dance group a season ago when they were under the name Voitimatome, played with strikers as well, and was line mates with Ekki and Puanso for a time. We figured this was going to be a close series, an elite offensive team versus an elite defensive team. No surprise to see this one going to 7. There's 30 seconds left, and Last Dance working that puck around. We're trying to keep the good times rolling as hit off of that puck, and you see Mythix was trying to dump it out. There's a breakaway here. This is Yamal getting fancy with the windmill beak, trying to spin, puck loose, off the pipe there as Yamal was trying to add a little insult to injury. As it's found by Ekki at the point, puck blocked in front. Cleared out by Mythix. As Tempen's going to get to that. Not going to be able to make anything happen on it, however, and that will do it. Last Dance. Well, the Dance going to go for at least one more step. A 6-1 Game 6 win. Their backs against the wall. The pressure turned all the way up to 100. And they respond with a convincing victory to push this to a decisive Game 7. And you see the smiles on the faces of Vicky Dangles and Lundstrom and company. They know they have extended their championship hopes, and it's all going to come down to 60 minutes or maybe a little more.
Yeah, and now we can confidently say that this next game, game number 7 of the series, will be the last dance of this team this season, as they will win it or they will lose it, and the champion will be crowned in the next one.
This is the first time that Mythix will ever have played in a Game 7 in the playoffs in their club's history. While this is a situation that, as we mentioned, Last Dance have been in plenty of times before. However, you go back to the last time they were in this situation, the ECL 24 spring season, it was in the semifinals. They lost to Tunnel Vision in that decisive Game 7. As, man, oh man, what else could you have asked for from what we got in this series? I mean, just absolutely phenomenal. They've also played in the few Game 7s in the finals before. The last time they did that, you go all the way back to the ECL 23 winter season. That LAN event, the right to win the ECL and then to play Entourage in the World Finals. They ended up losing that Game 7 as well. And we'll bring it back into the booth here. B Major alongside Sopely, and you know, it's almost poetic, Sopely. You can't script this stuff up. You go back to the interview with Ekki, and I talked to him, and I asked him, with this series win, if you are to win this championship, would it mean a little bit more? And he said, it might not mean more necessarily, but we're starved for a championship. It has been way too long since all the way in ECL 11, and the first thing he said, there's been a lot of Game 7 losses in that time. Last Dance, in their last dance, have a chance to exercise those demons and finally take their place back on top of Europe here in the 6v6 scene.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, they've had a lot of finals appearances. They've had a lot of Game 7 appearances in the past, and not necessarily had the greatest results in the past. But now they have a chance to break the curse in this Game 7 finals appearance. And I mean, you just couldn't script it any better. It's either they're gonna go down with a devastating loss in this Game 7, or they're gonna go out with a bang with this Last Dance roster in their last game in the ECL.
Then you transfer over to the other side to Mythix. Their first Game 7 as a club. They have a championship on the line. They just lost Game 6 in blowout fashion. They have to flush that out quickly and focus on winning this next game to clinch their first European title. I mean, again, they've had such a phenomenal season. I think they have earned the respect of absolutely everybody in the 6v6 world. But obviously, you come so close. You're one win away from a championship, and it's so tough to get back to this point. You don't want to let it slip. And Mythix looking to have a happily ever after to what has been a storybook run for them really ever since the beginning of April.
Yeah, I mean, this is just gonna be one of those finals where both have really something to prove. Neither of these teams want to lose this series. Mythix, the story, the way they have been able to play all year, just coming into the scene as one of those teams that no one really expects to be in this position, but now they have the second chance to end this series in that Game 7.
See if they can do it, or we'll see if Last Dance can pull off the comeback. We've got Game 7. The ECL Elite Division title is on the line right here at twitch.tv/ReactIO Media. We're going to take a quick break, hear a word from our sponsors, get everything set up, but when we come back, we will have game number 7. We will also be announcing our forward of the season, so do not go anywhere. Invite a friend, grab a snack, grab a drink, hold someone tight, and hold on hard, because we have got fun action coming up here in just a matter of minutes. B Major alongside Sopley with you on the call. We will be right back after this break.
Welcome to the SportsGamer Health and Performance Program. Nice to have you here. Here you have a large amount of different workouts from Wellnet, but also material just exclusive for you gamers. In your sessions, we focus mostly on neck and shoulder mobility, back health, and concentration. So give it a try and let us know what you think about it.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
When I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Look, pocket rocket in my pocket, please don't make me pop it. All these boys just wanna copy the style, tell them stop it, whoa, whoa. This my destiny, for the like Latoya, like it found me my Beyonce, and she shotgun in the cockpit. Grinding with the team, making C-notes. In my pocket still full of green, call it CeeLo. Alligator watch on me, Tim Tebow. And these haters love to watch me like Tebow.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat.
Wins it for Mythix!
Simcoe's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east.
Here comes a breakaway for Tempen,
I might
potentially.
never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what,
Funny
this is
score,
my lifestyle.
Ekki! We are back. Game number 7, just minutes away. My name is Brandon Bigsby, aka B Major, the broadcast partner. Over to my right side, the one, the only, Lardy Enstrom, aka Soaply. We've seen everything seemingly in this broadcast today. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. We are over 4.5 hours into our coverage. And all of that time, all of those plays, all of those moments are going to come down to just one final game.
Yeah, as we've touched on a little bit before the break, what a situation to be in. Game 7 between these two teams. Both of them have something to prove to the world. Last dance, their final season in the ECL, whereas Mythix obviously a little bit of an underdog going into the season, but the regular season and after that, every single round, they've just proved everybody wrong, and now they're here in the finals in Game 7.
And for those of you in our Twitch chat, make sure you put your predictions in. Let us know who you think is going to win. Right now, it looks like Last Dance, the heavy favorite, over 300,000 channel point difference in their favor. But before we do get to Game 7, we do have one more season award to hand out, and that is our Forward of the Season. Again, one of the deepest position groups, probably between this and Goalie. You can go with any of them. And how about this? Every single player on your screen, we will be seeing play for the ECL title in just a matter of moments. For Mythix, you have Tempen on the left wing side with his fellow winger in Sokolo on right wing. And then for Last Dance, all three forwards of Ekki, Puanso, and Nikki Dangles. You know, maybe not a lot of variance in terms of the teams, but I don't think anyone is going to question this is the correct 5 to make it into that top 5 more than likely.
Yeah, I mean, the finalists, the forward trio for this Last Dance team, the best offensive trio we've seen in terms of the production during this season, and then obviously the wingers for this Mythix team. I mean, just an unbelievable run from both of them as well, but if I had to throw out a guess on who I think may have won this, I think it's gotta go onto that Last Dance team, and I'm looking at the right winger spot, perhaps.
We'll see if you were right. Ekki said he's the Connor McDavid of esports. Let's see if the Connor McDavid of esports wins another Forward of the Season award. He's won a few in the past. As your Forward of the Season for the Spring 25 ECL Elite Division season goes to Nikki Dangles, right winger of Last Dance. I mean, Soaply, you kind of mentioned it. I think this is the right choice as well. I mean, Nikki Dangles, an absolutely phenomenal season. 87 points in 30 games, 34 goals, tied for the league lead in assists with 53. He tied, ironically, with his teammate in Ekki. And he also leads the league in playoff points as well coming in these finals. I don't think anyone's going to have any argument. I think he very much had a case to win transfer of the season as well. Sokolo just nearly beating him out for that. But Nicky Dangles definitely deserving of at least one reward. Would have been malpractice, quite honestly, if he didn't win something. Very well earned for him to win forward of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. This is just one of those selections where, honestly, there's other good options, but he's just season after season, somehow, some way, finds the way to be one of the most impactful players in the scene. And obviously, with his new team, once again, he finds his way into the finals of the ECL Elite Division, and now he has a chance to win yet another championship in this Game 7.
I mean, you go all the way back to his time with Butterfly Effect early on in his career. He was putting up 70 points back in those days consistently as well. He's doing it again still all these years later and helping lead his team to a game number 7 as globally, we've been waiting for it. We said this was going to be a close series. These two teams have been as fun as advertised, and their entire season, this entire series, and their title hopes all going to come down to the next 60 minutes. Does Last Dance close out their chapter on a high note? Such a historic team and franchise. So many careers that you can't tell the story of the ECL without some of those names. Can they end it all with a championship trophy, or will Mythix crash the party? We are underway for game number 7. Best of luck to both of these two teams. Let's hope for an entertaining one to decide our final, as we are again watching from the perspective of Last Dance in their road black uniforms. Mythix on their road whites going downward on your screen. As it is controlled by Lostrom, given up to Nicky Dangles, now to Ekki, back to Nicky. Nicky passing it back to the point. Controlled by Yamal and picked off. And here comes Mythix down the other way. Sokolo controlling it. Nice little move, trying to get a shot on, but nothing doing there. And Last Dance trying to work their way forward. Pass in for the Nicky Dangles, shot on, goes wide. That was Lostrom at the point. And another chance there, saved by takedown. Gonna have to see him step up if you're Mythix. He steps up there with a huge save in a tough position. Has a chance here for Mythix in the offensive end. Controlled by Akunku at the point. Dumps it down low off the post there, and it's found by Hansu, who will play this out. Rush pass over to Puanzo at the left side. Trying to get it across to Nicky Dangles, but couldn't find him. As it's turned over nearly, but Nicky Dangles not able to get off that puck, and Mythix going to reset. Bumped in by Kunku, race to the puck, won by Sokolo. Down in the middle of the ice, and now here comes Last Dance down the other end. Passed over to Puanzo, his shot saved by takedown in the whistle. Kunku race to the puck, won by
so
Sokolo.
So far, takedown a little bit busy in net for Mythix in this game 7, and I mean, the one game deciding the whole series, and the goalies are gonna be a big part of it.
Last Dance looking to find that first goal, and so is Mythix. Last Dance have it in the offensive zone, but going to be forced to reset as that puck goes down the other end. Controlled by Lundstrom and moved over to Gamal. Last Dance pressuring now off of the stick of Akunku, found by takedown, and again, he's not taking any chances, just going to hold on for the stoppage.
Yeah, I doubt these goalies want to throw pucks out in this game 7.
Offensive zone draw here for Last Dance to the left side of takedown. Tied up and won by Mythix, and here's Tempen with some speed. Has Sokolo with him. Pass across, shot on, save by Hansalino. Still pressuring is Mythix. Trying to get it up to Vadux at the point, but intercepted. And here comes Last Dance down the other end. Ekki giving it over to Yamal. Up sprung forward, found by takedown. Loose, however, at that right post. And takedown going to finally get to that and hold on to it.
Once again, holds on, and we have yet another face-off in the offensive zone for Last Dance.
This one to the right side of takedown. One back by Mythix in their own zone, over halfway through this first period. Only a combined 3 shots, 2 of them coming from Last Dance. It's turned over from Last Dance in their own end, and a penalty going to be called against them as well. Ekki will head to the box for tripping, and Mythix going to get a power play opportunity. They have not been strong on the man advantage today, but again, can't discredit what they've done all season. 51.1% power play during the regular season, highest in the history of the Elite Division.
This is not the guy you want to have in the box in a Game 7 situation like this. Ekki going to the box, and it's Nika now taking the face-off.
See what he can do at the face-off dot, tie it up, and it's won by Yamal, and he'll immediately dump that out. Something with Nika, remember, he's one of the better 1v1 players, so he's not unfamiliar with the face-off game, so obviously you don't want to lose Ekki, but at least someone capable of being able to win those draws. Mythix has it in the offensive zone, shot on, blocked away from Hanselinho. Picked up by Kunku at the point. Skating with it, trying to find some space, and a slot pass across, picked up by Landstrom, who will dump this out and into the neutral zone. 40 seconds to go on the power play for Mythix. 2 shots apiece here for each team so far. Controlled by Vedux at the right wall. Broke off his stick by Puan, but found by Mike. Up battled for, found by Vedux and given over to Kunku. Now to Tempen. Tempen moving forward, goes back to the point to Vedux. Excuse me, that's to Kunku. Ekki comes out of the box, back to 5-on-5, poke checked away by Puanzo, and picked up by Ekki. These two teams back to even strength. Mythix once again stalled out on the man advantage. Last Dance, they have been phenomenal on the PK all series long. Control it here in the neutral zone. Found by Ekki, and this is going to reset and give it back to Landstrom. Over to Yamal, and you see both these two teams playing a lot tighter, it feels like, than what we saw in the first 6 games. Even in those low-scoring games, it felt free-flowing. You can tell both these two teams know it's Game 7. They're just focusing on limiting mistakes and not allowing easy opportunities.
Yeah, I feel like some of the guys might be holding on to the controller just a little bit harder of a grip on it for this Game 7.
And again, both these two teams, they know what's on the line, and I think you're seeing that too, because a lot less aggression defensively. You see both these sides, they are committing fully to that 5-man trap on the blue line. Not a whole lot of forechecking, just kind of an overtime vibe throughout the entirety of this game that we're going to more than likely see until one team forces the other's hand to get a little bit desperate. With 20 seconds remaining in the first period, Mythix have it in the neutral zone. This is a Kunku controlling it. Looking for a passing option, finds Mike's, and goes over to Sokolo, but poked off the stick by Landstrom. As the time will expire, and that will do it for the opening frame. Once again, we are scoreless at the end of the first period. A couple of chances for each side, but overall, very tight and not a lot separating these two teams in Game 7.
Yeah, I mean, all series long, we've had a 1-1 series, we've had a 2-2 series score, we've had a 3-3 series score now. And these two teams, it just seems back and forth they go, and yet another game where we are scoreless after the first period.
As you get a look at some of the face cams there, you saw the full room camera being shown of Last Dance. Again, they're playing all together in a LAN space. They're at the Esports headquarters, while Mythix all playing remotely. You can see them on the left side of your screen. You get a look at the expressions. You can tell. You don't see the nervousness necessarily, but you can tell that they know what this game means, and they know that one mistake, one big play can be the difference between a championship win and going home empty-handed. We're underway for period number 2. I want to shout out our sponsors once again, Code on Lock of the Sea, Game Changer, as well as WellNet. Their support of the ECL and SportsGamer GG. Game number 7 of the ECL Elite Division Finals. Still looking for our first goal of it right here. Last Dance have it in the offensive zone. One-time blast from Puanzo, denied by takedown. Landstrom at the point. Gives it to Ekki. Ekki holding it, gives it back to Landstrom. Landstrom over to Puanzo at the corner, giving it over to Ekki at the point. Now to Landstrom. To Yamal. Over at that right wall, but turned over as Mythix now working on the offensive end. Controlled there by Vedux, found by Tempen on the dump, and puck loosed, and Hanselinho gonna jump on that one and freeze it with 16:20 to play.
Every single time the puck goes in front of the net like that, my pulse at least here in the broadcast booth goes up just very slightly, because you know it's game of inches, and one goal could very well be the decider in the series.
Both these two teams hunting for that all-important opening goal. Last Dance looking to get it as they're in the offensive end. Ekki controlling it behind the net. Gives it over to Lundstrom on the pass from Jamal. Shot was blocked, and that pass from the point gonna go awry, and it's gonna force a reset. 14 minutes to go in the second period. Just 5 shots between these two teams. Last Dance with 3 of them, Mythix with 2. As an offside call.
I feel like this game just a little bit slower compared to a lot of the other games in the series. Obviously, Game 7, neither team wants to give up anything.
Yeah, that's just a shift in mentality, and you feel like a game like that could go in the favor of Mythix, a team that have not had a lot of goal-scoring punch in this series outside of Game 4, but are so good defensively. The Last Dance, they love the fly, they love the pace. It's the shot from the point, stopped by takedown. Ekki behind the net, dishes it over to the left wall, and it's picked up by Lundstrom. Has it with Puanzo, shot into the glove of takedown, who will hold on for the freeze.
Don't say that word. That was a banned word.
Holds on for the stoppage.
Thank you.
There we go. That's a little better. Offensive zone face-off upcoming here for Last Dance as the shot on was blocked in front. And here comes Mythix. It's a shot stopped by Hanselino.
We're going to have the face-off.
Yeah, for Mythix's son.
Chance for them to maybe create something here.
Face off to the left side of Hanselino. One back by Mythix as that shot from the high point blocked in front. And it's quickly working on the other end as Last Dance as that pass across intercepted by Akunku. Moving down the left boards with pace, bump from behind by Jamal, who dishes it over to Ekki. Now Puanzo controls it, holding it behind the net. Puck in front found by Tempen. Over halfway through this game, and we're still looking for our opening goal of Game 7. The winner, your ECL Elite Division champions for the Spring 25 season. Mythix looking for their first ECL title. Last Dance looking for their 4th and final. It's a chance for Mythix, but poke checked away. Still in the offensive zone as they hold on to it. It's turned over, and here comes Last Dance in the neutral zone. Ekki going to slow things down and trying to give it over to Nicky Dangles, but it's picked off. Sokolo now controls it in the offensive end. Behind the net. Found by Veidux as he couldn't get that shot off cleanly. Mythix still on the attack on the cycle. Akunku loses that puck, poke checked away from Puanzo. And now here comes Ekki, poked off his stick, and Mikes has some space, but not enough stamina to really take off for a breakaway. Huge play there.
Yeah, a couple of moments right there, back to back, where it was looking like Mythix might have a clear path to the net on an odd man rush, but once again caught up by the defense of Last Dance.
Controlled by Lundstrom, finds his way to Nicky Dangles. Less than 3 minutes to play in this second period. Held onto by Puanzo, shot on, hits off of the glove of takedown. Taken by Tempen and given over to Kunku, now to Veidux. Veidux past the blue line, trying to work his way past the defense, but Last Dance puts a stop to it. 90 seconds to go in this second frame. Jamal with it, pass in front, puck loose, Puanzo with it, but takedown eventually able to get to that one and will hold on.
Still scoreless, and it's only a minute left until we're going into another scoreless third period in the series.
That's his own draw here for Last Dance. Last Dance working in the offensive zone. Shot from Ekki, rebound chance, doesn't find its way to takedown. Full pressure for Last Dance, but they're not going to be able to do anything with it as Mythix get it out of their own end. Controlled by Veidux. Over at the right corner, pass in front, puck loose, but time expires as Hanselino found it. And as you said, Sopoli, once again, we're tied at 0 after 40 minutes. We've got 1 period to potentially decide our champion. Who knows? Maybe even an overtime to add on to that.
Yeah, maybe even multiple overtimes the way this is going right now, because I mean, this is just what a series this has been, and what a game. Once again, both goaltenders just so hot. running the shutout in each end, and we're headed to yet another 0-0 situation in the third.
As you take a look at the stats between these two sides, not a lot separating them in terms of the time on attack, but Last Dance with double the shots, 8-4 in their favor. But again, just kind of similar to what we saw in game number 3, and even throughout a lot of game number 5 as well, where Mythix won 2-1. And you just feel like it's going to come down to one or two critical plays that's going to decide this game. That one pass, that one mistake, that one save. The question, who's going to be able to step up and get it?
Yeah, who's going to be the hero tonight?
We're going to find out. Period number 3, potentially the final period of our ECL Elite season underway. Mythix with possession. Sokolo gets it across the blue line. Couldn't do so for long as now Last Dance have possession. Lundstrom holding on to it, gets it back after he lost it for a moment and feeds Puanso. Puanso at the left corner, goes behind the net to Nicky Dangles. Now to Yamal at the point. Yamal back to Ekki. Ekki gives it back to Yamal at the point. Yamal walking that blue line, poked off his stick and recovers it. Gives it over to Lundstrom. Shot on from the point there. Stopped by takedown. Found by Puanso. Tried to get a centering pass in front, but it was disrupted. And Mythix with another key defensive stop. An offside called as Vedux was trying to cross the blue line.
Just seems every shot on net, every situation, every puck battle, it's just a matter of inches what's going to decide this game.
16:30 to play in regulation. Still looking for the first goal. Could the first goal be the championship winning goal? Mythix controlled in the neutral zone. Sokolo gets it past the blue line, back to the point to Akunku. Now to Vedux. Vedux trying to move it over, but it's turned over and intercepted by Ekki. Gives it up to Yamal, and Ekki trying to get it back, but Tempen finds it first. Two former teammates there battling for that puck. Tempen spending multiple seasons with Strikers and Voitmatome before transferring to this Mythix team over the offseason. And he believed in this group, saw the potential in them, and it has led them to a Game 7 in the ECL Finals. Can it lead them to a championship trophy to boot? They have possession right now. It's controlled by Sokolo, but it's passed to Mike, is picked off by Puanso. Nicky Dangles in control, gives it up to Ekki. Puck loose, found, however, by Mythix. Mike is in the neutral zone, taking his time, and just going to go back and reset. Didn't like what he saw. Pumped into the offensive zone, but found first for an icing. So an offensive zone draw coming up here for Last Dance. Face off to the right side of the offensive zone, won by Last Dance. Ekki behind the net, giving it up to the point to Lundstrom, now to Yamal. Turned over as Sokolo gets it. It's poked off his stick, battled for, and found by Akunku. It's Mythix just going to set the offense up. Less than 10 minutes to go. Now under 9. Mike's holding it, gives it over to Sokolo at the right corner. Finds Sokolo again as Akunku has it at the point. Didn't find much, however. It's turned over. Great defensive stance from Last Dance. Mythix on the counterattack. Tempen with a pass across. Couldn't find a home there. It's picked up by Lundstrom, and now Last Dance on the counterattack. Less than 7 minutes to go. There's a shot there from the point from Lundstrom. Blockered away by takedown. His 10th save of the game. Mythix with just 4 shots on net. They have it in the offensive zone now, and they're looking to push. Akunku giving it up to Tempen. Puck disrupted, battled for in the corner, and one out by Last Dance. They're pushing down the other end with Lundstrom at the left wall. 5 minutes to go in regulation. Could the next goal be the winner and our first goal of the game? Ekki shot hits the post on the tip! Puanso got a piece of that one. 3:50 to play. Last Dance with possession. Puanso controlling it. Pressured from behind and turned over. A great defensive stop from Vedux as he gives it up to Tempen. Tonsolino gives it up to Lundstrom after the turnover. 2.5 remaining. Puanso holding it at the left corner, gives it up to Lundstrom. Shot blocked in front. And Yamal will pick that up in the neutral zone as we approach the 90-second mark. Last Dance setting up the breakout in the neutral zone. Less than a minute to play. Ekki over to Puanzo. Puck loose in front, found by takedown, and he'll hold on to it with 53.9 seconds to play.
And the next goal will likely be the winner. Who's gonna rise up?
Who's gonna be the hero? Offensive zone draw for Last Dance. Mythix wins it in their own end. They work in the offensive zone. Tempen in with it. Controlling it as Hanselino going to get to that puck and he'll hold on to it that time. So Mythix will get an offensive zone draw of their own.
Yet again, we just see Puck's gonna be throwing on net from every angle, and once again we have a defensive zone faceoff, which is gonna be won by Last Dance here.
This time it's won by Last Dance. Ekki controlling it, moves it over as he tried to hit Nicky Dangles. Puanzo did, but he couldn't find him in stride. 30 seconds to go, Ekki controlling it and giving it to Lundstrom. Passed over to Nicky Dangles. Couldn't hit Puanzo there as Tempen takes possession from Mythix. 20 seconds to play. Vedux feeds Mikes. Holding on to it at the left wall. Gives it to Tempen. Battled for that puck as it's found by Mythix. Puck loose in front, but Hanselino gets a glove over it and holds it with just under 9 seconds remaining. Holding on to it at the left wall.
How close was that puck
Battled for that
finding
puck
its
as
way
it's
into
found
the back
by
of the
Mythix.
net, but
Puck
Hansu says no, not today.
One in the offensive zone by Mythix. This is controlled by Kunku, but he's forced out into the neutral zone. 2 seconds to go. Last chance for Mythix. Not going to get a shot off. And folks, the championship is going to be decided with one play, one goal, overtime coming up in game number 7. It is past midnight in Europe. And one of these two teams will be leaving it with an Elite Division trophy.
Yeah, I've got the alarm going off in about 5 hours here, but that's all good. We have a game 7 overtime coming up here. I mean, what a story it would be for either of these teams to come out on top.
Wives, sisters, girlfriends, siblings, anyone that lives in the houses of Mythix, beware for a loud scream if they find the game-winning goal. While over in the headquarters of ENS Esports, Last Dance, all 6 of their players together expect a hearty celebration if they can find the game winner. Mythix looking for their first ECL title in their club's history. Last Dance looking to finish off their story with one final championship in the career of Ekki and in the career of a club that's played over 960 games. One goal, one hero, one champion. We are underway for overtime. And thank you to our sponsors, COVID Unlockity, Game Changer, and WellNet for their support as Last Dance have possession and it's moved over to Yamal. Lundstrom moves up to Ekki, a breakaway, can't get it off! And it's not gonna be a penalty shot, it's a power play, a critical call.
No penalty shot called? No penalty shot called, and it's just gonna be a 2-minute, but oh wow. I mean, it will still be a chance for Last Dance to end it, but that could be considered a little bit of a robbery not to get a penalty shot out of that.
Roberts of a great story as well. Ekki in his final game potentially could have had a penalty shot to send his team off for the championship, but they have a power play. Tied up on the faceoff, won by Last Dance. Controlled by Yamal, now to Lundstrom. Lundstrom holding it. At the left faceoff circle, back to Yamal. Moving forward, trying to find an option and gives it back to Lundstrom at the point. Pass in front, shot on from Puanzo, stopped by takedown, but they're still pressuring. Ekki behind the net, gives it up to Yamal at the right point. Poked off his stick, but found again at the right circle. Yamal looking, gives it up to Lundstrom. Lundstrom moving forward, poked off his stick again, but recovered by Puanzo. 40 seconds to go on the power play for Last Dance as a pass across nearly trickles its way in. Last Dance still on the attack. Nicky Dangles to Yamal, back to Nicky Dangles. Over on the pass to Lundstrom, but intercepted. Still in the offensive zone. There was a shot on there. Saved there by takedown. Another chance off of the mask. Another shot denied by takedown once again. Last Dance still project shot.
What a sequence of events, and Last Dance. You see the cameras right there. They have done it. Game 7, overtime. So many chances to score right there on that power play, and finally it's Nikke, the man who we were saying he hasn't been showing up on the score sheet, but right when it matters the most, Game 7, overtime winner, and Last Dance are your champions.
You could not have written it any better. Nikke Dangles, the forward of the season. He joined this Last Dance team after leaving what was a sure thing in Parasite. The defending champions lost just one game in the regular season, dominated their way to a title. And Ekki, he said it in my interview with him, Nikke wants to show that he can win without the Parasite group. That he is the best forward in the Elite Division. And who else but Nikke Dangles to send Ekki, to send Last Dance off into the sunset, a storybook season, a storybook club, get a storybook ending. Last Dance, for the first time since ECL 11, nearly 4 years, wins the title and are back on top of Europe, while on the other side for Mythix, crushing as it gets. Up 3-2 in the series. They take Last Dance to overtime. Takedown with some of the most phenomenal saves you will ever see there late. But just one too many shots, one too many chances, and Nikke Dangles, no dangles, no party, and the party is on for Last Dance, your ECL Elite Division champions for the Spring 25 season.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. Game 7, overtime. You see the boys right there. They are obviously ecstatic with the fact that they have been able to come out on top, and you just can't get closer than that if you're Mythix. Game 7, overtime. You had the series lead 3-2, but somehow this Last Dance team never gave up, and they find a way. They find a way to push a Game 7. They find a way to push into overtime, and in overtime they draw a penalty, what could have been a penalty shot for Ekki. What an ending to a game that would have been. The power play delivers. Not the first shot on the power play, not the second shot of the power play. Takedown, unbelievable saves, and it was looking like maybe they're able to kill off that penalty, but no. Last Dance and Nikke Dangles scores and sends this team into the championship.
This league is defined by moments, and you're not going to find many better moments than the one we just saw live on this broadcast. Last Dance, we're down 3-2 in the series. Mythix, as he mentioned, the new kids on the block, no one expected them to be here. They were a team that coming into the season, everyone thought would be a playoff team, but they had been stuck in that 5-6 purgatory. But they found their way through. They won that Finnish Championship League, and you said, okay, not bad. Maybe this team is finally breaking through. But they earned the 2 seed, earned their way into the finals, knocked off the defending champions in Parasite in 6 games. There were still people coming into the series that were saying, okay, sure, they made the finals. They're not competing with this Last Dance team. Last Dance in 5. They not only pushed Last Dance to the brink, they were up in this series and were quite close to winning it all. But nevertheless, Last Dance, after years of trying, years of coming up short, we heard it from Ekki in that interview. He said there's been so many heartbreaking losses, so many Game 7s where we were so close and just were a little bit short from where we needed to be. And the man he said was the key to this team's season, Nikke Dangles, steps up and gets the game-winning goal and sends Ekki and whoever else on this team is calling it quits. We're not totally sure on everyone else, but sends this Last Dance team, one of the most historic teams in ECL history. He helps send them out with a championship.
What a story. What a story. You just couldn't write it any better. The way this team was formed, I mean, as Ekki said in his interviews, a little bit of a new team. Obviously, a lot of guys who knew one another, but not necessarily had played with this roster. They come together at the start of the season, maybe not looking like their game was ready for the playoffs, but at the end, eventually, they got everything to click.
Yeah, congratulations to Last Dance. And what's cool about this as well, Last Dance, as we've mentioned a few times throughout the broadcast, their entire team is together. They're playing at the ENT Esports headquarters. They all got together in a LAN event. Always so cool when these two teams. So not only do they get to celebrate this moment together, but they get to do it together in person. It's not often that you get to see that. Really, really cool to see them have that moment together and to really be able to celebrate and embrace each other in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, just unbelievable stuff. And hey, does it look like we might have a little bit of an interview coming up as well?
I believe we do. We will get to talk to our Elite Division champions. Last Dance, as we get that set up for you. Man, oh man, what a series, what a final. I cannot wait to hear some of the reactions from these guys and what was, I mean, at least in my time, I think arguably one of the best final series that we have seen throughout our time in the ECL.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way it ended as well, just unbelievable. Really excited to even, like, I can't even imagine what type of emotions the players must have been going through in those final moments, especially in that overtime. The tripping call, not called a penalty shot, the power play, all the chances they had, all the insane saves that Takedown was able to make. All series long, but especially right there when it mattered the most. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they come out on top. And Last Dance, they find a way. They just find a way to do it, and they are your champions.
Saw Tugi in the chat, our resident ECL historian, one of the longtime broadcasters of this league. He has seen anything and everything, and he just said in the chat, can confirm from what I saw, all-timer series, an instant classic, Last Dance, win Game 7 in overtime, a 1-0 lead. And how about this? We haven't talked about this even yet, Sopely. Hanselinho with another shutout. I mean, absolutely stellar what he was able to do. We said how goaltenders, we make their name sometimes in these final series. We've seen it from the past from Hanselinho. We saw it there from Takedown. And, you know, it's going to be a crushing result for him seeing that goal go in past him. But he made arguably one of the best sequence of 3 or 4 saves that I have ever seen before Nicky Dangles got that 4th shot on net to finally break past him.
Yeah, seriously, the goaltending battle in this series was probably the best I've ever seen in a final series in the ECL Elite. I mean, Hansu, how many shutouts was that? 3 in the final series as they take the series home with 4 wins over 3 that the Mythix was able to get.
And we have our champions with us now. Last Dance, the ECL Elite Division champions for the Spring 25 season. Congratulations to you guys. I'll ask whoever wants to go first. What was the reaction? What were the emotions going through as you saw Nicky put that goal in past Takedown for the title?
Seems like we are muted.
As it doesn't look like we can hear them on our end. Not sure if they can hear them on the stream or not. We're to get a confirmation, but I cannot wait to hear from these guys and just hear their reactions as, oh man. I mean, just absolutely stellar scenes from what we're seeing. As we'll get that cleaned up here in just a few minutes. We'll wait to confirm that we can hear them on the broadcast, but man, oh man. I mean, Sopely, absolutely stellar. I think that was Nicky that was talking there. Man, that got the game-winning goal. I'm excited to hear what his reaction was as well, because it looks like we can't hear them on the cast as well. So we'll get that fixed here in just a few moments. Thank you guys over on the Last Dance side for staying patient with us. But, I mean, absolutely unreal what we just saw in that game. And Nicky Dangles, who we've seen step up time and time again throughout his career. I mean, I don't think there's anyone more fitting, maybe than Ekki, since he announced his retirement, to get that game-winning goal. The forward of the season, the leading point getter in both the regular season and the playoffs. No Dangles, no party. The party is on. He is as clutch as it gets, and you saw it right there at the biggest moment of the season.
Yeah, and I mean, just the fact that they're all playing from the same place as well, that just adds a little bit more to it. The story, and I mean, just the fact that they're able to come out on top as a group, I would imagine the feeling in that room would be a little bit worse had they lost that, but now they gotta be happy with the result.
And it looks like we do have them with us now. Last Dance, ECL champions for the Spring 25 season. Congratulations, guys. I'll let you guys choose who wants to start out first. What was the emotion? What was the reaction when you saw that goal go in to clinch the championship?
I don't know, just relief, I guess. It was a hard battle, and we got it done, so we're happy about it.
Nicky, you have won so many championships in your career. I believe your 5th or 6th title in your ECL 6v6 career. You took the move over from Parasite, joined this Last Dance team. I mean, your teammate Ekki compared you to Connor McDavid. We saw why right there. What is it about you that just seems to replicate the success and make it in the titles no matter where you go or no matter what the situation is?
I don't know. I think it's my offensive IQ. I can find I can find the lanes that no one else finds. So I think that's it.
Ekki, I got a question for you, man. Obviously, we'll get a word from him here in just a moment. As they're trading the headset around here.
Yeah,
Ekki, congratulations,
he got
man.
way too cocky. Let's get him out of here.
Hey, we got the confidence going, man. I don't blame him. He got the game winner. Ekki, congratulations, man. When we talked a few days ago, you said there's been so many heartbreakers, so many Game 7s where you guys just fell a little bit short. You step up in that big moment. Tell me what the feelings and the emotions are, finally winning that championship for the first time in a few years and in your last season as well.
Unbelievable. Like, I was just thinking, I've lost multiple Game 7s in the finals. I've lost a lot of finals in a row, and to fight back the way we did, I think we deserved a lot of goals in Game 7, or like I missed multiple chances in overtime and felt like when is it going in? But finally, a great play from Jamal and Nicky Dangles, and we got it done. But obviously, obviously feels amazing. Nothing else to say.
I know you've won so many trophies in your career, but when it has been a while like this, obviously something that was a normal feeling a while ago, you start to miss a little bit. I'm not going to ask, does it mean more? But, you know, how does it feel knowing that you're back on top of the mountain after so long of having some of those heartbreaks and just such a long time since you've been able to hoist that trophy over your head?
It means everything. Like I've been talking about this most likely my final season, so ending it like this is unbelievable, and hard to focus with these guys talking, but yeah, that's about it. I would be pretty angry if we lost right now, but luckily not, and we go out and celebrate.
Well, you guys were down 3-2 in the series. I don't want to hold you guys up for too long. I know you want to go out and have the party and everything, rightfully earned. You were down 3-2 in the series, and just the response that you guys had, winning that Game 6 so convincingly, and then stepping up in Game 7. What did you feel like was the shift that really turned this series around for you to win you that title?
I think Game 6, Game 7 was one of our best games. We had 2 blowout wins, which gave us some confidence, and like I talked earlier in the interview, before the series, when we get our offense rolling and keep the pace of the game up, I feel like we are really hard to stop. But Mythix, I felt like they played unbelievable, especially defensively. And yeah, 3 guys crushing the net in the offense is they're not an easy team to play. And I have to give up special props to Akunku, who played one of the best series I've seen a defenseman play. Like, we had to, in the last couple of games, we had to just completely avoid him, sort of. So, yeah, he was unbelievable. But Hannes is coming for a final interview here. So. All
right, we're going to hear from Hanselino. Excited to hear from him as well. Someone that has stepped up.
He has a nice hoodie as well.
Oh, okay, yeah. He's got the Voigt Matone hoodie on, and Hansu, if you can hear me.
Nice. Yeah, I can hear you.
Congratulations, man. You're finally back on top. I know it's been a while for you as well since the Havu Gaming days. You stepped up admirably with multiple big saves, especially down the stretch, multiple shutouts in this series as well. I mean, just take us through what that was like for you playing in that moment and then clinching the title with a shutout victory as well.
I'm feeling so tired. I should be sleeping earlier, but it feels amazing to get some shutouts and win like this. It was easiest ECL finals of my life. I mean, not easiest.
I asked Ekki the same question. I know it's been a while for you since you've been able to win that championship all the way back in ECL 10 with Havu Gaming, Puanso on that team as well. You know, how does it feel knowing that you're finally back at the top where you were still used to being for so long? After all of the heartbreaks, you were able to come through on the right side of it and win against a really tough Mythix team that threw everything at you.
To be honest, I think this was the best team I have ever played with. Like, when you got the McDavid, it's just like a dream. It's so easy. You can let your opponent score like 5 goals, but you can still win. So, what can you say?
Oh man, you guys were absolutely phenomenal throughout this season, throughout this playoff run, and you cap it off with just a storybook ending. You know, I'll let you guys kind of have the last word. Is there anything that you would like to say or anything that anyone else would like to say here on the broadcast, whether it's to their opponents, the fans at home? We give the open mics to the champion, so I'll let you guys have the last word.
Okei, tulkaa sanoa. Haluan viimeiset sanat kaikilta. I can say it was just like, it remembers the time about a few years ago when we were fighting with the Fila on the finals, and it feels very good to win, and thank you for the support all, and yeah, boomers, here we go. I can give it to someone else.
Oh man, I love how they're passing the mic around. Hey man, congratulations. You win the ECL Elite Division title. I mean, just take us through what you were going through, especially with that overtime game-winning goal.
I have only one thing to say. I'm the fucking winner! Come on.
Oh man, we apologize for some of the colorful language there. As you see Nikkei saying, all right, guys, that's enough after enough. Thank you so much. Last Dance, your ECL Elite Division champions for the Spring 25 season. Absolutely phenomenal. You can tell these guys are ready to go have some fun. They're ready to party it up and live their best lives. Absolutely awesome. I think that has to be one of the better post-game interviews that we've seen. You could tell the emotion flowing through all of those guys. I mean, you saw Puanso, you saw Nikki Dangles, Ekki, Hansu, Landstrom, all of those guys, Yamal, just embracing every moment of this. And, you know, Nikki, obviously, this is back-to-back championships for him, but Yamal and Landstrom, their first ever title. They've been a D pair for so long, all the way back to their days in the light division they've played together. You talk about Puanso and Hansu, their first title since their days in Havu and ECL 10, and Ekki, and as he mentioned again, his final season, more than likely playing competitively, going out on top, his first title since ECL 11.
Yeah, and you just see it right there. The guys, it just adds a little bit more of a layer to it. Playing from the same place, the guys obviously friends in real life as well, and to be able to win with a group like that, I just imagine it must be an unbelievable feeling to come out on top as you're right there with one another, and the chemistry, you could tell in those interviews as well. They're just having fun out there, and yeah, I mean, they're just having fun and playing for each other, playing for the team, and it pays off. It pays off this time.
Good thing you don't get fined for language on Twitch streams, because that was an awesome reaction there from Last Dance. Your ECL Elite Division champions for the Spring 25 season. They knock off Mythix in 7 games. An overtime winning goal from who else? Nikki Dangles. A 1-0 victory. A shutout for Hanselino. And folks, if you thought what you saw today was awesome, this isn't the end of our coverage here this week, as we will have our Pro Division Finals starting right here at twitch.tv/Reactio Media tomorrow. Start time set for 20:30 CEST. Robe Esports, the number 8 seed, going up against the number 6 seed in Vizio. Vizio and their captain Artuzio, one of the big names on the 1v1 side of the scene, trying to earn their way in the Elite Division. While Robe, they have earned the name of the Legend Killers, really, over the last couple of weeks. Knocked off Almost Famous and Golden Buffaloes. Multiple elite level division talents on both of those two teams. I'm sure the Robe Ultras will be out in full force for that broadcast tomorrow. We'll be covering games 1 through 3 of that series. Again, right here at twitch.tv/Reactio Media, live at 20:30 CEST. You can also find us live at our YouTube at Reactio Media, or live on our Twitter account at SportsGamerGG. And we will also have the remainder of that final series coming up on Tuesday. So games 1 through 3 on Monday, tomorrow, which, boy, we better get to bed. That's not too long away. The Robe Ultras will be in full force. We're seeing some of them in the chat now. They have gained quite the following in their magical run this season. They'll be going up against Vizio for that Pro Division crown. Whoever wins this series will be earning their way into the Elite Division for our Winter 26 season. So make sure you join us for that. Once again, start time at 20:30 CEST, right here at twitch.tv/Reactio Media. As we'll bring you back into the booth one final time. Yes, Tugi, somehow I do have a voice right now. We will see about tomorrow, but I have a voice right now. These two teams tested it to the very brink, but it was worth it, worth it, worth it. Last Dance, a storybook ending to what has been such an amazing run for this team. Their 4th ECL title, and what is this team's last tournament together, or Ekki's last tournament as well. Sopely, final thoughts here. I know there's a lot that we've seen, 5+ hours on this broadcast. Just kind of try to summarize what you're thinking and what some of your takeaways are in what was, I think, one of the best final series that we have ever seen in the history of the ECL.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's one of those series where honestly every single game felt like a story of its own. Like we could have separated this out to 7 different streams, had just one game each. And I feel like every single game would have been just special with the way some of those games went. I mean, we had so many 1-goal games, we had overtimes, we had a couple of games where Last Dance really showed why they're the best offensive team in the league. And I mean, just the story as a whole, the fact that Last Dance, they go into the season, I mean, they named their team a Last Dance. And obviously the plan is to play your last season and win the title, and they actually do it after being down 3-2 in the series as well, which just adds a little bit of a layer to that. So unbelievable night. The past 5.5 hours have been a blast to call, but at the end of the day, the champion has to be crowned, and it is Last Dance.
And we'll give you one final look at the bracket as we have everything set in and stone. Oh, no bracket actually, excuse me there. So, okay, so it's not updated, my apologies. But Last Dance, as we mentioned, your ECL Elite Division champions. As we do have the bracket, not all set in stone, but we'll just kind of give you a look at how they got here. They defeated the number 8 seed in Totorit, then swept Exen 4-0 in the semifinals. And then as we just saw, Last Dance winning the finals in a best of 7, game 7 overtime winner. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to Mythix on an awesome season. And to the guys at Last Dance, stay safe. You can tell they're ready to party. I'm ready to eat. Everyone on the EU side is ready to go to bed. It's after 1 a.m. We don't have any more games to give, Sopley. We got to go ahead and let everyone go to sleep. Thank you all for joining us. A big thank you to all of you guys for joining us here today, spending your Sunday evening, now early Monday morning with us. Big thank you to the amazing staff of the ECL, Ken and company, that put this tournament on season after season. A big thank you to our amazing producer, Chris Ryan, who has put on these broadcasts behind the scenes. A shout out to our amazing sponsors, Covenant.Sea, Game Changer, and WellNet for their generous support of the ECL and SportsGamer GG all season long. For everyone at SportsGamer, for my broadcast partner, Sopley, my name is B Major Bigsby. Thank you all for joining us. Get some sleep. rest well. Congratulations to Last Dance, your champions of the ECL Elite Division for the Spring 25 season. Thank you all for joining us, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow at 20:30 CEST for Pro Division Finals coverage. Thank you all, and have a great rest of your night.
Welcome to the SportsGamer Health and Performance Program. Nice to have you here. Here you have a large amount of different workouts from Wellnet, but also material just exclusive for you gamers. In your sessions, we focus mostly on neck and shoulder mobility, back health, and concentration. So give it a try and let us know what you think about it.
Of events and Last Dance.
When I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simpo's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle.
Look, pocket rocket in my pocket, please don't make me pop it. All these boys just wanna copy the style, tell them stop it, whoa, whoa. It's my destiny for the like Latoya, like it found me my Beyonce, and she shotgun in the cockpit. Grinding with the team, making C-notes. In my pocket still full of green, call it CeeLo. Alligator watch on me, Tim Tebow. And these haters love to watch me like Tebow.
Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat. Simpo's been asking for me on the road from the west to the east. Way up, I might never come down, cause the coast racking up the flight miles. So high, I might never come down, so what, this is my lifestyle. Fast lane when I pass in the street, bag of money in the passenger seat.
Where's it for Mythix?
Simpo's been asking for me on the road from the west to the